You're bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Ooh, wrong screen. There we are. Hey guys, welcome back to Everyday with Jay. We met our goal earlier, so here we are. We are here for an open panel live stream tonight where we are going to discuss Sebastian Rogers, the Bobbie effect, whatever else you guys want to talk about. But we are here for it because you guys met that goal earlier, so thank you so much. Thank you so much. It looks like we have a birthday in the house. Happy birthday, Maligator. Maligator Cooter. Welcome, Cooters. Welcome back to Cooterville. I hope your legs are closed. Hi, Misty. Hi, Cramit. Oh, Cramit. Cramit with your song. Should we play the ode to BJ before we begin tonight? And I open up the panel. If you guys missed it earlier, I know there's been a lot going on today, but if you missed it earlier, Cramit actually made a song, which was pretty funny. Hold on, guys. We'll get it pulled up. We'll start this off right. Oh, the Ballad of Bill. Oh, we got a new one. The Ballad of Bullhorn Betty. Let's do that one. We have the Ballad of Bullhorn Betty. Brought to you by Cramit. You guys ready? Let me share it so you can see the lyrics. Thank you, Cramit. Then we'll get to our question of the night. Why does Seth not want Bobbie's call played? You know? Here we go. This is the Ballad of Bullhorn Betty by Cramit. I like it already.
Yo, Bullhorn Betty, your time is up. Sumner County bars, now you're locked in cuffs. No pants, no bra, but they don't give a damn. Prison door slam, welcome to the jam. Bullhorn Betty locked in a cell. Sumner County girl, welcome to hell. No boots on the ground, just a jumpsuit scene. Justice came knocking, now you're off the screen. They caught you slipping, couldn't run from the law. No TikTok, Tony, no Sean to call. The rap sheet's long, but the lies ran dry. Protective orders couldn't help you fly. Dollar Tree, green screen left behind. No bed bugs now, just prison time. Delilah's at the pound, girl, what you gonna do? Sumner County's got you, the show is through. Bullhorn Betty locked in a cell. Sumner County girl, welcome to hell. No boots on the ground, just a jumpsuit scene. Justice came knocking, now you're off the screen. Lights out, Betty, no mic in your hand. Live stream dreams, now you're in demand. Cell block queens don't care about your fame. Your loud bullhorn, just a joke, just a name. Stalked parents of the missing, thought you were slick. Now you're writing letters with the jailhouse pic. Queen bee smiling, karma's come around. Bullhorn Betty, you're jailhouse bound. Yo, they traded your boots for some prison shoes. Traded your drama for some county blues. TikTok Tony, he ain't sending no mail. Sean's ghosting you while you rot in jail. Bullhorn Betty locked in a cell. Sumner County girl, welcome to hell. No boots on the ground, just a jumpsuit scene. Justice came knocking, now you're off the screen. Bull and Betty, your fame's gone cold. No pants, no bra, now you're under control. Sumner County's got you, no YouTube lies. Prison doors closed, end of your ride.
This is awesome. Badass, isn't it?
Out, Betty, no mic in your hand. joke, just a name. Bullhorn Betty locked in a cell. Sumner County girl, welcome to hell. No boots on the ground, just a jumpsuit scene. Justice came knocking, now you're off the screen. Bullhorn Betty, your fame's gone cold. No pants, no bra, now you're under control. Sumner County's got you, no YouTube lies. Prison doors close, end of your ride.
Do you guys love it? Cram it? Props to you, dude. Hold on, we've got one more. And yes, Misty, I planned on playing it. I planned on playing Bobbie's call again. Okay, here's the second one. And then we're going to get into Bobbie's call and opening up the panel. Enjoy. This is the best. Thank you, Cram It, again.
Britney Jay, I gotta ask, what's the deal? How you got fans when your content ain't real? Big ass butterfly glasses blocking the view, but girl, we all know there's nothing to see through. Hold on, you say every 5 damn minutes you're the queen of filler, no substance in it. Lead press on nails, tapping the screen, but no amount of gloss gonna make that content gleam. Britney Jay, do you have lice? Get them hands out your hair, girl, take my advice. Wig or weave, we don't care what you wear, but stop touching that mess, you're making us stare. Britney Jay, how'd you get on the map? Only you and them nasty pearl necklaces know that crap.
This is my favorite.
Falling asleep midstream, what's the appeal? Your fans watching ads cause you can't pay for real. Premiums $12.99, is that out of your range? How about those super chats, are they spare change? Can't create your own, you're a remix queen. Stealing everyone's vibe, no in between. Glazed eyes and a monotone drone. Watching paint dries better than your zone. Britney Jay, do you have lice? Get them hands out your hair, girl, take my advice. Wiggle, weave, we don't care what you wear, but stop touching that mess, you're making us stare. Britney Jay, how'd you get on the map? Only you and them nasty pearl necklaces know that crap. Hold on, you say, and we all start to sigh.
Hold
Are
on.
you buffering in real life? Girl, tell us why. Your live streams are naps. Your fans must be saints. Or maybe they're just bots with 0 complaints. Britney Jay, this ain't no hate parade, but your boring ass content needs to upgrade. Stop with the pauses, stop touching that wig, and maybe someday you'll do something big. Nasty pearl necklaces, what's your own? Is this a cult or just bad self-control? Together y'all trend, but the truth remains. Your streams are a snooze and your brand's just plain. Britney Jay, do you have lice? Get them hands out your hair, girl, take my advice. Wig or weave, we don't care what you wear, but stop touching that mess, you're making us stare. Britney Jay, how'd you get on the map? Only you and them nasty pearl necklaces know that crap.
Nasty. Gold, gold, gold. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Dude, Cram It, you are amazing. Like, that is the best. The absolute best. Thank you so much. We welcome more, Cram It. We welcome more. Oh, let's give him the pearl necklace applause. Some pearl necklace applause for Cram It. Totally amazing. Thank you so much. Let's get into listening to Bobbie again. We're going to listen to her call. Let me boost the audio so you guys can hear it real good. Because we're going to analyze this shit. Because there's something ain't right here, right?
I'm Jay, by the way, Jaye. Crime Time.
All right, here we go, guys.
The people next door, I told you that they didn't think, because it's an older couple, they've got cameras on the front corner and back corner of their house, and they told TBI and Sheriff's Office Department that their camera wasn't working. Well, they came back 2 weeks later and went around, and I told you they started the search all over again, literally from ground one. They knocked on their door and asked them, do you guys have cameras? And they said yes, but they're not working. And the guy looked at them and said, that's okay, can we see it anyway? And sure.
Is she too fast? Is she too low? What's the deal? Let me know. It's actually shared in Discord if you're a member. It's in the Clickers group on Discord. Is she too fast? Because she comes right out the gate with some shit. It's too low? Too fast. Okay, I'll put it on normal speed. Because she talks fast anyways.
The people next door, I told you that they didn't think, because it's an older couple, they've got cameras on the front corner and back corner of their house, and they told TBI and Sheriff's Office Department that their camera wasn't working. Well, they came back 2 weeks later and went around, and I told you they started the search all over again, literally from ground one. They knocked on their door and asked them, do you guys have cameras? And they said yes, but they're not working. And the guy looked at them and said, that's okay, can we see it anyway? And sure enough, their cameras actually were working, and there is a black blob with something thrown over the person's shoulders, walking in between their houses. They carried something over their shoulders, over that ditch. And I'm telling you right now, Katie Proudfoot being in the military, that woman is strong. I guarantee you she carried him over that and probably gave him to Chris standing on the other side. Because there was something that walked across in between those houses. But here's the thing that I wanted you to hear that he said to me when you were at your truck getting your other phone and everything. I said, I don't understand the whole timestamp thing. And he said, yeah, that was really weird to me too. I don't know why it wasn't working. And I said, what do you mean you were surprised it wasn't working? And he said, well, it was working Saturday. And I'm like, oh. And he said, and it was working Tuesday. He said, and it's only 2 hours off. So it was working the day before and the day after, and it was only 2 hours off.
Yeah, see, that's the weird part. Man. I'm telling you, it's because whoever this was had a zipper.
Oh, I know. I hear that. And I guarantee you, it was like,
that's why I was going to bring that down here, because you had to leave. I had a little pocket. It's called a zipper. I can shut down every camera around me within probably about 150 to 200 feet.
well, and that's why I called you as soon as I got home, because after he said I had to go to a doctor appointment, but as soon as I got home.
Stated it from a news that was causing us any federal interference on the site over in Columbia, Tennessee, and he had this damn thing, and I was like, dude, you can't technically legally own this.
That's what I wondered if it was illegal.
It's almost like a jammer.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you this then, since you know more about this than I do. Is it possible that if you do use those things to stop? Okay, that's what I was going to ask you, because adding on to this, the neighbor across the street from me, I had gone over to her house one day to do something, and I couldn't get them to answer the door. And finally, I called her, and I'm like, why are you not answering your door? And she said, I didn't hear anything. And I'm like, girl, I'm over here pushing your ring button thing. She has a ring doorbell. Now, they had footage that they turned.
Okay, so she said she was ringing the neighbor's doorbell. I'm sure I'm thinking the neighbor probably didn't answer because it was freaking Bobbie.
There wasn't anything on it. Nothing on it. I said, why isn't your doorbell, your ring thing working? And she said, well, I don't know. It was working when this whole thing happened. Her camera just stopped working out of nowhere. The people beside them, same thing.
It was working when this whole thing happened.
Both of their ring cameras had gotten burned up. Can it do that?
Yes, absolutely.
So I'm just wondering who else had that same problem.
Go to YouTube, search zipper, or what we call a zipper camera. Like, I'm telling you, I've got this light in the light.
You can just find it.
If I turn this on, I can literally hack the PA system in my door.
Okay, so is it possible then that if she had one of those, can you interrupt cameras or whatever for a period of time and then they turn back on?
That would be questionable. Like, I don't know. I wouldn't answer that one just because I know on the outside of mine, because it's a
Good question, Anne. Was she testing something out on the Ring doorbell? Like, How did she know it wasn't working? How did she know that the neighbor was home and was ignoring the doorbell or couldn't hear it? That's a good question. Hold on, let's go back. I'm like, girl, I'm over here pushing your ring button thing. Hey, Mississippi and Snazzy, welcome to the Cooterville. Come on in and close your legs. Listen to this.
Across the street for me. I had gone over to her house one day to do something, and I couldn't get them to answer the door.
I went over to her house one day to do something. Was this before or after Sebastian went missing? Since you know more than I do, she says, listen.
Okay, so let me ask you this then, since you know more about this than I do. Is it possible that if you do use those things to stop? Okay, that's what I was going to ask you, because adding on to this, the neighbor across the street from me, I had gone over to her house one day to do something, and I couldn't get them to answer the door. And finally, I called her, and I'm like, why are you not answering your door? And she said, I didn't hear anything. And I'm like, girl, I'm over here pushing your ring button thing. She has a ring doorbell.
When was this, Bobbie? Was this on the 23rd? What were you? I was going over there to do something. I was going over there to do something. When does she not give details?
Now, they had footage that they turned in, but there wasn't anything on it. Nothing on it. I said,
They had footage that they turned in, but there was nothing on it.
why isn't your doorbell, your ring thing working? And she said, well, I don't know. It was working when this whole thing happened.
Bobbie says, why isn't your ring working? Well, I don't know. It was working when this whole thing happened. Why is she so worried about the people's cameras across the street from her?
Her camera just stopped working out of nowhere. The people beside them, same thing. Both of their ring cameras had gotten burned up.
The person beside them, same thing. So these are both people across the street from Bobbie. These aren't people near the Proudfoots. This isn't the Proudfoots' neighbors. This is her neighbors. Her neighbor's shit is jammed up. Her neighbor's shit is jammed up, and her house is blurred on Google. Make it make sense.
Can it do that? Yes, absolutely.
Can it do that? Almost like she's trying to play dumb.
So I'm just wondering who else had that same problem.
Go to YouTube, search super, or what we call super cam. Like, I'm telling you, I've got this light in the light.
So you can just buy them.
If I turn this on, I can literally hack the PA system.
Were these things like jammed on the 23rd for some reason? What the heck?
Okay, so is it possible then that if she had one of those, can you interrupt cameras or whatever for a period of time and then they turn back on?
That would be questionable. Like, I don't know.
She says, can you do that though? Can you make that where the cameras stop working and then turn back on? And Steven's like, that's questionable though. I don't know.
I wouldn't answer that one just because I know on the RF side, right, because it's a frequency thing, and it's just like your cameras work off I think it's like 2.5 to 3.7 gigahertz. That camera depends on if it's pushing more power than the frequency allowed to be received by the said output device that is got on, like whether it has an RBS filter in it, whatever it has, it could try it, yes.
Okay, but what I'm saying though is like if she had one of those, knowing that they had a camera at their house where the car was sitting, could she have interrupted like the time, or interrupted enough to not shut the camera off, but interrupted enough to stop the timer, the timestamp, and then it comes start working again? Because he said it was working the day before, and then out of nowhere it just starts working again, and it was only stopped for 2 hours. The timestamp is only 2 hours off.
I would say yes. I would say it has to be. I mean, I hate to say anything. I can look into it though.
I guess I'm just saying, like, is it possible for that? I mean, that just seems to be totally not random, considering what happened.
My thing is here's my thing on all of this. The fact that I heard these people for my own fucking ears say what you said, and I'm like, dude, he's a little bit different. I'll give him that. Like, you can tell he's kind of agitated with everything. He just don't.
Well, because we're just so fed up with it. I mean, we just keep getting, and like he said, his phone, you know, he just kept getting phone calls. And of course, he's frustrated because, like he told me, he said, you know, I even started telling the detectives what I saw, and they argued with me and basically try to convince me that what I saw was not right. I said, they did the same thing to me. I told your wife that. And he said, I know, she's so frustrated too. It's like no matter what we tell them and no matter what we're seeing, they don't want to hear it. We don't know what we don't know.
I think that, I don't know, I'm interested to see what Chris says.
We don't know what we don't know. Right? But then she later on tells us what we know, right? Yeah, totally not random considering that Sebastian went missing while those cameras were jammed up. Exactly.
Chris just texted me. He says he's doing something with the live show and everything. So I'm interested to see what
He's putting it together. He was putting it together after when I called him after you were doing the drone footage, and I had called him as soon as I got home to tell him what you and I had discovered. And it was
she drives the window. I'm confused now. So she drives
What?
She drives the white.
No, she has a black Chevy SUV, like she calls Black Beauty. But where she said she was back in Florida today. But she wasn't at her house, and she didn't have Delilah, like her little dog, with her. So.
Well, that's not, I know that she drives. I do know because I've seen it. The dark Chevrolet Equinox.
Yeah, that black. Yeah, that's the black one that I'm talking about.
Yeah, I've seen that one come through.
Okay, so who they're talking about now is Betty. But real quick, I want to show you guys. SF shared this. And these are some of the dogs that he saw on the surveillance camera. Ooh, Snazzy, thank you for your super chat. Jay, Google, can laser light interrupt Ring doorbell camera? It can. Ooh, interesting. But look at, these are the dogs, okay? And this is from that house on Kellen Lane down towards the end. Right now we're looking at the road that leads to the construction site. If you were to pan to your right, you would see where the retention pond is. So this is literally Bobbie's backyard. I'm just going to say it, okay? The dogs led over to Bobbie's backyard. You can't deny it. Like, you just can't deny that. It's wild. The question is why? Then you have her neighbor's shit, jammed up, right? The people across from her, jammed up. Dogs leading to her freaking backyard. It's weird. It's weird. But right now she's going to tell you what she thinks of Bullhorn Betty. This is about Bullhorn Betty. Tell us how you feel, Bobbie.
She first came in the first time. But I'm just wondering, because everybody knows that's what she drives, is it possible that she rented a car? Because I'm telling you, when we were out there talking, there was a white GMC Terrain, older model GMC Terrain, that drove up, down, and around, and I was like, where's the car going? Because it didn't recognize that. I've never seen that one there before. But we're getting so much traffic now again between her and this.
Is she sure that was a GMC and not a white Jeep? Like Tara Lynn's kin? Did you see that white Jeep SUV they were in? Her and Michaela? Or not? Yeah, Michaela's Jeep. The white vehicle.
Reward. We got all kinds of people coming through here again.
I was sitting there, and after you had left, Dick was sitting out there and talking to him for a minute. And there's like 4 people in there in the road that would just turn around.
Yeah, they're just coming through here to see what's going on. Like, okay, great. Thanks. Drive through. Please. Go away.
The gate at the front of the tickets. Oh.
No kidding. I'm like, at what point do we get to, like, could y'all please leave us alone? Just leave us alone. I'm just so done with all this crap. I think that's the thing is a lot of people are just dumb in all this.
Well, I'm not about that too, buddy. I didn't mean to catch you off guard. You live there, and I'm like, no, I'm not. So if anybody's going to know if she's back in this little area, I'm like, sure, Bobbie would know.
Well, I got home, like I said, I got home and I jumped in the shower really quick because I had this appointment and I was soaking wet with sweat out there talking to you guys. And then it was hot. It was like stupid hot. And then I got on the phone with Chris and we were talking for a little bit. And then my kids are all home.
Did she say that she had an appointment and she came home soaking wet in sweat? Why would she say that? I had an appointment. I came home and got in the shower because I was soaking wet with sweat. Like, what? Crazed of 5, Laser, and her kids were playing flashlight tag. Yes. Thank you for your super chat.
Sure, Bobbie would know.
Well, I got home, like I said, I got home and I jumped in the shower really quick because I had this appointment and I was soaking wet with sweat out there talking to you guys. And then it was hot. It was like stupid hot. And then I got on the phone with Chris and we were talking for a little bit. And then my kids are all home and we were doing all that kind of stuff. I had not been outside. So if she came back through here with her car, I didn't see that. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. But who is the other person? Who else is on the phone with me? Who is this? That's Chris.
Yeah.
Am I supposed to know that?
Yeah.
How? Why?
Because she's not one of the bad ones.
No, I know, but like you saying that, like, yeah, am I supposed to know that? How?
You don't TikTok. You watch TikTok, right?
I don't. That's what I told you. I told you I don't have TikTok. I have to look you up and find you.
Damn it.
Well, I was like,
You don't YouTube, I forget.
I do watch YouTube.
I'm on YouTube. I don't have my own channel on YouTube. I'm not on, like, I just, like,
You need to.
shoot. Nah. I'll stick to...
Do you do TikTok as well? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm on TikTok. When Riley was Riley Strain was missing, I was undercover in the homeless encampments.
Oh, that's scary.
Yeah, I mean,
You should hear her fucking story.
Oh, that's like super creepy, man.
No, she got balls and didn't you think? Like, you know how you're saying about bullhorn?
Yes.
Ricky got some balls on.
Yeah, but the thing, there's a big difference between vocalizing things, saying things, versus physically doing things. Because physically doing it and being out in the field doing it is like for a loss. But I think
Betty has she has a mental disorder balls. Like,
she's a narcissist. She's a psychopathic narcissist. She wants everybody to feel sorry for her because she came out here and worked her butt off. I'm going to tell you something. Our neighborhood, I personally called the police on her. Personally myself. And several of the other neighbors around here were throwing a fit about her just nonchalantly driving through, taking videos, and then getting out of her car and walking out to her neighborhood without asking a single person, stapling these papers, the flyers, to the pole, which it's great. I'm glad that you're trying to put the word out, but could you have asked first? And then ironically, a big storm comes through and literally blows every one of them off.
Well, here's the problem. It's one thing to do it for general somebody that cares. Like, Francie and I went out there and posted all this shit, but she was out there doing it. I wouldn't post it out there while I'm searching.
I don't know that that's doing anything. I just don't see how posting flyers in their neighborhood.
yeah, she did that. She did that for, like, it wasn't for she did that to harass them. Like,
No, when she says she got on the phone with Chris, she's talking about Chris from the mob crew. Chris from the mob crew.
be honest.
Yeah, that's all it was harassment, and just to say, so
I'm doing something.
A middle finger, like, hey, try and stop me.
what she's doing right now is a middle finger where she's using
Yes.
whoever's family.
Yes.
She's using something like that. And I said to Tim Bailey, and I said, you just gonna let this happen? Like, she's literally making y'all look stupid.
That's what bothers me is, and that's why I called you earlier to be like, I don't agree with how law enforcement handled this in the very beginning. And
When I went up there earlier, though,
I want to know what she doesn't agree with. Like, I don't agree with how law enforcement handled this in the beginning. Like what?
And I was on the phone with you, and I went to the sheriff's department, and I was talking to them. Literally, they said what you said. They said, look, man, there's not much we can do unless she specifically mentioned and pulled me on. And as far as the neighborhood, he's like, we could put one of those security cameras in. He said, at the end of the day, like you said, it's not going to stop people from coming in there.
No, and they're not going to do it. And I'm really kind of frustrated because even when I called the sheriff's department last night on this, was it last night? Night before last. Not before last. When we had this weird black truck come through the neighborhood, it was completely blacked out, which really creeped me out. The officer came up and talked to me, and I was telling him what was happening. Of course, he found.
Why is she so worried about a blacked out SUV driving through her hood if she thinks Katie, Chris, and Seth did this? Hey, Alligator, I didn't see you before, but happy birthday. Did you hear me say happy birthday, Alligator? Okay, hold on. Hold on, guys. Hold on. I've got a special birthday wish that someone sent me from Alligator that I have to play. Yeah, that was Clue, Robin. Yep, it sure was. It sure was. Hilarious. All right, let me pull this up for you. You guys, this is worth the wait. I'm sorry for the interruption, but I am here to entertain, and I promise it's worth the wait. Alligator got a special birthday, grant him though. This is from Anonymous. They didn't want their name known, but they wanted you to have a very happy birthday. So let me get this pulled up here for you. All right, this should do her. All right, here we go. This is for you, Alligator.
This is for you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear
Alligator.
Sebastian. Happy birthday to you. I can't, guys, I can't.
Happy birthday, Alligator. Was it worth You know, y'all are the fucking best. Have a great day. I hope you enjoy it.
Only person, and they claim to have car issues, which doesn't make any sense if you're going to be completely blacked out. Like, that's weird. But anyway, so we were talking, and I told him, I said, I feel like nobody cares about us. It's all about protecting the people who are doing this. Like, I'm all for, your amendment to the Constitution. I'm 100% for those. We have to have our constitutional rights. But at what point do we as families who are trying to live a private life that didn't ask for this, where do we get protection? None. There is zero, zilch. So he said, you need to talk to your...
We love you, we do. 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 God bless you, I do. God bless you, I do.
Commissioner, and see if there's anything that he can do to change things or add things or something
Hey,
to help
Bobbie,
protect you guys.
here's a suggestion. Why don't y'all do, put up a sign, just like this area, this neighborhood is under video surveillance. You don't have to actually put it under video surveillance, but just, put up a sign.
Well, like the dude said, that neighbor that, well, I'm not going to say this person, but, he said put one of those things in. I think that was genius. A play reading.
But it still goes back to what good is it going to do?
Well, here's the thing. If nobody has to know that it's not that it's just a bluff. But if people think that they're on camera,
They may not.
if they think they're on camera, they aren't going to drive,
Yeah, but I didn't think about that way. It's not necessarily what they know that happens to them. It's the fact that you're being recorded.
Yeah,
they really want to be recorded doing whatever you're doing.
Exactly. And
or if you ask Betty Bullhorn, she'll tell you, I can do whatever I want to. I'm within my constitutional right because she's a genius and she knows the law better than anybody.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, I can't stand that woman. She is an idiot.
She's super alt-right.
Is she what?
Yes.
Super alt-right.
Yeah, alternative right. Yes, she is, Steven.
What does that mean?
Like crazy far right.
Yeah, far right. But then there's the there's MAGA occultists, what I call it. And then you've got the far left, which is like many occultists, what you call them. And then you've got your normal Democrats and Republicans. You know what I mean?
Oh, I never heard of all that. That's like genders. How many genders do you have? How many sides of politicians? I'm a conservative patriot. What does that make me? I'm not afraid to ask. I'm like, I like my guns. I like the ability to talk. I don't want government control. Yeah, I do want police because I know that they do help protect us, and I don't feel like they get enough pay. But I don't know how this is being used. She's using the law on her favor, and I think she's gone. So, but I think that she's using that far right tactic to make everybody think that she's this good person, and I really think that's fake. I think it's fake to get people to think she's this big American supporter of, like you said, MAGA, blah, 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 whatever. Well, I'm a MAGA supporter. I want to make America great again. I want that more than anything in the world. However, we need some laws to protect us. I just feel like it's almost a point where it's protecting the public more than it's protecting us. And I've called my commissioner twice, and he has still yet to call me back. So I'm wondering if, is she causing such a scene legally that now nobody within the government in Sumner County wants to mess with anything to do with this case because she's just threatened everybody?
I think that's part of it. I think that one of the other things is that she is kind of trying to intimidate everyone into like backing away from the case. Like saying she's gonna dig into Craddock's, like deep dive into all of Craddock's stuff. She's gonna deep dive in the sheriff's department, and she's trying to use that to intimidate people to not not investigate her, Tony, and all them. Because I think they're money laundering. I'll just be honest. I think they're money laundering.
Oh, yeah. Well, you mean Sumner County or her?
No. Not Sumner County. Not Sumner County.
Okay.
Them. Like Tony Mathis, Seth, Betty.
Yeah. Well, and I'll be honest with you, and I think that...
Steven, you didn't sign the contract.
You're not doing it for the wrong reason. You're doing it for the right reason. So the people who are doing it for the right reason are typically not going to make as much money because you're doing it the right way and not... Yeah. Well, that's kind of what I think I was used as a pawn, and I don't know how you guys feel about... Well, I shouldn't mention any...
JLR.
Okay.
I'll say it for you.
I was going to be nice. I'm trying to be nice, but I think he used me as a pawn. She really did. Yeah, I didn't say it. You said it.
No, I said it.
Yeah.
I'll own it.
I truly believe that he used me as a pawn. And then when it came down to it, and I sent him a message, and I told him what happened and how I was treated, he pretty much just said, people are crazy. That's all he said. I even sent him the video of the guys that were attacking me and calling me all kinds of names and all this crap, and said, wow, that's awfully nice of them, and we never said a word, never him nothing. He didn't come to my defense, never said a word, and I thought, oh, so basically I was your pawn. And it didn't even dawn on me at the very beginning when he very first asked me if I would go on his live with him and if he could use my name. And of course, my name is Bobbie, but I had it on Facebook as Mrs. Bobbie because having a unisex name, a lot of people don't realize the spelling is different for male versus female. So a lot of people think I'm a man. And it's a picture, my profile picture is a picture of me and my husband together. So a lot of people that don't know me, well, not sure which one's Bobbie and which one's not, whatever. And so I had Mrs. Well, it didn't dawn on me when he asked me, it's like, well, can I just use your name as Mrs. Bobbie? I think he did that on purpose so people could stalk me on Facebook. Because I've had people trying to send me a friend request to connect with me on Facebook. And I'm like, I don't know who you are. And no, I'm not.
I'm not taking up a JLR here. I really ain't. Because I've been through the ringer with him. But, you know, it took him a while to apologize to me, to be honest. I think it comes, man. Honestly, I think he's just something's wrong. I think that he's off. Like, he doesn't have...
If you sue the people that he sued and sue the Eiffel Tower, I mean, what do you expect?
I do not trust him as far as he could pick up a rock or a boulder and throw it.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. I think the man's kind of like bullhorn in a sense. There's something wrong.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, again, it goes back to about money and clicks.
You give me another rock, so help me God, and you cost me $3,000. I'll own it.
He's yelling at the dog.
I was gonna say, what?
Yeah, not that rock. He's not talking about the rock that you were talking about.
I literally just had a rock and he's yelling about it. I'm like, I didn't say I was eating it. I was standing with the rock. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
That was perfect timing.
I knew what was going on in your head, Bobbie. You were like, what the heck is he talking about? I didn't eat a rock. How did I cost you $3,000?
Yeah, it totally threw me off. Okay, that was hysterical.
My dad started to eat rocks and bones and had to have his damn stomach pumped.
Oh yeah, that's when you want to strangle the. Yeah, I get it. Well, I know the night that he asked me to be on that live, and I had told him that I was very nervous about it, and I even asked him if he could do the video without my face and voice. I mean, just my voice and without my face or anything. And he was just like, well, we can do it that way. But I just really think that, you know, the community needs to hear from a neighbor and needs to put a face to a name and all that, and kind of try to convince me to get out there. And I just feel like, regardless of what you're doing, if what you just did, well, first of all, when he told me when we were on the live, he said, you know, you've got over 2,000 people on here. And of course I panicked. I'm like, oh my God, that was not at all what I wanted to happen. Like, that, it just blew my mind. But, and then afterwards, when I got attacked and all this stuff came out and whatever, I just felt like, if you're going to set that situation up, and what you did caused that person to be mistreated, you created that. So the least you could do is come back and do another live or another video or something to try to counteract that and explain that, you know, this person was nice enough to do this to you. The least you can do is counteract that with, y'all got this all wrong. And it made me mad that he did not even one time defend me. Not one time. Like, you created this, and the least you could do is defend me. But he didn't.
Yeah.
Who cared less?
With creators, I've learned that you cannot expect that they're going to look out for their interests, and that's it. And if it doesn't benefit them to go out and, like, die on a hill for you, so to speak, then they're not going to do it.
That's true.
Unless it's going to generate, like, another, you know, revenue for them.
Well, and certain, like you said, you know, certain people, I have learned to realize that they are all about the money and the clicks. And then there's others that really are trying to get information out there and get, you know, like you said, the number and whatever out there. But yeah, I just had to be really careful about who I talk to, who I trust. That's why when Steven first mentioned this mob crew guy, and I was like, I'm not doing that again. But then when I saw the video, I was like, wow, he's really putting this together and really making sense. He actually made me question somewhere the lights were going. So when we got to talk to the neighbor, it was like, oh, and of course Chris was so excited when I called him afterwards, because he was like, basically me confirming what he was suspecting. And he was like, oh, he was so excited. And like, oh my God, this is awesome. I can't believe this is, you know, so he was excited that what he put together actually worked. So that was the confirmation he was enjoying as well. Now, Stephen, let me ask you this. When you said there's no way that somebody could carry somebody over that ditch, I mean, it is deep and it's wide. I've walked over it 1,000 times myself. My sister used to live behind it, on the other side over there. I've walked over that ditch myself 1,000 times. I physically could not have carried somebody. But don't you think that if she was in the military and went through the training that she went through, I'm hearing that she's strong as an ox and very smart. Katie, yes.
What do
She
you
was in the
think?
Marines.
What do you think happened though that would have made her not call? Like, if it's not like an accident. If an accident happened, I think she's, you know.
No, I think she did it on purpose. I think she drugged him, and either drugged him to the point of knocking him. Because the question is how they. After we know about what happened with the whole light thing, and now we've got it confirmed for a fact where the lights went. But I know that my kids were over in the construction area, and let me rephrase this before anybody assumes anything. My kids were not standing next to the dogs when they jumped in the water. They were at the top of the hill, on top of the dirt mound, and could see the dogs from where they were standing. But they were not walking with them. They were over there in the property with them. The dogs jumped into the pond. The handler had to pick up and drag the dog out of the water because it's like quicksand. And when he came back out of the water and they walked back up to the back of the property where our house meets the construction area, my kids were out there and asked, what happened?
Now, let's pull up this again, okay? To get a perspective. Wait, shit. That's the wrong one. But you guys saw where the construction site was, right? In SF's video. This view, but he was looking over to the right. How the hell would her kids see all of this? Let me get a good screenshot. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Because I want you guys to hear what she's explaining her kids did, because this contradicts another story. This contradicts what she said about her kids running around with law enforcement all day, right? And it's weird how she mixes the kids being in the retention pond in between talking about the light thing. She's talking about the light thing, then she brings up her kids being in the pond, and then she brings up that her kids were not with LE, that they were watching from her house. They wouldn't be able to see all this detail from the house.
Very smart. Katie, yes.
What do
She
you
was in the
think?
Marines.
What do you think happened though that would have made her not call? Like, if it's not like an accident. If an accident happened, I think she's,
No, I think she did it on purpose. I think she drugged him, and either drugged him to the point of knocking him. Because the question is how they. After we know about what happened with the whole light thing, and now we've got it confirmed for a fact where the lights went. But I know that my kids were over in the construction area, and let me rephrase this before anybody assumes anything. My kids were not standing next to the dogs when they jumped in the water. They were at the top of the hill, on top of the dirt mound, and could see the dogs from where they were standing, but they were not walking with them. They were over there in the property with them. The dogs jumped into the pond. The handler had to pick up and drag the dog out of the water because it's like quicksand. And when he came back out of the water and they walked back up to the back of the property where our house meets the construction area, my kids were out there and asked, what happened? And the handler said he jumped in the water. And my kids were like, what do you mean? Why did he jump in the water? Well, not only did he tell my kids that, But he told my neighbor down the street the exact same thing when they came door to door asking for video footage and do you mind if we search your property? Her husband asked him, did you guys, the dog was right there. Her husband asked, did you guys get any hits? And the guy said the exact same thing.
Hold on, I'm sorry. Well, I'll be right back.
So, here's my thing, is how would they, I think, did you hear that Seth was allegedly missing from the jail for 2 hours?
I heard.
So she says that her kids, let's listen to Bobbie's words again. This is not exactly from her backyard, but this is next door to her house, okay?
We're over in the construction area. And let me rephrase this before anybody assumes anything. My kids were not standing next to the dogs when they jumped in the water. They were at the top of the hill, on top of the dirt mound, and could see the dogs from where they were standing. But they were not walking with them. They were over there in the property with them. The dogs jumped into the pond. The handler had to pick up and drag the dog out of the water because it's like quicksand. And when he came back out of the water and they walked back up to the back of the property where our house meets the construction area, my kids were out there and asked, what happened? And the handler said he jumped in the water. And my kids were like, what do you mean? Why did he jump in the water? Well, not only did he tell my kids that, but he told my neighbor down the street.
So she seconds it, like she verifies her kid's story by saying, oh, not only did they tell my kids that, but they told my neighbor as well. But she has her kids on top of this hill. This is her story. On top of this hill right here, looking down at the retention pond. They see the dog jump in, and then they ask the handler, what happened? Why did the dog jump in the water? I mean, I guess. Right, Air Force is a totally different story. The question is why? Right? Her kids are interjected in everything, right? Like quicksand. Then you're going to hear a story of her placing her kids at that retention pond again. And she describes the suction when they had to pull their four-wheeler out. Now, remember Craddock. I'm not going to say he didn't have shoes. Could those fucking shoes be in that quicksand?
Street did the exact same thing when they came door to door asking for video footage and do you mind if we search your property? Her husband asked him, the dog was right there. Her husband asked, did you guys get any hits? And the guy said the exact same thing.
Hold on, I'm sorry. Well, I'll be right back.
So, here's my thing, is
And you know what I want to know? I want to know if when Sebastian took the garbage out that night, did he have any contact with anyone? Were those kids running around the neighborhood when Sebastian took his garbage out? Was there someone he spoke to, had an interaction with? Was some kid running through the yard? Did something happen when he took the garbage out that gave him an idea to sneak out later?
how would they, did you hear that Seth was allegedly missing from the jail for 2 hours?
I heard, the first thing I heard.
Oh, damn. And you know what? The cops asked for footage from the day before, too. And she's saying, oh, the cameras weren't working the day before. Or whatever she said about the day before in the camera footage. Are you picking up what I'm laying down?
Was there's no account of him being at work between the hours of 2 and 5. Then my neighbor down the street, who I was just talking about, her family, she's got family and friends that work at the jail. Her granddaughter works at the jail. They confirmed, she got it confirmed that there is no account of him being at work between the hours of 10 p.m. and 5 a.m.
Woo, did you hear what her source is? UA, we need to find this source. We need to find this source of hers. I never really heard it was someone's granddaughter works at the jail. Listen again.
With how would they, I think, did you hear that Seth was allegedly missing from the jail for 2 hours?
I heard, the first thing I heard was there's no account of him being at work between the hours of 2 and 5. Then my neighbor down the street, who I was just talking about, her family, she's got family and friends that work at the jail. Her granddaughter works at the jail. They confirmed she got it work at the jail. Who I was just talking about work between the hours of 2 and 5. Then my neighbor down the street, who I was just talking about, her family, she's got family and friends that work at the jail. Her granddaughter works at the jail. They confirmed, she got it confirmed that there is no account of him being at work between the hours of 10 p.m. and 5 a.m.
Yeah.
So he is.
When did Katie hear the thunk? When did Katie hear the thunk? Yikes.
He was definitely not there. He was down here in the car.
Ooh, she says he was definitely not there. Let's play that again for those in the back. This neighbor's granddaughter.
Family and friends that work at the jail. Her granddaughter works at the jail. They confirmed, she got it confirmed that there is no account of him being at work between the hours of 10 p.m. and 5 a.m.
Yeah.
So he was definitely not there. He was down here in the car. That's where I'm going. That's my opinion. I think.
So do you think they're all in on it then?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely.
All three of them?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think so. Yes. I think that Katie was at home, and when I talked to Monday morning, when my neighbor that's directly across the street from her.
Now this is the neighbor across the street from Katie. Now we're on Stafford Court.
From their house, who Stephen actually saw today. When she called me that Monday morning around 8 o'clock asking me if I had heard what was going on, of course, at that point in time, I literally just got up and I didn't know what was going on.
Welcome to Cooterville, Katie, baby. Come on in and close your legs.
Her story to me by Katie was that Katie had gotten back from Texas Roadhouse and Sebastian took the trash out.
Sebastian took the trash out. Who did he see? Anyone? Did he see anyone?
And then she was sitting on the couch watching TV, and Sebastian.
Danny, that is the title of this video. Why does Seth Rogers not want to hear this call played? Is this why?
Right back.
Okay.
Right. Sebastian was in his room and supposedly supposed to be getting ready for bed, whatever. Well, Katie was on her couch, and I think it was about 10:30 or so.
Oh, fuck. 10:30 or so. I thought it was about 10:30. Crazed, you would be amazed what goes on in that jail. Seth was just written up about a week before. About a week before, he was written up for not following protocol with laundry duty, which is how they sneak paraphernalia in the jail. You'd be amazed. You'd be amazed. We also heard there was an investigation into the timesheets. So,
She heard a thunk and yelled across the house, Sebastian, what are you doing? He's like, nothing, Mom. Everything's fine. Go to bed. So she goes in the kitchen. She does whatever she does. And then she goes to bed and everything is gone, done. Never one time did she ever mention being on the phone with Chris or doing schoolwork or anything like that. None of that ever happened until after she did that first YouTube Live with that one person, that lady.
Yeah.
So
all right. So just for shits and giggles, Let's do what I did before. And let's go from the downtown. It's the downtown, right? Davidson Correctional, whatever. Nashville. The Davidson Downtown Detention Center, correct? Okay. And then we're going to go to 1008 Stafford Court in Hendersonville. And it says 24 minutes. Can you guys see that? Do I need to shrink this down? 24 minutes. There was a way. Last time it let me put in a date and time, but I don't remember how I did it. But yeah, 24 minutes from there to there. Right meow. You know, that would be right now at 9:30 at night. That's why I was wondering how I did that before. So anyway.
The question was, when I called my neighbor back and I asked her, I said, did you know anything about that phone booth call? She said, no. She never said anything to me about being on the phone with him. So then I talked to another friend of mine who lives down the street from me, who was actually at the command post. And then my neighbor, her granddaughter, is in the EMS service, and she was there at the command post because they had EMS there in case for the first week, just in case they happened to find him injured or stuck somewhere or whatever. And she was at the command post, and she said that they got a ping on his phone in Memphis at the RV. And she said, yeah, but it never moved. So the idea is he left his phone sitting in the RV so that he could have an air quotes alibi, and when they pinged his phone, it would be up there. Well, he was here. I have no doubt in my mind he was in that car with Seth. Chris got out of the car and walked to the house, or called Katie and told her to bring him out. Now, I don't know if he was already dead or she just drugged him, but the question I have is, if she just drugged him and didn't overdose him, but just drugged him, because he took sleeping medicine.
Right.
So, I mean, if you take enough of that, it completely knocks you out. It could kill you. I mean, obviously you could overdose on that and it could kill you. So, did she overdose him and kill him, or did she just knock him out? And then, did they take him to the retention pond over in the construction area and drown him? My son accidentally got into that retention pond just a couple weeks ago with his four-wheeler, and he literally had to pull it out with a Jeep because it was like quicksand, and you could hear it suction when he pulled the four-wheeler out of it. You could hear the suction of it. So if somebody got into that, it would not have been easy for him to get out. So who's this?
This bothers me. This bothers me a lot. And Bobbie, if you would like to come on my show and explain this, if you're, getting a hard time for things you said or whatever, I don't have a problem with that. I would like to know where these specifics came from. And I mean, this right here really bothers me, Bobbie. It really bothers me. The specifics of this, drowning him, putting water on him, digging him in there, the suction. I don't like it. I don't like it.
She just knocked him out. And then, did they take him to the retention pond?
Like, why would Katie knock him out, Bobbie? Like, what's your rationale for this? Thank you, Shell. Thank you for your super sticker. Why would Katie knock him out? Because why? Let's not talk about other people's lives, right? We're really trying to have a discussion over here. We actually cover things. But why? Now I forgot what the fuck I was talking about. That's exactly my point. Please. I get it. It's funny and all, but we're talking about serious stuff. And I really don't like this. I don't like it, Bobbie.
On over in the construction area and drowned him. My son accidentally got into that retention pond just a couple weeks ago with his four-wheeler, and he literally had to pull it out with a Jeep because it was like quicksand, and you could hear it suction when he pulled the four-wheeler out of it. You could hear the suction of it. So if somebody got into that, it would not have been easy for him to get out. So who's to say they didn't drown him in there and then push him down in there or dump water or dig him into that? You know what I mean?
Listen, look at that line. Push him down in there or dump water, dig him into that. Why would all three want to do that? No, this is a call with Stephen Crabtree and UA Crimson Tide. I mean, was that four-wheeler running around the neighborhood? Did an accident happen? I mean, listen to that again.
Take him to the retention pond over in the construction area and drowned him. My son accidentally got into that retention pond just a couple weeks ago with his four-wheeler, and he literally had to pull it out with a Jeep because it was like quicksand, and you could hear it suction when he pulled the four-wheeler out of it. You could hear the suction of it. So if somebody got into that, it would not have been easy for him to get out. So who's to say they didn't drown him in there and then push him down in there or dump water or dig him into that? You know what I mean? And
right.
This is so disturbing. Hey, Paul Meadowbug. Hey, do you guys get Paul's name? Because I didn't get it until today. Hey, Roberta. I didn't get it like a Paul Meadowbug, like an actual,
Roberta.
like Paul Meadowbug. I had a Roberta moment. Hey, Paul. She did. She said that she either overdosed him and knocked him out, but then she has him in the pond being drowned and dug in there. Listen again.
know if he was already dead or she just drugged him. But the question I have is, if she just drugged him and didn't overdose him, but just drugged him, because he took sleeping medicine.
Right.
So, I mean, if you take enough of that, it completely knocks you out. It could kill you. I mean, obviously you
Right.
could overdose on that and it could kill you. So, did she overdose him and kill him, or did she just knock him out? And then,
And I think she's saying that because Seth said it. I think Seth said something about his meds and Katie possibly overdosing him, like he told Nancy Grace's polygrapher. She might be parroting Seth with the overdose, but is she mixing in some truth after it? That's my question. This call was August 24th. Her dad and brother are in construction. Yes.
sleeping medicine.
Right.
So, I mean, if you take enough of that, it completely knocks you out. It could kill you. I mean, obviously you
Right.
could overdose on that and it could kill you. So, did she overdose him and kill him, or did she just knock him out? And then,
Why even bring up the retention pond? Like, why did she even need to bring up the retention pond? Because they looked in the retention pond and he wasn't there, right? So why not just say they met at the car and they drove off? Why is she taking them to the retention pond?
God almighty.
Y'all, listen, she could have easily went with the flung over the shoulder, met Chris and Seth at the truck, and Chris and Seth went and disposed of him somewhere. Why is she taking Chris and Seth over to the retention pond in a car after meeting in a car, right? That doesn't even make sense. Why is she putting them there? If he was overdosed or already dead, why would they take him to a retention pond? This is weird. This is even weirder.
sleeping medicine.
Right.
So, I mean, if you take enough of that, it completely knocks you out. It could kill you. I mean, obviously you
Right.
could overdose on that and it could kill you. So did she overdose him and kill him, or did she just knock him out? And then did they take him to the retention pond over in the construction area and drown him? My son accidentally got into that retention pond just a couple weeks ago with his four-wheeler, and he literally had to pull it out with a Jeep because it was like quicksand, and you could hear it suction when he pulled the four-wheeler out of it. You could hear the suction of it. So if somebody got into that,
How does she know the suction sound? Was she there? No, she said Chris and Seth were waiting for Katie. That Katie carried him to the ditch. And that the flashlight is going back to the Proudfoot's house.
it would not have been easy for him to get out. So who's to say they didn't drown him in there and then push him down in there or dump water or dig him into that? You know what I mean? And
Right.
then it was raining, and it rained for 2 or 3 days after that.
If anything, see,
It rained for 2 or 3 days after that. What would that have done? The way she says suction, it's like she heard it. What would have happened if he was in there in the first 7? Like, what if he was in there and it rained? Like, what's her point? Like, it filled it up? Would he have sunk even more with the rain? Would that have suctioned him down into the ground more?
And he literally had to pull it out with a Jeep because it was like quicksand, and you could hear it suction when he pulled the four-wheeler out of it. You could hear the suction of it. So if somebody,
When he pulled the four-wheeler out of it, you can hear the suction of it. Did he get stuck in the mud playing tag and drown? They pulled him out and he was gone? I don't know. CP said he's 5'9", and the retention pond that day was up to his knees. This is weird. They drained it twice but never dug it up. They drained it twice. Oh my God. Right, like Dog the Bounty Hunter said. Something about a fucking drain, dude. Something about a drain. Dude, that's weird. Remember he said something about a fucking drain near their house?
got into that, it would not have been easy for him to get out. So who's to say they didn't drown him in there and then push him down in there or dump water or dig him into that?
Isn't that what bullies would do? There was evidence around the pond. There were footprints all around the pond. Mandy Cush, you're welcome to not watch. Mandy Cush, you are really welcome not to watch. I don't know why you're in here judging what I'm doing on my stream when there's millions others you can go watch. With all due respect, I think you're acting a little weird. It's a little out of place to even make that comment. Like, why not just leave? Weird.
Hear the suction of it. So if somebody got into that, it would not have been easy for him to get out. So who's to say they didn't drown him in there and then push him down in there or dump water or dig him into that? You know what I mean? And
I love how I have all these names in here telling me it's not quicksand. This is just adding to confusion. Weird. Why doesn't people want this played? I mean, we're playing her own words. Well, I don't get it. Weird.
Right.
it was raining, and it rained for 2 or 3 days after that.
If anything, see, I don't think Seth and I don't think there's any that all three of them could be involved, because I don't think that there's any way that they would let Seth profit the way anybody would let Seth profit the way he has.
Can we give some peace signs to the green team who's in here trying to counteract this call right now?
As from this case, like, he's the only one that's profiting. Katie and Chris were about to get rid of Sebastian. So I'm like, what would they have had any motive?
Because she's getting to keep the Social Security money that she was getting from Sebastian. And now instead of having to pay for all of Sebastian's medical stuff, I also think that here's the other thing too, though. I think they had to get rid of Sebastian because he was talking to the school and the nurses and the counselors about what Chris was doing to him at the house. And how Chris was treating him, and then how Seth was reportedly treating him. And he was starting to talk about it. You see, this kid was getting older. I mean, he's 15 years old now. So I know for an absolute fact.
I used to be married to a contractor, a rough carpenter, and I've been to muddy construction sites, and I've seen guys lose their boots in the mud at construction sites, especially when they're working and it's raining. Your boot will literally come off your damn foot. Put a 1 in chat if you've ever seen or been in mud and seen someone lose their complete shoe in the mud. Asking for a friend.
Graduated from there. I know teachers in there. My kids went to school over there. I still know teachers over there. And I actually had an teacher assistant, that my kids had called me at the beginning of this and asked me how much I knew. And we had like an hour-long conversation, and she said me herself. She said, I'm telling you, they got rid of him because he was talking. CPS had reported being over here several times.
Yeah, see, like, all the stuff that, like, Seth is doing has made him look so much, like, guiltier in my mind as, like, the guilty, like, as being, like, solely having the motive. Like, I just don't think, because Katie and Chris were allegedly having those marital problems, right?
Chris and Katie were having they were having fights in their backyard.
Major. They were having fights in their backyard. Now, bring in neighbor behind them with narrative number 2 about the fights in the backyard, right? And we know that JLR witnessed the detective leaving the people behind them who would witness things in the backyard. It's all coming together. This weird narrative that this lady's spinning. For what reason?
Yelling and screaming at each other. That was reported from multiple people. They were fighting and arguing. There was a neighbor close by that overheard Chris say,
Bing bong, there you go. Neighbor close by. The people right behind him where she said, oh, my family lived over there.
Bing bong.
The other neighbor that has their house blurred that lived directly behind the Proudfoots. Listen to that again.
I just don't think, because Katie and Chris were allegedly having those marital problems, right?
Chris and Katie were having they were having fights in their backyard. Yelling and screaming at each other. That was reported from multiple people. They were fighting and arguing. There was a neighbor close by that overheard Chris say, either you get rid of him or I am. He hated Sebastian. Hated him. That was reported at school. One of the counselors admitted, or one of the teachers admitted, knowing that he absolutely hated him. Apparently, he also said it to one of his coworkers.
He hated him. Why would she even say that? His coworkers? She's believing this is all Bullhorn Betty bullshit. This is all green team bullshit.
And he hated him. He's, what did they call him? A freaking retard or something he called him.
Yeah.
So I know Chris hated him, and I think that he was causing major issues in their.
I don't know where her sister lived, but she said that she has crossed that ditch thousands of times. Just saying.
Marriage, because Katie, being the mom, was trying to deal with all of his emotional issues. I also know that and this has still not been talked about, but it is absolutely confirmed that he did not have autism. He had a chromosome deficiency that produces. Well, yeah, but they're still not talking about that either. And I think that she brought that up because she knew that if she didn't say anything, they would just deem this as a missing persons report. Or
But I'm going to say something. So my mom was his letters. You know that, Bobbie.
Yep.
What did he say about his mom? You know my mom, what? And she's like, yep.
I'm going to say something. So my mom was his letters. You know that, Bobbie.
Yep.
What the fuck is that?
What, Stephen?
What?
I just seen something that pissed me off.
Okay.
What'd you see?
That doesn't sound good.
Just fucking something else. Got nothing to do with it.
Oh.
Huh. I don't know. Like, part of me just thinks that, I mean, I was so anti Chris and Katie at first, but see, like, I think that Sebastian was so desperate for friends that it's very possible he could have been lured out to the car thinking he was meeting somebody.
But he wasn't, because every single one of our neighbors that are on that street, all of them looked at the ring cameras, and there was absolutely nothing showing that anyone came on that street to pick him up or walk out with him. And the only video footage that has not been released to the public that, like I said, someone I know was there at the command center and saw with their own two eyes somebody carrying him out the front door. And Chris even admits that on the audio when he was talking to Narc Divers. He specifically said that the dog scent went out the front door, turned to the left, went between the houses, exactly where the lights went. However, we were told on multiple occasions that there was zero dog scents. And I even asked the National Guard when they came with their dogs, I asked them, I said, did you guys get a scent? And they're like, well, we got something over in the construction site, but then it went away. I'm like, well, that's because nobody asked the people in the construction site. They would stop the construction. They were building houses and moving dirt around while the dogs were over there searching for a trail. Well, no wonder why. They said that they got something in the yard, but that wasn't expected because he was outside in the yard. Other than that,
He was outside in the yard? I thought he just took his garbage out to the road. I feel like there's more that happened when he took the garbage out, maybe.
there was no other scent trails. So he didn't just walk out of his house on his own 2 feet.
There was no other scent trail, so she doesn't take the scent trail over to the retention pond, but she puts Sebastian there to be drowned. Am I picking up what she's laying down? There were no other scents, even though SF shows us this. These dogs picking up random scents in her backyard. What? What?
They were building houses and moving dirt around while the dogs were over there searching for a trail. Well, no wonder why. They said that they got something in the yard, but that wasn't expected because he was outside in the yard. Other than that, there was no other scent trails. So he didn't just walk out of his house on his own 2 feet.
I'll have to look. I haven't looked at the Mob Cruise video. It's been sent to me, but I haven't looked at that yet.
That one where he shares the audio between Chris and the Narc Divers, where he was telling the Narc Divers exactly where the dogs were and where he literally tells you exactly what my neighbor told Steven and I today the lights were at. I mean, it was like, when I heard that, the first thing I thought was, and I told my neighbor, I said, oh my God, Chris basically just admitted exactly where they took him. That blew.
Chris admitted where they took him. We could say the same about you, Bobbie. We could say you just admitted where you took him. I mean, what are you talking about?
See, I'm gonna have to say, Bobbie, I don't agree with you. I think that if he was there and he was watching the dogs,
He wasn't, but I think that was a lie. Chris, there was no, I asked multiple times, every one of the officers that had their dogs out here, every one of them said there was no trail. There was no trail from his house to the construction site. They have no idea how he went from his house over to the construction site. I went out here and I watched the dogs walking.
I went out here and oh my God. Was that because he was taken on like a four-wheeler? Was he taken on a four-wheeler from somewhere to the construction site? There's no trail, right? But we see all the dogs in her backyard. What?
There was no, I asked multiple times, every one of the officers that had their dogs out here, every one of them said there was no trail.
She asked everyone. Did you guys hear SF say there were 12 dogs? The dog was on a leash, I believe. So I don't think that the dog was able to hit the bottom. Like, he dove in. The guy pulled him out quick. It wasn't like the dog went for a swim and was taking a rest. There was no trail, huh? She asked all of those guys. All of them.
The officers that had their dogs out here, every one of them said there was no trail. There was no trail from his house to the construction site. They have no idea how he went from his house over to the construction site. I went out here and I watched the dogs walking.
but that's what's weird though, because when I talked to Danny and the other guy that was running the dogs, they told me that their dogs, there was also a third dog who was much younger that tracked also, lost the track after it went past that one house, and after that the dog tried to do some, he was just too young. He obviously was not ready for the field. They actually ended up pulling that dog back.
I don't know about that one.
Did you hear that? She didn't like hearing that from Steven. Listen to what Steven said. She says, oh, there was no trail. He goes, oh, that's interesting, because when I talked to Danny, who ran the dogs, he told me this. Listen close.
Trail from his house to the construction site. They have no idea how he went from his house over to the construction site. I went out here and I watched the dogs walking.
But that's what's weird though, because when I talked to Danny and the other guy that was running the dogs, they told me that their dogs, there was also a third dog who was much younger that tracked also, lost the track after it went past that one house, and after that the dog tried to do some, he was just too young. He obviously was not ready for the field. They actually ended up pulling that dog back.
I don't know about that one. I just know that the sheriff's department had dogs. Then TBI came in, and the National Guard brought their dogs. And every time we ever asked them, it was, there was not enough of a scent trail. There was a scent trail around his house, but it didn't lead us anywhere. And we were expecting that because of his house. So I'm telling you, from the neighbor next door.
Whoa, what? She's saying it didn't lead anywhere else. Bobbie, what's this? What is this? This is your backyard, Bobbie. This is your backyard, Bobbie. On February 26th. National Guard, is that Julia? I have no idea. What the hell, Bobbie? She's like, well, I don't know about that one, Steven, but the Sheriff's Department and the National Guard said there was no scent. Listen to Steven tell her how it is again.
Out here and I watched the dogs walking.
But That's what's weird, though, because when I talked to Danny and the other guy that was running the dogs, they told me that their dogs, there was also a third dog who was much younger that tracked also, lost the track after it went past that one house, and after that, the dog tried to, like, do some, like, he was just too young. He obviously was not ready for the field. They actually ended up pulling that dog back.
I don't know about that one. I just know that the sheriff's department had dogs. Then TBI came in, and the National Guard brought their dogs. And every time we ever asked them, it was, you know, there was not enough of a scent trail. There was a scent trail around his house, but it didn't lead us anywhere. And we were expecting that because of his house. So I'm telling you, from the neighbor next door, when she said that they had turned in their footage 2 weeks late when she was at the command center, and they saw this movement, and it looked like there was something draped over their shoulder. That was as soon as they said, you know, she told me, she said, I'm telling you, somebody took him out of the house. And I'm like, okay, but what I'm saying about Chris's confession to me was that to me was Chris saying that he knows that they walked out with him, or somebody walked out with him. I don't think the dogs hit that. I mean, I think that it was, they were carrying him out. And I think that Katie, they all know that what happened to him. I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong. And if I'm wrong, I'll be the first one to say, wow, I'm surprised. But I just think all three of them know what happened to him.
Yeah, see, I just don't think I think if anybody's involved, it's Seth. I don't think that Chris and Kate, don't get me wrong, I originally went down Katie and Chris. Like, I was that, like, all the way, 100,000,000%. But he didn't have any motive.
Because Bobbie's sitting right here, and she'll tell you, we were standing there. Seth, because I've been around Seth personally. Bobbie's been around Seth. He's a big dude who can't hardly, like, he's got back problems taking around. For him to move quickly, and he got that little dude was not a little dude.
No, that was Katie that ran back.
See,
absolutely. I would put I don't have $1 million, but if I had $1 million, I'd put $1 million on that being her that ran back.
But Seth could have easily paid, like, gotten somebody to do it for him. Like,
but see, the thing with this is, I will tell you that Chris is nasty. He is meaning, and he went off on my son and I one night and threatened his girlfriend in the Jeep. I still have it on a dash cam, which we didn't even realize it was running.
Oh, let's see that dash cam. Let's see Chris threatening you guys in your green lighted Jeep on dash cam. We didn't even realize it was running. Okay.
He thought it was. Where he confessed to me all kinds of crazy stuff, and afterwards it was over. My son and I looked at each other and we were like, "Wait, why did he tell us that? What is that? Why do we care?" He was telling us all kinds of stuff at the very beginning, and then threatened us with, "My mom's a realtor in Gallatin, and she knows everybody. She's got connections." And I'm like, I don't give a crap what your mom's doing. But that was a threat to me to shut my mouth and make sure I kept my mouth shut to let me know. That was intimidation.
Him saying that his mom's a realtor in Gallatin is a threat? What the fuck are you talking about, lady?
But he was, like, he thought this, and I just wish I could describe to you the demeanor. I mean, the man stood in the middle of the street as we're driving slowly down the street. Now, this is my neighborhood. You're not going to tell me what road I can and can't be on. I live here too. I can go wherever I want to go at whatever time I want to go, as long as I'm not disturbing the peace, which we really don't even have. We're in the county, so we don't even have a noise ordinance kind of thing.
Yeah.
So, like, whatever. But when he stood in the middle of the street, he stood with his feet basically hip width apart, his arms crossed and his chest all punched out like, whoa, you're not going to get past me. Crossed and his chest all punched out like, whoa, you're not going to get past me. Put his hand out, shout like, whoa, you're not going to get past me. put his hand out to stop us. My heart jumped out of my throat. I had my phone in my hand.
Why would your heart jump out of your throat? Why? Why are you so nervous around the parents of a missing teen in your neighborhood? Why wouldn't you pull over and turn off the Jeep if it's loud and say, hey, is there anything we can do? What are you doing? Driving by their house with your dash cam on 3 or 4 times. What are you doing? And your heart almost jumped out of your throat?
My heart jumped out of my throat. I had my phone in my hand, and I thought at first it was the police. Because I thought maybe the police were still over there. And I thought, oh crap, we're going to have to explain to the police that we're not being weird.
Oh crap, we're going to have to explain to the police that we're not being weird. In other words, we have to explain why we're cruising by this house over and over and over and over again. Oh crap. We thought it was the police. Why is it oh crap? I mean, you're complaining that they're not protecting you, but now you're saying, oh crap, it's the police. Wouldn't you be happy to see the police in your neighborhood that was invaded and you felt so unsafe? You are a liar. Why? Why?
Like, whoa, you're not going to get past me. Put his hand out to stop us. My heart jumped out of my throat. I had my phone in my hand.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This is important.
And I thought at first it was the police.
She just told on herself. She just told on herself, guys. This is a huge bing bong. 988 of you are here for it.
Bing bong.
She just says, at first I thought it was the police. My heart jumped out of my throat. I had my phone in my hand. She thought it was the cops. Her heart jumped out of her throat at the sight of the cops. Then she found out it was Chris Proudfoot. Listen again.
Put his hand out to stop us. My heart jumped out of my throat. I had my phone in my hand, and I thought at first it was the police. Because I thought maybe the police were still over there. And I thought, oh crap, we're going to have to explain to the police that we're not being weird.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. She wasn't scared it was Chris Proudfoot at all. She was scared that it was the cops in the middle of the road with the hand up, stop. And she said, my heart jumped out of my throat. And I thought, oh, crap. We're going to have to explain to the police why we're not being weird. In other words, we're going to have to explain why we've been driving up and down this road with our dash cam on. What the fuck, Bobbie? Whoo! Listen to this again.
Whatever terminal I want to go, as long as I'm not disturbing the peace, which we really don't even have, we're in the county, so we don't even have a, noise ordinance kind of thing.
Yeah.
So, whatever. But when he stood in the middle of the street, he stood with his feet basically hip width apart, his arms crossed, and his chest all puffed out like, whoa.
She thought that was a cop standing in the middle of the street waiting for that green lighted Jeep to come by again to ask them why the hell they're driving by. It's weird because they drove by 3 or 4 times with a dash cam on. That's why it's weird. They live on a cul-de-sac. They live on a cul-de-sac where it's one way in and one way out.
You're not going to get past me. Put his hand out to stop us. My heart jumped out of my throat. I had my phone in my hand, and I thought at first it was the police. Because I thought maybe the police were still over there. And I thought, oh crap, we're going to have to explain to the police that we're not being weird. Then I realized when I found out it was him and his demeanor, I had my phone and I had 911 already on my phone and I was ready to hit send as soon as if I felt threatened by him. He's got this, I'm bigger than you. You are going to leave me alone and you're going to stop asking questions and you're going to get out of my face and you better not ever come back over here again. It was just this demeanor of get away from me and get off me. Leave me alone and stop messing with me. He is creepy as crap. And then he bold-faced lied to the entire world when he told everybody, this is Chris, that he was on a three-way call with Katie and that he called the non-emergency number because of where we live. That's bull. You cannot get 911 through the non-emergency line. The very first thing, the audio recording that comes up when you call the non-emergency line is, if this is an emergency, hang up and call 911. Now,
You only can if you get to the non-emergency.
that's what I was getting. That was.
Well, do you want to know why they were being weird? Because they were told to stay the fuck home. You've got these dogs going to her backyard, her placing Sebastian at the construction site, but saying there was no scent. What in the hell? This is where Bobbie lives. Okay. Thank you, Kels, for this. Here's a little diagram to show you guys. This is where the dog was. Here's the retention pond in the bottom right. Bobbie is right next door to where the dogs were, right? Right, they weren't supposed to be roaming around. She felt threatened by the cops, Everett. She told on herself. She's self-snitching. For what reason? I don't know.
I know, and that was the next thing I was going to say is if that was his air quotes faster way to get to somebody, he wasted 5 minutes because you have to go through all the prompts, then you have to wait for a yes to connect your call. You've got a missing kid. If I had a missing kid, I would have been dialing 911.
You know how I know this? Because I had to call a non-emergency line the other day. There's a dude out here in front of my house. He's like speeding back and forth on his bike, and all of a sudden he's laying down on the balcony. I'm like, shit.
Oh, no.
He's like, yeah, I'm okay. So I just, I didn't see it as an emergency.
Right. Just worried about he got hurt.
I had to call, and sure enough, nobody answered. And it was like, you need to speak to the detective.
Yep.
Blah, blah, blah. And then the next thing you know, it leads me to, it took about 3 minutes, but
It took me almost 10 minutes. It took me almost 10 minutes the other night when that truck drove by, because obviously that's not an emergency, so I'm calling the non-emergency number. It took me almost 10 minutes to get a dispatcher because it kept ringing and ringing and ringing and ringing.
Another question I have for Miss Bobbie. Good night, Air Force. Why were you so scared of the cop, but you're calling the cops every day to get information?
Ringing and ringing, and I'm thinking, if my kid was missing, there ain't no way I'd call that. I'd be calling 911. I think what he did is these connections that he threatened me with. I think he called the non-emergency line to get a hold of whoever within Sumner County Sheriff's Office that he knows to say, hey, I'm going to need you guys to cover this up because this is what just happened, and then he got dispatched.
Do you hear what she just said? She's now accusing the Sumner County Sheriff of covering this up with Chris Proudfoot. She's accused Katie, Chris, Seth, now the Sumner County Sheriff. For what? For what reason? Welcome to Cooterville, Nora Grandma. Come on in. Close your legs. No, she cannot see the Proudfoot's house from her house. No, she can't. Nope, not even close.
Sumner County Sheriff's Office that he knows to say, hey, I'm going to need you guys to cover this up because this is what just happened, and then he got dispatched. I may be wrong with that one too, But why in the crap, if your kid is missing,
They're
are
gonna
you
record
calling
all that shit,
non-emergency?
Bobby. They record all that shit though. So he would have had to have called them on a private line.
Convince me that I'm stupid and don't know that a trash truck versus a cell phone footage. They're hiding all this crap. There is so much corruption in Sumner County. It is blatantly obvious.
There is so much corruption in Sumner County. It's blatantly obvious. Is there a reason that they're telling her that was a trash truck? And she keeps calling. Is it, it's not a trash truck. What, you guys know it's not a trash truck.
Ridiculous. Craddock tried to convince me on the phone that those lights were a trash truck.
Craddock tried to convince me on the phone that those lights were a trash truck. Why is he telling her what they are and not Nick Barris?
Bing bong.
And then he got mad at me because I was telling him that he was wrong.
Craddock got mad at me because I was telling him he was wrong.
Sorry,
So, just saying.
guys, I'm not fixing off. I'm trying to go get my daughter. But at the end of the day, man, I'm hoping. My biggest thing is that
We're trying to come to the surface.
yeah, that's what I was just saying, man. Is that we're looking at. I think what we're seeing in front of us is this Chris dude's a special guy, man. He's good at what he does, and so I think that key evidence is what. It's funny because it will prove that Sumner County lied. Absolutely,
Yeah, I agree.
lied. And I think that's a positive thing too, because we can, let's say that this is crucial evidence, well, we can easily say, okay, did they lie or did they willfully, neglectfully ignore facts?
Absolutely. Well, the fact that they didn't shut the house down and lock it down on day one, the fact that they didn't shut and lock down the construction site as they were searching through it with dogs, right there shows you. And then my son saw that Thursday, the week that he went missing, that Thursday, my son reported to the that flyer that they were passing out to everybody that had to report what you see, whatever number on it. I think it was to the command post. Well, of course we had that, just in case we saw anything. And it was that following Thursday or Friday, my son was standing out in our deck, which faces the construction site, and he saw this weird light moving around, disappear, come back on, move around, and then just disappear in the woods over in the construction area. Well, he calls that number, and the guy said, okay, we'll come check it out. Thank you for letting us know. Nobody came. Nobody even called him back to say, hey, tell me exactly where this was. I know Terry Lynn found all kinds of crap, and she reported it, and they told her that they weren't looking for that kind of stuff. I'm telling y'all, there is something going on.
I definitely will agree with that. There's something fishy in the air over there.
Mm-hmm.
I think,
So anyway,
I think that's something we can all agree on when it comes to Sumner County.
I'm hiding something under the sheet. Did you too?
Look at Boulder H's case. I talk to Jerry all the time. It's
Northern Yankee, if this was my theory, that would be the motive, in my opinion. If that was the theory I was talking about, that Northern Yankee, you just bing bonged what I would say would be the theory. Yes.
sickening.
Yes. I just hope, Stephen, that you keep looking and you keep doing what you're doing, because I think, you're one of the good guys that really actually care and you're not in it for the money and you're trying to, get information. So I just hope that you will continue doing what you're doing, and I will continue giving you information that I find out. But I think today was...
Keep doing what you're doing, which is talking to me, and I'll continue giving you information.
really good.
Yeah,
That was cool.
Today was awesome.
Yeah.
Well, be on the lookout for some random ass vehicle in your neighborhood too.
Here's something like that.
And
I
put
think
that-
it's pretty damning, you know what I'm saying? Come out of, it's not saying nothing against you, you know what I'm saying? But
No, I know. It confirms exactly what I was told.
well, and that's the thing, guys. It goes back. I think it's pretty damning, right? Because it made you look bad on JR. But when the mob crew put out this video, it proved at that moment, like he proved it. That's not a fucking trash truck.
Right.
So, and I think that right there should establish help at least start to establish like your credibility with that part of everything. And like, she was trying to tell us. So,
Steven, send Bobbie my number too. Like,
we're at a weird road right now, but I do think that we're at the very end of a very long road. That this money, do I think this money will make anybody talk? No, I truly don't. But I'll offer to put $2,500 with it. So,
Wow.
yeah.
Steven, send Bobbie my number.
If you add money to the reward fund, that's a lie. Just FYI, you cannot. I called the FBI in Memphis. They definitely told me that you cannot.
Yeah.
So I was like, well, now I feel like a jackass.
Well, you tried.
Yeah. So, well, because the way I look at it is like, I'm not putting money in the fucking hands of Seth or anybody. I'm just going to put it in this pot, and so what if it never gets used? At least it might, maybe one day it goes to something good, you know?
Right.
So, but who knows, man?
She was trying to say something. What were you trying to say?
I was saying, hey, Steven, send her my number too, so she just like has it.
Okay, yeah, no, dude. I got you.
But yeah, bullhorn, I don't like. She was trying. It was very odd because people were even pointing that out. Like, where is she at in her house? Like, kind of like, where is she at in her house?
Don't you think it's weird too that she doesn't mention her son's girlfriend, or did she just mention her? But the fact that she presented the award to Sebastian, you know, Bobbie's son's girlfriend. Yeah. She's the one that gave the FFA award to Seth for Sebastian, which the Proudfoots didn't even have any idea about.
You know, like, that's not her bed. She doesn't have her dog with her, you know.
Can she have your number, or you want to keep it guarded?
Have my number?
Yeah.
I mean, as long as she doesn't, like, spread it all over the world.
Oh, yeah.
She's definitely not that.
I
Yeah, no, I don't.
How I was treated by, everybody on jail or crap like that. I just try to make sure, I feel like I can trust Steven now. So,
Yeah, no, I don't.
Trust you. I'm like,
I feel like I can trust Steven now. What the?
okay, I'm willing to help you out and call you when I hear something.
No, I freaking am friends with. I still talk to Riley's parents. Like, I still haven't made up figured out what exactly went on, but something isn't right with that whole thing.
Right.
And I never talked about it. I mean, I never really, yeah. I never even asked them to come to bat for me on certain stuff, because it just didn't matter at the end of the day. I didn't go through what they went through, but it's just, I would definitely recommend putting up a sign that at the beginning of the neighborhood saying this is under surveillance.
Yeah.
And
I talk to my neighbors and see if they.
You don't even have to. You don't even have to. You don't even have to put up cameras, Bobbie. Y'all just put up a sign that says that is.
I try not to be this. Even though I'm the admin of the group, starting the group, I don't want to come across as this. Well,
over being
super nosy neighbor that wants to control everything, kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I know that a lot of us are just burnt out with all of the YouTubers that keep coming through here, and then people that, say crap about our neighborhood and try to tell us that, well, I can't believe they don't have, somebody said, well, that whole neighborhood should have green everywhere, and then nobody cares about him because the whole neighborhood should be decorated in green.
Hold the fuck up. What about the other missing kids, man? What about them? What about Deanna's daughter, or her niece that she raised? Brooke Anderson, who's been missing for fucking 7 years. What about that? What about these other kids that go missing every day? That's something that I don't tolerate. Am I close to the Sebastian stuff? Do I care? Absolutely. But there are other fucking kids that are passed up every day, not spoke about. That shit just pissed me off, man. Talking about
they were
green everywhere. Shut the fuck up with that.
Well, it didn't make any sense to me, and several of my neighbors that I'm friends with and know well around here asked me, what the crap is going on with all this stuff? And they're like, Why do we need signs all over our yard and everything green? We know the kids missing. We're very aware of this. We're the neighborhood that got flipped upside down and got invaded by, everybody to look for this kid. And you're yelling at us for not having signs everywhere? Where he's gone?
Now, on the 6-month anniversary, I can understand that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would say put some green
She doesn't want flyers all over her neighborhood because they already know he's missing.
in there, man. That's your neighborhood. So, be like, hey, man, especially given he's not found, okay? Or the year mark, stuff like that.
We had vigils. I mean, we had a vigil with everybody in the neighborhood that came down. We all prayed for him. We all walked around. We all talked about it. We all went out searching the first few days. All of us were out in our neighborhood. We all looked around our yard. We all looked around. We all several of us drove around town looking for him. We have been out doing stuff that we don't need signs everywhere and posters everywhere. We're aware of this.
Yeah.
We're living it.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't.
We're living it. Listen to that again.
We have been out doing stuff that we don't need signs everywhere and posters everywhere. We're aware of this.
Yeah.
We're living it.
Oh, was YouTube Polka Dot threatening me, Nicole? Yep. Doesn't want flyers, but will hold vigils that are held for the dead on day 2. On day 2. We know about it. We don't need to see them. I mean, if you don't think this shit is sus, it's weird.
Drove around town looking for him. We have been out doing stuff that we don't need signs everywhere and posters everywhere. We're aware of this.
Yeah.
We're living it.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't believe in having it. I mean, and that's also bad to keep living in the past. You got to move forward.
Well, that's kind of where we are now. I think everybody's just burnt out and just ready to move on. We want him found, and especially several of us have said we want to move on, but we also want him found, and we definitely want him found, especially if there's some kind of foul play. Nobody wants to think.
If there's some kind of foul play, you just said her mother drugged him. His mother drugged him, knocked him out, maybe drowned him, dug him in the retention pond, threw water on him. I mean, you've painted a very bleak picture. And then you say, especially if there's some kind of foul play. We're ready to move on.
Ready to move on. We want him found, and especially several of us have said we want to move on, but we also want him found, and we definitely want him found, especially if there's some kind of foul play. Nobody wants to think that if they did do something to him, that they continue to live in that house. And they are bringing us stress. If they did something to him... Okay, we'll talk later.
All right.
That be it. That be the end of Binocular Bobbie, and it's loaded. That is freaking loaded. Let me share the link with y'all. Let's get some panel guests up here. Come on up, close your legs, and let's get a discussion going. What do you guys think? I know you got thoughts. Who's going to be the first victim? Am I going to get Eddie? Eddie, are you going to peen bomb me? I'm just kidding. I kind of wish someone would come up that hasn't come up before. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Did you get my super chat? Let me check, Dixie. I'm sorry. Hold on. Hold on. I probably missed some while we were listening. I did. Okay, Dixie. I think Melissa Facebook post saying he could be asleep in the neighbor's car and they wouldn't know it is sus. That was posted at like 6:30. Sus how? It is, I mean, Yeah, I mean, did he do that? I mean, we know he fell asleep under a car, right? He was found in the morning. Resume slipping through as qualified is concerning. Laser and says her kids were playing flashlight tag. Crazed of 5. Thank you for your super chats. Jay, Google can laser light interrupt ring doorbell camera. It can. Thank you, Snazzy Trinkets. Welcome, Nora's grandma, Katie Baby, Mississippi Missy, and Snazzy Trinkets. Welcome to Cooterville. Let's see who we've got backstage. What's up?
Oh, man.
Alexis, can you flash your camera for me, hon?
I'm not quite sure how to help you.
Oh, my Alexa thought I was talking to him.
You
All
wanna
right.
see my feet? It's me.
No,
I
you're good.
promise.
You're good.
Okay, thank you.
What's up?
I always look like trash.
Nothing. I wanted to say hi. It's been like 4 years.
It's been 4 years.
Remember? Yes. Remember Oni?
How
Nice.
could I
Oh,
forget?
Lord.
Dude, how could I forget?
I know. So I just wanted to
Was
say
your
hi.
name different before?
No.
It was
It's
always
always been the
Alexis
same.
P.
Yeah.
Oni
It's okay.
days. No, I'm sorry. I mean, no, I do. I vaguely remember. It's been a lot. But no,
I
that's
know.
the Oni days, of course I remember. And I'm sorry that you had to go through that.
Do you want to see my feet still? Can I put you through more hell? No, just kidding. It's me. I promise. But yes. But now I'm on different channels and I still come back and forth to true crime, but
Well, it's nice
I
to
do
see you.
watch you. Well, you can't see me, but you want to see?
Well, you know what I
Where's my
mean.
room?
You're good, honey.
Nothing.
You can turn it off. So, what are you guys thinking? What are your thoughts? Brooklyn, you're up here.
Hey Jay, I have a question.
What's up?
I feel like if that's really how she feels, who in their right mind would say, we're tired of it, we want to move on?
It is a weird statement.
Like, would you ever say that? Even if you felt it. Like, I could never say that if there was a missing kid in my community. You know what I mean?
Especially if you're staying out there all day to help reconstruct the lights video for Mob Crew.
Oh,
Yeah.
very true. That's a good point.
Exactly.
Why would you be
There's a
out there
point
with...
where you give up too fast. You got to stop giving up. Especially if you care, you don't give up.
So, like, well,
Right.
and not only that, like, why would she be out there with Crabtree, who's searching, if she's over it and wants to move on? You know, it kind of contradicts, you know, the story.
For those people that are wondering, like, kind of like why I started to like recording this call. This wasn't like a baited call. I wasn't planning on recording it, but after there were just so many like red that you could hear. I think everybody could start hearing kind of red flags, obviously, when it, and she was definitely, I felt like she was like trying to push Steven down a certain narrative and, push Mob Crew. And I'm like, this is just like, like woman's intuition. You get that, or you get this like gut, like feeling in the pit of your stomach. It's just something's not right. You can't quite put your finger on it.
You just want to bury it and hope it doesn't go anywhere. Like, look, the bull run. They bury it. It's not going to go anywhere. I think she's trying to. Sorry.
It just seemed really like off. No, Bobbie didn't know Crabtree before Sebastian went missing.
UA, check the
Crimson,
back.
how
Check
long
the
were you
back
guys-
chat.
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay, thanks.
All right.
I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, it just like seemed like she was trying to push the narrative with Mob Crew, and obviously she was in like she had already kind of maybe talked to Mob Crew in some way, shape, or form, or she was like monitoring YouTube clearly, because you can see like a bunch of where the narratives start to come from. And let's see.
Crimson, you may answer this already, but was that your first and only call with her? And I missed it? Or
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my first and only like call. I was like, didn't really want to have. Let's see.
So you had a phone call with her? You had a phone call? Sorry.
Yeah, that was me on the phone with her.
Okay, sorry. I'm just catching up. So.
No, you're fine. I, like, I heard her jail. Like, for those that have just heard that for the first time, I'd heard her jail or phone call. I had kind of heard the different contradictions in the story, and I just felt like there's something really off, like, about this. And I could hear, like, I don't know, it just fell off. And then I watched her go on with Terry Lynn, and it's
you have to go with your gut.
Stories between just even JLR and Terry Lynn, and those were the same night. So
yeah, you have to go with your gut, but please don't trust JLR. Sometimes.
I mean, no, it was just like, I just said, there's something, like, I'm recording, there's too much that she's saying, and with her trying to push, I felt like she was trying to tell a story too hard, be too involved, be too, proactive in trying to push a narrative. And the fact that she was trying to explain the lights video so much, like, just didn't sit well with me. And that she was also saying all of this stuff, because you can't have it both ways. Like, you can't have all the different versions of the different stories that she was telling.
I'm back. And I just want to chime in. That is not the sentiment. I do trust JLR, what he reports on. He's never steered me wrong, and I've known him for many years. I just want to say
I'm
that.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I mean, everybody has their opinion, but I just want to make that clear. I
actually don't have an opinion, to be honest. For me, I've been so outside of it for 4 years. I remember at the beginning, you used to have an opinion. Remember? I think you might remember.
Remember what?
Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, so back in the Oni days, I think you didn't like JLR. I could be wrong. You were nervous about him.
No, you're wrong.
Okay, that's why I asked.
I used to have him on as a guest on my channel, so.
I know you did. But I thought there was, like, some beef.
No, there was never beef with JLR and I.
Okay. Then we're good. Everything's good. I don't even follow, like, I just wanted to come and say hi.
Okay. It was nice of you to come up, actually.
No, I know I'm going to drop because I don't even go to true crime anymore, so I have no input. But I wanted to say hi to you because I do appreciate you. I know your name. I'm not going to say it, but I appreciate you.
Okay. Am I supposed to be worried that you know my name? You can say my name, baby. Say my name. Say my name.
Say my name. Say my name. Say my name.
Carrying on. What up, Crimson?
All right. Well, anyways.
Never a dull moment around here, huh?
Yeah.
That was I know about the Oni days, and I know your name.
Here's my feed.
Weird, man.
I was listening to an old interview that BJ did with, before this, that BJ did with Taco and Burrito and Seth, and they were talking about feet finders. So when she showed her feet, I was getting a little bit of a flashback. I was like,
yeah, that was weird. I actually had it covered up for the audience.
Oh, okay.
You guys can thank me later.
Yeah, you can. Really, for real.
She showed us her feet. Yeah. Fucking weird, man.
I was looking at my phone because that's what I chat from, and I was like, wait, this is not what I'm seeing on here. Thank God. Okay.
I got you, girl. I got you.
Street town, dude.
God.
Fucking weird, man. Come on up, because guess what? I use OBS and I cover that shit right the fuck up.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess someone's really upset with me tonight, so it's probably going to be extra trolly.
I love a good troll. I control a troll. But, weird.
Like, why would you say, I know your name and I'm not going to say it? Like, what?
Okay.
Here's my name, guys. It's Jay with an E.
Allie from
Jay,
Alabama.
by the way, Jaye. Crime Time Buzz at
But
Gmail.
Oh, Lord.
It is really strange.
Alexis, I'm not trying to be mean or nothing.
Yeah.
What's up, Alexis? Alexis? Is that Jody Arias behind that phone? Alexis?
Hi, sorry. I was trying to unmute. It's just me. I'm like clearly a Canadian just being stupid. Sorry.
Okay.
Alright. Sounds like you're munching on food.
I know.
I am
Like
a little bit.
beef stick.
It's not a
I want,
beef stick.
I had pizza earlier.
I want a little bit. You're making me hungry. Thanks.
Sorry. I didn't get a chance to eat dinner.
I know. Sounds good. I'm sorry I scared you. I'm pretty normal.
I'm not scared. Why would you
Want
think
to see
I'm
my feet
scared?
again?
Not
Well,
really.
everyone didn't like my feet.
Like, I'm kind of good. Are you drinking tonight?
Mm-mm. No, you just came up on my news feed, and I used to. Jay, I don't expect you to remember me, so
Okay.
that's why I'm trying to be humble. But I was there with
I've come
Marissa
across a lot of
when we
people in 4 years, you know what I mean?
I know, that's why I'm trying to be. You should remember me, bitch. I'm just kidding.
Why, though? I mean, what should I remember about you? Like, give me an
I don't know.
example.
Chris Watts, Marissa.
Chris
what else?
Watts, Marissa.
I was always on your channel with
Dude, I mean,
Oni.
that was that was 6 years ago, right?
Yeah. Did he? What did
I
Oni
know.
sell?
Like, that was
What did Oni
2018,
sell?
right?
What did
Oni
Oni
was
sell?
gone in 2019. He sold candles.
Jay, you're
I
not supposed
know.
to answer.
But
Oh,
I just
sorry.
wanted to say,
I was.
for old, stop answering. For old time's sake, I just wanted to come on and say hi.
Okay,
That's it.
that's cool. Hey, Ludwig, do you want to keep your camera on or off, buddy? Are you good? Give me a thumbs up if you're good.
I could put my camera on.
You want me to turn it off? Oh, there you go. Okay. Hey,
Yeah,
Ludwig.
I just had it on. I just had it on so you could see that
Thank
it was
you.
me. That's all.
Thank you so much. How's the Crisco?
Shit's all right. Can you hear me all right? These are different headphones.
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
All right, good.
So what's up,
No man's
Ludwig?
looking at me. Nothing. So Bobbie is I lost my fucking notes, and I swear to God, the dog snatched the little fucking little tray I had. Like, I used like the little thing that I put like a fan on, and I was writing it down, and he grabbed the cord to my phone, knocked everything down. And I don't know where the little
So the
notepad thing went.
dog ate your homework, dude?
Nah, he didn't eat it. If he would have ate it, I'd be mad at him. I'll find it. I'm not digging all the way back through there. That's all. That's my parents' shit. I'm not digging through their shit. I'm at my parents' place.
So what do you think about Bobbie?
Yeah.
Like, do you think it's sus?
So she's got a bunch of things that are sus. Wait, did I put them up here? Let me see this real quick. Is this it?
Thank
Oh,
you,
yeah,
Beans.
it's on a different page.
Beans just gave
All
us
right,
5
sorry.
cooter ships. Welcome to Cooterville,
Oh,
guys.
my friend Tiny got one. I was trying to get Tiny. I was telling Tiny she should come up.
Is she here?
Yeah, she got it.
Oh,
Yeah,
I would love her to come up.
She's she and she's held we held a real crazy all-nighter one night and had.
Did you?
Yeah, it ended up leading to some of the people in Wade Wilson's like case coming on TikTok with us. So, but I've had her listening to some of this stuff, so I would love to get her perspective on it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the link is pinned, right?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, Ludwig. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. So for me, I have to like, I'm better when the fucking call is like going on. You know what I mean? So, I mean, I wrote a couple things down, but her like overall really trying to push not one thing because she contradicted herself a couple times. Go ahead, little man. You want to go out there? Go ahead, Bob. Sorry.
You're okay.
Yeah, so like she wants it to be done. Like she was like, I wrote it down like after she did X, Y, and Z, but I'm talking about like the visual thing. She's like, we're living it. Like, well, she was more worried about the traffic in the neighborhood because like it was an inconvenience to her, or was it like she has to check who that traffic is all the time? Because she was really worried about the car. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a good point. She's like, it's almost like she was more she had to keep up with, like, if the cars, like, are these, the blacked out SUVs that, like, undercover cars or whatever, or.
And really concerned about a specific car, right? Like the blacked out SUV.
Yeah, she was bugged out about the cops. She was like, I thought it was the cops, and she was shitting herself. But look, I mean, I was a career criminal. I wasn't even scared when the cops pulled up on me. Like, you just go with it. Like, it's just regular shit. She was I mean, maybe because she was a civilian, she was scared. But she said she was like, now we got to make it seem like we're not doing anything weird or being weird or something. Like, if you're not being weird, you're not being weird. That comes out naturally to a cop, unless you got like a nut cop, you know what I mean? He's like, well, all up in there, but I don't really see that. She seems like she's fucking calling them. You know what I mean? She's calling them and arguing with them. So why would you be nervous about the cops automatically like that if you're fucking calling them and arguing with them about facts and shit,
Why is she arguing with the sheriff? Like,
what's that guy's name?
Craddock, yeah.
Okay, Craddock. All right. Yeah, she argues with him about facts, but then is worried about the cops just, doing regular shit. I don't know, but it was Chris, right? It wasn't the cop.
It was Chris, and the fact that she's like in a car with a dash cam rolling that she doesn't know is rolling, and she's got her son and the girlfriend, who the girlfriend, if you're just joining, don't know, the girlfriend is the one that gave the FFA certificate to Sebastian at the vigil in April, and the girlfriend and Bobbie created the first Sebastian Rogers Facebook page the next day, as well as
the vigil.
Were involved in planning the first, like, the neighborhood vigil.
Dude, they did a lot that second day, UA. The vigil and the Facebook page.
And the sons were still out police, she said, Bobbie. So they were busy. Bobbie's, literally. So it was just really weird to me that she was, like, as involved as she was. And that's kind of like when I saw someone start to revisit the timeline of things and saw that she was, involved in that Facebook group. I was like, remembered I had this call recorded. I was like, I need to go back and listen to it. And hashtag ADHD problems, never, like, finished it. And then I was like, well, wait, this is really weird. Especially, like, given light that, like, we've gone down, it seems like police have gone down every road in terms of, like, they've looked at Seth, they've looked at you know, they've looked at Katie, they've looked at Chris. I mean, like, but when, you know, Truth was having that panel and Chris came up and they were talking about like the geofencing and like different things, I'm like, it makes sense though, maybe why electronics wouldn't have shown anything if you're maybe having communication with someone in person, or you see something going on in person. Or if you're supposed to be in that neighborhood, like, you know, at that time. So if the police are doing geofencing and her, like, like, you know, one of her kids, because she mentioned flashlight tag, you know, in the JLR interview, and then said earlier, but she didn't say how much earlier, you know, and we know Sebastian was missing with a flashlight, it just seems like that could be a possibility, because I know that people have a tendency when they're looking for things, especially with as much interest as she had in her neighbor's video and security cameras and what they were seeing. It was like she was trying to find what narrative she needed to create in order to establish, like, explain away what was maybe captured on those cameras, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You know what
Yeah,
else doesn't make sense? Here's another thing that doesn't make sense. That this woman seemed to be so concerned about Sebastian that she started a, quote, neighborhood Facebook page to find out what was all captured on the neighbors' cameras in the neighborhood. Yet she doesn't want flyers in the neighborhood. She doesn't want signs in the neighborhood. Make it make sense. Why do you need a neighborhood Facebook group for Sebastian, but no signs? If you're getting a ton of traffic through the neighborhood to boot.
Why would you kick the parents out of the neighborhood, like, Facebook group too?
Right. Taj, with all due respect, they don't go to the same school, right? Bobbie said her kids were homeschooled.
But the girlfriend does go. Well, the girlfriend goes to the school of Sebastian, same school as Sebastian, but she said
You're good, Ludwig. Uh-oh, we lost him again. Sorry.
She said she didn't really know Sebastian at the vigil, from what I recall. Like, she just, like, because he was doing it online, and I went back and listened to the 5-month anniversary thing that someone was reviewing, where Seth conveniently shows up in chat, of course. It seems like you say his name and he appears. And it's like they were asking him questions about FFA, and he didn't seem to really know much about it. And I know Chris and Katie didn't even know he wasn't even supposed to be in online things. And I also saw where you could buy FFA certificates online. So it's like, was he...
Where did that certificate originate from, right?
Was it bought online? Okay, the girl gave a word because they go to the same school. But he wasn't even supposed to be in online stuff, much less online clubs. So it just doesn't make any sense.
I did have a screenshot of that, but I can't find it right now. The
it
actual
does sound
certificate.
Like there a lot. Yeah, and when we were first talking about Bobbie and the girlfriend changed their Facebook profile picture at the same time while we were live, which is a little strange to me.
Yeah, that was weird. Maybe Ludwig's back. Let me see. Gypsy Trails. What's up, Gypsy Trails?
Hi, how are you guys?
Hi.
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Thank you for having me up. I've been on a couple of panels here and there with the Sebastian case. It's strange as anything. So I appreciate it, but this is the first time on yours.
Well, welcome up.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming up.
I appreciate it. So yeah, the Bobbie thing. Jay would probably remember this. Do you remember that movie, Before and After? back in the day with like Furlong, the girlfriend or whatever, was pregnant supposedly, and then
I'm not a
find
big
her.
movie person, so no, I can't help you, but maybe people in chat can. I don't remember it, but what's it? What is it? You there?
Yeah.
Gypsy? Gypsy. All right, well, maybe she can try to come back up. I don't know what happened. I heard her background noise, but I didn't hear her voice, so.
The certificate was the FFA. And she seemed like really awkward, like overly emotional. Like,
should we watch that real quick?
Yeah, I think so.
It's been a minute since I watched it.
Yeah.
So it was at a vigil, right?
Yeah, it was at the April 17th vigil.
Thank you.
I was gonna get a timestamp for you, but let's see. It almost seemed like, I don't know.
Oh, it was Justin on TikTok, right?
That, or you can go to, I think TL may have it too. Well, if she still has a stream up, I think she did the other day.
I think I watched it from
Future Farmers Association or whatever. Yes, but interesting fun fact. Her husband has an amateur radio license.
Yeah, tell me more about that. What does that mean?
Okay. Hold on one second. Let me so I believe it can also interfere with signals on cameras, security cameras. Like if they're I should have asked her about this if I'd have known at the time. Excuse me, can you tell me? It seemed like she seemed to know a lot about, like what could interfere with cameras and stuff. Let's see. Radio, like amateur radio thing. Hold on. When I looked it up earlier, there's a way to have it like interfere.
I mean, I just didn't know how that worked. Here's the vigil. Okay, I finally found it. I found it on Justin on TikTok.
Yeah.
All right, let me share. Hold on, guys.
Hold, please.
Hold on. Gypsy, are you with us?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay. No, it's okay. Sometimes that happens. So what were you saying?
Oh, well, it was a 90s movie, and it was just basically, I think Bobbie may not be directly involved, do you know what I mean? Or just a nosy neighbor. The thing is, in the movie, if anybody has seen it, the father does everything in his power to like kind of cover for his kid.
Yeah.
Because he feels like he's a good kid and like it was a mistake. This could be something as simple as even her own son was just sneaking out to see the girlfriend or something like that and may have come across, Sebastian, and something unfortunate happened. Do you know what I mean? Or you go hide and we'll find you later. It could be anything like that.
Oh, for sure.
And,
and I've seen plenty of real life cases where that kind of shit happened. I mean, Murdaugh, for example, there's the whole Stephen Smith, right? The whole like speculation that what's his name? Murdaugh. I can't remember his name. But there was the whole speculation that there was a hit and run and they left him there. You know what I mean?
Whatever.
People will do that shit. And I'm not saying she is, but it's not unheard of for people to do that shit. Like, oh, I don't want them to ruin their future or, whatnot.
Especially since we know later that he joined,
just went into the military.
The military, yeah. So it seems as though maybe, especially, and also homeschooled. We don't know why, and everybody makes decisions for their children for
Well,
different
another
reasons.
thing that was interesting, Gypsy, was her post on Facebook about her oldest son. She said that she learned a lot because she did everything for him and that it didn't do him any favors and he's got a lot to learn and blah, blah, blah.
Right. I did see that. And it kind of led me in the thought process that, it's almost like, especially if she runs a lot of groups, it makes the family look bad, right? It looks, even if it was innocent, the fact that her own child may have been in the same vicinity makes it look, she wants to just get rid of it. So find any scenario where, the children later are overly involved, because then the scent would always be there. It wouldn't matter. Does that make sense? And I think that she seems almost overprotective of her kid, instead of saying, not taking the chance that it could be looked at that he was involved, which it most likely probably was. Even if they did cross paths, I'm not saying that would ever be, malicious, but to be in the same place at the same time and actually be with him, I think her biggest fear would be they're going to implicate you regardless. And how do we get you out of that? So what better way than to use every excuse and blame every parent and hope one of them works, to get the eyes off. And you'd be nervous if that was the case, and seeing cars come, trying to scope out and see what everybody knows, because then you can come up with an excuse, in my opinion.
Well, and you know what else? Let's add on to that by saying, now she just wants it to go away, right? Like, like the stories out there, everybody's going at the parents. Like, it's either this side of the parents or that side of the parents. Now let's move on.
Right. She just wants to focus off of the neighborhood. I think that's really her biggest thing, is that she wants to, no one come here, just focus on them, and make them guilty. So then that way it just goes away. Instead, people keep on investigating, you know what I mean? Like the neighborhood, what was around, where was the scent? It just keeps them she can't handle that. And I think that a lot of it, I wouldn't doubt that probably was the scenario. Not, plus she's best friends with Terry Lynn. They went to school together, and you know what I mean? And Terry Lynn was so adamant about saying she doesn't lie. She doesn't lie. So, I mean,
like,
why would that even matter?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? To bring that up, repeatedly. That's strange. I don't need someone to vouch for me that I'm not a liar, even if they're my friend. And it was kind of like, that way you take it as like Bible, like quote unquote, not being insulting, but you know what I mean? Like, this is what she's saying. So why? They're friends. Terry Lynn has been known, throughout this case, unfortunately, to be associated with a lot.
Finding a lot of stuff too. She's the best. Like, I was like, she's the best searcher out of everybody. Like, Chloe was out there all the time. Like,
right. And is kind of dipping. It's almost like she's protecting something, in my opinion, not looking for something.
And let's face it, she's the only one in the hood that we've heard that had TBI in their living room, quote unquote, in her words, interviewing her.
Right.
Why? Why is she being interviewed and then calling the cops all the time? Not every day, but all the time, trying to argue with them about what they're telling her things are. It's weird.
Right.
Right.
And now, am I correct with one other thing? Wasn't she the one that went to see if that kid that was in wherever was Sebastian, and then she got held up? Or was it somebody different? I'm not sure.
I didn't hear you. Say that again.
They brought her in the back room. Remember, she said, I felt like I'm being interrogated.
Oh, no. That was the lady that went to Grandfather Mountain.
Right. She brought that up, though, on JLR, too.
Oh, she did?
She did, yeah. If you listen to the whole interview.
Did the sighting even happen when she did JLR?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess I missed that.
Yeah, that had already happened. A lot of stuff had already happened.
Oh, and that. Oh, back in.
Yeah.
Yeah. When was this sighting in relation to jail?
That was in like what? April?
Let's see. Bobbie. JLR interview.
By the way, I have the FFA posted.
Yeah,
You can see it on
FFA.
YouTube. If you want to look at it on YouTube.
Do you want to play it?
Play what?
You were about to play something, right? Weren't you about to play something?
Oh, yeah. I was just letting everybody kind of talk for a second.
Oh.
And in the meantime, I put the certificate up so everybody could see it. But yeah. This is the vigil that was held. What date?
April the 17th, I believe.
Okay, this is where it begins. It's probably going to be freaking loud. Is that the mob crew playing the guitar? Just kidding.
No.
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know.
It's Ludwig. Okay, so here they are. That's Karen Strom.
Who's now the admin of the Facebook group that took over.
Right. They handed it over to her at a certain point. Do we know when?
I'm
going to mute it.
I have something to say about that when you have a minute.
Did you guys hear sorry. On I think it might have been on Granny today or yesterday. I can't remember. But they were showing footage of the bridge, the vigil when the bridge was lit up green, and Clue kind of had like an epiphany, and because Terry Lynn and Karen Strom were on both being recorded and Seth was being inappropriate, and Terry Lynn says, "That's my sister," and the only other person like right there is Karen. And then, they were kind of like, well, they do kind of look alike. So has anything transpired with that? Did we ever confirm if they're related?
Little rabbit hole.
It is a little rabbit hole, Chris.
I know that
Was it
rabbit hole.
yesterday? Hey, they all run together.
So Karen.
They sort of. Sorry, go ahead.
I know I've done the Karen rabbit hole.
Go for it then.
So and Jaden, kind of odd that he is so adamant about searching and has run all this. She, as you said, is an admin as well in that group with Bobbie, right? Karen is also, her husband works for the prison that Seth works at. And he is all in the computer aspect of it and runs all the medical stuff along with like a bunch of other things. Karen, and Jaden, who also went in the military, and then now he's out. He graduated from White House. I mean, is it White House?
White House.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He graduated from there, Jaden, right? So this is the even weirder part. Jaden, worked for the construction company that did the construction for the houses with piping. And he helped do all the pipes that are for the construction company. With that was his job. Even weirder. They both moved recently. And the husband.
To Florida, right?
Florida.
Yeah, they freaking live by me, dude.
They live with Tony also owes
Go
property
interview him,
there.
Jay.
Tony what?
Tony also owns property in the same cul-de-sac that they moved to because he wrote Welcome Neighbor.
Oh, I heard that. I heard that before.
You're kidding me. And I have way more too,
Jesus
but it will take way too much
I
time.
remember
But just
seeing,
know-
wasn't there a Facebook post with a picture and it said welcome neighbor?
It's actually their community page, like for that area.
For that community. Okay, I knew I saw that somewhere and it's been a minute. But I did look into them as well and saw that they were moving to Florida and their home was for sale. But I believe their home was already for sale when Sebastian went missing.
Karen was also in the medical field and in intake with placing children and stuff like that into different situations. So but specifically the husband has a lot to do with medical as well and intake with that prison. As you know, that a lot of contraband and different issues with, people using their passcodes and stuff, it would go through him. You can look him up, but with that prison.
He worked at Davidson County Jail?
Yes.
Where the nurse was the one that was arrested.
But her husband works directly with WellCare.
Interesting.
Which is direct with that prison.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
I have a question about the county jail there.
Uh-huh.
Does somebody was saying, I forget how I asked the question in the chat, but do they do their own laundry on site there? Because somebody had said something about them smuggling contraband into the jail with laundry, and unless you send laundry to a separate facility, which is going to be in jails, it's going to be done by, it's mostly state prisons that do that, and they send it to other state prisons. If it's a county jail, they would have to have a contract, and I'm trying to think I mean, that would be a hell of an operation. You'd have to know somebody.
Yes, you'd have to know someone. A lot of the contraband that was being brought in were from the positions that Seth also holds, and 2 of them have already been arrested. So they're bringing it into the prison a certain way, which could be watching the laundry be done, put it in the clean laundry. I'm saying.
Well,
I don't know
Seth
that for a
got
fact.
written up, on the
Correct.
16th of February for allowing, what was it, UA? Allowing them to account for their own.
Allowing them to fill out their own thing while he was doing rounds.
And that everything was accounted for.
Allowing them to account for their own. Yeah. And they aren't supposed to fill it out. Right. He is.
So yeah, that's what I was that's another thing I was gonna suggest, that when you allow inmates to clock themselves, to check themselves, like we had a scam in Bucks County Jail where we worked in the MHU, in the mental housing unit, and you would clock yourself in. You write in, you just put a little P next to your name on this thing. It's just like a babysitting job. You'd sit in front of the fucking sorry for cursing. You'd sit in front of the window, but you would clock P's in front of you. You would put your name, you put in there, and the CO that sees you, it was just a time schedule thing. But you clock people in, and then you go hire people in different cells and tell them, give me 10% or whatever the hell you make every week or whatever it was. But when you do that, like if you're doing it with laundry, you could say, I have 50 pairs of thermal tops and X, Y, and Z, and I bagged this, and it was checked by however they have a process of it. Like I'm not saying that's how they do it. I'm just trying to understand
how
that
it works.
Jail better. So yeah, just because if I can understand that, then I can understand how an inmate would crack Seth to do shit. That's what I'm trying to figure out, because if you got enough time, you can crack. If you got enough time, you can crack any CO as long as you talk to them all. Not any CO, but definitely a Seth type of CO, because he was like, they say I hide behind the badge, and it seems like he wants to prove something.
Friends.
Yeah, and then he's like, I tried to talk to the inmates and tell them.
I see them as a human being.
Yeah, but he doesn't though. He's more worried about. Look, I've seen 1,000 Seths as COs. You know what I mean? Like,
would you target Seth if you were? Do you see Seth being like the type that someone would target to take advantage of in order to just like try and sneak something like that in?
It would be. Let me put it like, it would be. Like, Seth seems like the type of CO to me that, and this happens with, I would say, 90% of the COs, because they experience an inmate that changes them. They all change. Like, you could catch a CO first 5 years in after his probation period is over, and then another few years past that 5 years, there'll be a different CO. So you'd have to catch him at a certain time, but it can I would see that would be somebody that I would target over a period of time, and I would target him through his divorce and through relatable shit because he talks too much. He would be easy to talk to, but
You would know what makes him tick, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he wouldn't. You just gotta act happy when you see him, shit like that. You feel him out. You know what I mean? It's easy to feel. It's not just he's just a regular person just because he's got that badge on. He's
Greater
just
forget shut down.
Yeah, I maxed out in 2017. They shut it down.
Okay.
They were shutting it down like 2 years after I left, or a year after I left. They're in
for
Phoenix
corruption,
now,
correct?
It was old too. That place was old. It was really old.
Yeah.
That place was like the
I'm
streets.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Crazy. Nah, that place is crazy. That place was like the streets. Yeah, but I mean, they're just regular people. I don't want to make it seem like, it's impossible. But the reason I was asking was because of I wanted to see how they would do the laundry, because if they send that shit out and you're getting it in like that's like old school, like 1930s, hide me in the laundry
I
bin
think they're
type shit.
doing it in-house. Like, the write-up is kind of like... Here, let me pull it back up.
By the way, I have a picture on the screen right now. You can only see it on YouTube. But that is, I think, Bobbie's clan, because there's Autumn with the certificate in her hand, standing with Karen, someone with a hoodie over their head with glasses on, filming. And then there's a kid in a black hoodie and black pants, and then another man standing way behind in an orange shirt with his arms folded. So I just picked up on that.
Why do they have a green surfboard?
A what?
Is that a?
It's a table.
Why do they have a green surf? Oh, it's a table. Oh shit.
Yes, it's a table. It's Betty's green screen. It's Betty's green screen.
Autumn? Is that Autumn? And then,
Here, I'm about to put
they're all
another.
connected.
I'm about to put another picture up so you can see the whole group. Let's see if Bobbie's there. I'll be damned. Is that Aunt E?
I don't know.
Wait, like the pretzel?
This is kind of wild to see who's at the vigil where they gave away the FFA thing.
Yeah.
And that, like, that's the one that was planned when she said she planned it like a week in advance, or?
I'm not sure. I mean, did she plan this one, or did Karen plan? I mean, she planned one in a week, and I don't think she planned. I don't know. Like, is she planned all? Like, which all one she planned?
It looks to me like Karen Strom was in charge, because she's standing there with Autumn, who's about to give the certificate.
Yeah.
Right? And then they go up on the stage.
Am I not here?
Yeah, you're here. There might be a little lag.
The
yeah, you're cutting out.
The attendance was much better. Like this.
You're roboting a little bit. I think you're behind. You're like lagging.
All right, I'll drop it down.
Who was that? Was that Gray?
I think so. The article I'm reading is like, someone was saying, if you're going to be, nevertheless, throughout the investigation, some strangers have become allies to Sebastian's family. Karen Strom and her son, Jaden Simich, took a special interest in the case from the beginning. By the fourth day, I really started to get involved. I went searching on the fourth and fifth day, and ever since then, I've just been pretty vigilant with helping however I can, Simich said. He and Strom organized Saturday's vigil, so that was the one they organized, that one. And that was, it's like we cannot, the irony thing is like when it says we can't let this case get cold. It cannot get cold. And we will find him. And the more vigils and the more news presence and the more media coverage we get, the more his face keeps out there, and maybe somebody will see something and they'll say something and we'll get Sebastian home.
Yeah. I think my biggest thing with that is that it's so adamant a lot of the time. Now, maybe Seth knows nothing, you know, and he's just almost like a chess piece, you know.
That's the
and
April
it's
6th prayer vigil.
really easy to convince him, in my opinion, that his son is out there. So it's a lot easier to constantly have someone, we're going to find him out there or this place or that place, because a lot of the scenarios come from Bobbie in regards to where he could be. And we've heard them repeated, you know, instead of looking right there.
Definitely interesting stuff.
Well,
everybody wants the best scenario, no matter what, you know, as far as parents are concerned.
Yeah.
If you look at that picture, guys, by the white Jeep, that's Tara Lynn's kin and Michaela in the pink sweater.
Yeah.
Right.
Just wanted to point that out before I took it down.
Interesting.
Seth is also fairly new, along with the Proudfoots. Now, these people have all lived there for a very long time and have known each other for a very long time. Chris as well, but they're going to protect their own. I think it's one of those thoughts. I live in a small, you know,
yeah,
town.
they're clicked up. They're clicked up.
For sure.
Yeah. And I'm not saying it would be malicious. I just want, it's my opinion, and I'm 100% not saying it would be malicious. It would, if anything, I think it would be to not put eyes that you were even there at the same time, even if something happened, because kids do that. Even young adults, you know, that get afraid. You know, I've been in situations as an older, I'm 45, but where someone may drink too much or something happens, you know, and you're a witness, let's say, you know, and it is nerve-wracking to say, I was there, I saw this, and this, you know, and this is what happened. It wasn't intentional. I'm not saying like someone passing away, but you know what I mean, like dangerous situations. And sometimes you have to or an accident, you witness it. Sometimes you have to put yourself in the forefront. Maybe that was her fear, that it would be.
Is it just me, or is this guy's right arm in a sling? I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you
is.
off.
No, it's fine.
Is that someone related to Bobbie? Because that's Bobbie's clan standing there, I think. So why is that dude's? I mean, I'm just wondering. So,
is it her husband?
I don't know. I don't know what her husband looks like. I don't know.
I can't see it. I can't see it good enough. So
Clue, does that look like Bobbie's? Have you ever seen Bobbie's husband? Is that him in the orange? Clue just entered chat.
Yeah, I think it is.
He has his right arm in a sling.
Yeah,
Anyways,
Clue
sorry, I
fucking
didn't mean to cut y'all off. Sorry. I'm playing this video without sound and just picking up on shit.
Yo, so when Bobbie was telling that fucking crazy ass story about her idea of what Katie and Chris, or was it just Kate? I don't know. When she was talking about like drowning the kid and drugging him or something, like,
yeah, that was wild.
The point? What would be the point for Katie to do that?
Because his scent was in the retention pond. So you need a scenario as to why his scent would be there, and pour water on him or whatever. In my
I feel like they drained the pond twice, and I wonder what days they drained the pond. Like, they obviously drained that retention pond because they felt like you just don't just drain it for fun, you know.
Twice.
But I mean, like everything that she said that they did to him or potentially did to him, except for the drugging. Like, obviously the drugging, you could do that, but everything else could be done in the house. Why would you take the kid out of the house where you have control of everything. You have
Right.
control of that environment.
And
You
nobody
block
can
everything.
see you.
Right. Yeah, you have total control of everything because going by what she said, they drugged them up or, accidentally drugged them or whatever. I forget exactly what it was, but yeah, why would you take somebody out in the elements and then potentially, lose control of a whole situation? You could be seen, you could make a noise, you could fucking stumble, cut yourself, you could leave all different kinds of, just from contact, just leaving your scent, everything. Like, if you're planning on doing, like you got this going on and this is just, I don't know if it's planned out or if it's, it's going to happen on this day, on a plan, or it happened, an accident. This lady is supposed to have done all this perfectly, like to the
Well,
T.
and
Okay.
am I still cutting out? If you think about it, oh damn, just like that, I lost my train of thought. God damn it. Hold on.
It's
Katie,
okay.
you're talking about Katie, right? Because I did lose about a minute or two. The possibility of it being Katie. She could have easily, she's the mom. She could have called him out sick the next day and had all the time in the world. You know what I mean? Like, there wasn't any time urgency.
Right. And you know what? Furthermore, if you're going to drown them, like Bobbie said, you have a bathtub in your house. Why would you take them through the backyard?
Right.
I mean, your car's in the garage. Put them in the car and drive out of the neighborhood. I mean, it's that simple. Why would you carry them through ditches? And you know what, Bobbie? She said, I've been through that ditch 1,000 times.
Why though? Why?
Because her family, because her family built that sub, right? Her sister and another family member lived over that way, and she walked through the ditch back and forth.
Damn, Bobbie be everywhere.
Everywhere, dude.
She's a trooper, man. Holy fuck, Bobbie. The traveling cucumber and shit, man. She's wild.
Very.
If you don't hit that thumbs up button, I'm looking at it right now. I'm going to move Bobbie right next door to y'all.
She's going to be your new neighbor.
No way.
All right, and then the one part about her. Sorry, am I cutting out? My bad.
No, you're okay.
The one part about her going over to the what you call it, lady's house, her friend's house over there. She said a camera or whatever. She was playing with the ring, the doorbell or whatever. She was like, "What you doing? You ain't coming out here. Shit's messed up or something." Like, what day was that? I forget exactly.
I don't think she was specific in that. I think it was like the day before, or like a few days. Like, it was because we were talking when we were going over and stopped that part. It was almost as if, is there a way to zoom out so we don't have to look at Seth's feet? I feel
what the fuck?
Well, they had like a little meeting, right, to compare notes with all their cameras.
Jail. Okay.
Do you guys want to hear it? Okay, let's listen to it now.
Yeah.
And she has brought a presentation on behalf of the school.
If we have a secondary device, we'll do that.
Okay, so hi everybody. My name's Autumn Hurst, and I'm a student here at Beach High School. I'm a senior this year, and so I am an FFA. I was an FFA officer on our chapter. And Sebastian was actually, sorry, I'm not used to public speaking. But, so as a freshman at Beach High School, you can take a class called Agri-Science that introduces you to FFA, which is Future Farmers of America. So even...
Okay, so this kind of makes a little bit more sense. It says you can take a class called Agri-Science, which introduces you to Future Farmers of America. Now, could Katie and Chris have known he was in agro-science, but didn't realize that FFA was introduced as part of it? That kind of makes sense, guys. I never caught that before. Listen to that again.
Sorry, I'm not used to public speaking. But, So, as a freshman at Beach High School, you can take a class called Agri-Science that introduces you to FFA, which is Future Farmers of America. So even though Sebastian Rogers was not involved in the class physically, he actually was able to complete classes online that he actually was physically able to take. So even though he may not have been in the class itself with my advisor, he was able to complete that online in order to earn a certificate, which is called a green hand degree. So I am here today to actually present that to him, to his dad himself. That way he can know how hard his son has worked this year.
Was he in online classes though?
Yeah, that's what I don't understand. She's like, even though he wasn't able to physically... Listen again.
So even though Sebastian Rogers was not involved in the class physically, he actually was able to complete classes online that he actually was physically able to take.
He was actually able to physically take. He was not involved in the class physically. Were the other kids? This is really awkward.
Off to school.
Okay, so hi everybody. My name's Autumn Hurst and I'm a student here at Beach High School. I'm a senior this year, and so I am an FFA. I was an FFA officer on our chapter. And Sebastian was actually... sorry, I'm not used to public speaking. But, so as a freshman at Beach High School, you can take a class called Agri-Science that introduces you to FFA, which is Future Farmers of America. So even though Sebastian Rogers was not involved in the class physically, he actually was able to complete classes online that he actually was physically able to take. So even though he may not have been in the class itself with my advisor, he was able to complete that online in order to earn a certificate, which is called a green hand degree. So I am here today to actually present that to him, to his dad himself. That way he can know how hard his son has worked this year.
That's a weird smile.
How do you run away like that? Is this supposed to speak?
Yeah.
That was. Did y'all see that?
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're okay, Ludwig. That smile?
Yeah, that one.
Something don't feel right.
I feel like I need
I
a
don't know
shower.
what it is. Something doesn't feel right. Why are they? Yeah, they are hovering around her too, aren't they?
Yeah, I noticed that too. Talks in past tense. Like, that's the thing with me. Like, I'm a big on language. Like, I get that he was, at that point, this was April 17th. He was not even gone for 2 months. And we're already like, I don't know. Maybe it's a younger person.
What's involved with the certificate? What would you have to accomplish?
I guess I can go look online and get my own FFA certificate. Hold on. Let me go look.
It probably had to be like different kind of agriculture stuff, right? Like farming.
Like running
Shit
a
like that.
homestead type of thing.
Yeah.
Or at least, being able to like test well about it. Maybe not doing the actual physical stuff that much. I don't know what they, like a tech school might want you to do more physical stuff than test well.
Wait, I have a
than
question.
regular.
I have a question about this whole thing.
Sure.
She says that Autumn's giving this out on behalf of the school, right? Why wouldn't the school contact Chris and Katie? Why did they not even know about this? Oh,
Well,
and that's
and
what
another
Seth
thing-
said. He liked plants, agroscience. He liked growing things.
Exploring.
Yep.
Chapter FFA degrees are usually awarded during a member's second or third year.
But there's been many themes in this case, but one of them has like it's almost like they do things in the future. They know that he's not coming back, because if I recall, this certificate was to be awarded at the end of, the first half of the year, probably
Right.
December or whatever, and something happened. So then they were going to give it
There
to him in
was
spring.
well,
Well, it was April. What?
What happened was there was bad weather, and their banquet in December was canceled. So they stated that they were going to give out the certificates for the Green Hand at the end of the year banquet. So they
Which
may
would
have
have been in
just
what, May?
maybe
And
April,
this was
and
April.
maybe that's why they had his certificate. But I'm wondering why they didn't notify Chris and Katie, right? Like, even if they had their
Yeah.
end of the year banquet and, oh, we have Sebastian's thing.
Yeah, because that would be like his address. That would be where everything would go,
Who
right?
enrolled him? Who lives in the school district? Not Seth. He lives in
And
a
plus-
different
That's what I'm-
county, right?
Wouldn't you go to the banquet to accept the award for your son rather than at a vigil?
However, Seth did
Well,
say in one of his interviews that Sebastian couldn't access one of the tests or something that he had to do for this class because they wouldn't allow him online. And he did it at his
do you
house.
remember what interview that is?
So that means that Seth was letting him do it, right? Is that what you're saying? Am I following right?
I remember him saying it specifically that, and they didn't even show up for his certificate. That was a
Well,
big
that's
thing.
funny
that he
because
said.
in his last live stream on his own channel, I believe he was asked if he knew about FFA, and he said no.
I want to say
So-
Pascal.
He was
And
talking
I'll
about
find
FFA
that
in
to
the
cite it.
I'm
Five
talking
months.
about,
If you want it.
but I'm talking about the latest one he just did on his own channel. I believe, if I'm not wrong, he said he didn't know about it. So if that's true, then he definitely said he did and then said he didn't. And that would be a question why.
Correct.
Yeah, he said
Another
the
lie.
5th month into it, which would have been July. Yeah, July. They were
Mhm.
asking about FFA in that interview when it was like the 5th anniversary thing.
Yes.
Over.
Jay,
What's up, Clue?
can you back that up to the beginning where she starts talking?
Back it up. Sure. Hold on.
Yeah. I want to hear what she says again one more time.
So at this time, we have a student, and she has brought a presentation on behalf of the school. Okay, so hi everybody. My name's Autumn Hurst, and I'm a student here at Beach High School. I'm a senior this year, and so I am an FFA. I was an FFA officer on our chapter, and Sebastian was actually sorry, I'm not used to public speaking. But, so as a
you're
freshman
good.
at Beach High School, you can take a class called Agri-Science that introduces...
Did you say something?
Yeah, you're good. Fiance thought that she said she was the secretary, and that's not the name that was on the certificate, but she says officer, not secretary.
What's the difference? Do you know?
Well, there's multiple officers with the FFA, right? They would have the president and the vice president and secretary and all that good stuff, treasurer. So if she's an officer and she's not a secretary, then she's obviously not the president because it wasn't her name on that line of the certificate either. Then she would have to be one of the other officers.
She's a chairman.
I guess I get it. Like, she would be higher up in the thing.
Maybe it was just more that I thought she had said she was the secretary of that chapter, and that name didn't match. So I was just like, well, wait a minute, is that what she said, or was it not? So she just said she's an officer, so her name may not be on the paper.
Right, because there's a lot of officers.
Yeah,
It's just kind of wild, right? Like, What do you guys make, Clue and Cletus? What do you guys make of the comment about he wasn't able to physically take the class, but he was able to do the complete it online, or however?
Physically?
Yeah, physically. Mm-hmm. Like online at school, online at home.
Well, somebody had said that in the chat. I forget who it was a few minutes ago, that there are situations where people take online classes at school. I don't know. I mean, that would have been way before my high school, or way after my high school days. But assuming that's right, then that does kind of make sense.
Well, can I offer something? And unfortunately, I don't have any other better way to explain this than a Medea movie. But farmers are laborers, right? But they're scientists as well. So it could have been like, meaning he was learning more about seeding and making hybrids of certain vegetables. I'm not an agricultural girl, so I hope I'm kind of getting it across. But in other words, physically, meaning he may not have had the physical strength to, labor the land, but he had the brains to do the science behind it. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, in my opinion, it sounds almost like this class was maybe a prereq in order to take FFA.
Well, I was in FFA. And
Weird.
We didn't really do anything other than
Right there, the first year.
sit in the classroom. But all of us were farmers, just not at school. So
I want to read this comment.
School program.
Go ahead. After school, it sounded like it was part of his science class.
Okay.
Raven Kelso says, "Okay, I was in FFA for 4 years. First off, what office did she hold? Second, why is she not wearing her jacket? If you are there to represent the FFA, you wear your jacket. And
that is true.
And then also, if she is an officer, she should be able to speak in public."
That's what I said, girl.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I
Very
find
true.
it really weird that you're in the FFA and you say you're an officer, but you're not used to public speaking. That was weird to me.
Yeah, and she's a senior, so it's like she's been in it for a while, right?
Right. I want to know what she was going to say and then stop. I want to know.
And nowadays, my daughter graduated a couple years ago, but even back then, there's a parent portal, right? So you can see, even if they didn't sign him up for that, if they were, any of the three parents were logging on to the parent portal, that's how they give report cards nowadays. They don't give you a paper report card. You log on to the parent portal. Like, it should have been there listed, right?
The public speak, I don't know. I mean, to me, honestly, I don't see a ton with this that I'm just like, holy shit, what is going on? Do I think it's strange that they didn't involve Chris and Katie? Yeah, but in fairness, we don't know both sides of that equation, right? We don't know. we don't know what.
I guess that's my point. Somebody's lying. So some parent had to know he was taking it.
Well, and I feel like if someone's lying, like, it could be making this look sus. You know what I mean?
Well, and that might have been a little bit harsh, but you know what I mean? Like, when you log on, you see all the classes your kid takes.
Yeah, but if you sign them up for like
agri-science, you might not know that's part of it, You
wouldn't even know it's online, right?
That's fair.
And I mean, as far as the public speaking thing, I mean, granted, this was 30 years ago when I was in FFA, but I mean, we didn't really do any of that. And, it just wasn't, I can understand the not being comfortable public speaking part of it. The only thing that's odd to me is how nobody is aware of this and why it's presented at a vigil instead of at a school function by a school official.
Ironically, so they took if you go to beach.ffa on Instagram, they took a thing of the National Farm Machinery Show on February 16th of 2024, and Sebastian's not in that. I would thought that he would at least maybe have wanted to go on the field trip, you know.
Well, and yeah, we're kind of going down the theory, speculation, allegedly, all theorizing, but we're kind of going down the possibility of a bullying situation, or, oh God, to be frank, Sebastian pissing somebody off at school or in the neighborhood. That's kind of the road that we're going
Or
down,
just something
right?
accidental happening.
Of course, like starting it that way and ending another. Yeah.
I mean, it could be anything, really.
Yeah.
You know, I
absolutely.
mean,
I would love.
Odd.
First thing would be if he were abducted. That hopefully would mean he's alive. Second thing would be if it were some high school antics and he lost his way, and it would be tragic and it would be sad. But the past 10 months would be all for naught, and all of this bullshit would be for nothing because it was just an innocent,
okay, well,
accident.
since you guys like rabbit holes so much, allow me to
Oh, shit.
Ludwig, I'm gonna introduce a new rabbit hole.
Are you about to introduce the one that you dropped in Granny's chat today
What was that?
about the Navy base and who was there?
Oh, no, but isn't that weird?
I saw that and I'm like, I ain't opening my damn mouth.
Gas one thing.
From hell.
Dude, that's a weird coincidence, but he was Marines, so he
Oh.
wasn't Navy. But I thought it was wild, because like Sebastian and Maddie go missing on the same day, different outcomes, but then their parents were both stationed at the same base during the same time frame.
That's weird.
It is.
Crimson.
It's weird.
The universe loves to fuck with us. I'm convinced. Sorry, didn't mean to drop that bomb, but the universe, like this, these little things are just crazy.
How about this rabbit hole?
I know.
You ever gone down this one?
What the fuck am I looking at?
Oh, Lord.
Granny.
We did.
Granny reminded me of this one. This was a
What
weird
is that?
rabbit hole.
All right, I'm gonna shut my mouth. I'll just listen.
Okay.
I don't even know what I'm looking at.
I'm gonna explain. So the tacos, Mr. and Mrs. Taco, were on a panel
Those fuckers.
on the vault, and they panned around, and this was sitting on their bed.
Oh, that's yeah. I never saw the picture up close. I'm always on my phone, so I have a hard time seeing the pictures. Okay, I know what you're talking about.
And I asked them on a different stream who that was because somebody had pointed out and sent this, like paused it because it went really fast and said, oh my God.
Oh, I remember. I think I remember. Okay, finish. Yeah. And it was like somebody's like granddaughter or something like that.
Yeah, so they told me that it was their friend named Mercedes, and she was there with her children visiting.
Oh, okay.
You didn't hear
That's
no
just the old
kids,
thing.
though. Did y'all ever hear kids in the background?
No.
No.
I didn't.
Yes,
I mean, I've been listening.
that according, like allegedly. Taco does. Taco and burrito.
It's
Well, I
weird,
mean,
right?
This individual is obviously drinking water, which we know Sebastian would be drinking. He doesn't like soda.
I mean,
The
is
dog
this?
looks cool. Yeah.
I mean, but is this not weird? Like, they're all sitting in
I
this
mean-
bedroom smoking pot, and like
Oh, really?
this, yeah, and this is their friend.
Smoking on the phone.
This is their friend. They said Mercedes, and then freaking Mrs. Taco's like, Jay, that's our friend Mercedes. That's our friend Mercedes. She's like, I'm gonna text you a picture of her now. I'm texting it to you right now, and I'm like, dude, I didn't get nothing.
And then
she's
they
like,
ran when I got SF on panel. Remember?
yes, that was the same day. She's like, I'm texting you a picture of Mercedes, and I'm like, oh, okay, because like, you know, if you're just pausing on a video that's scanning across a room, it can look like a lot of things, right? So I thought,
And she never sent you?
Never ever sent it. Mm-mm.
No, she got the text from somebody apparently to abort the mission. Because she disappeared.
Yeah, she was told get off that panel.
And she went on
Are
another
those-
panel. Whose panel did she end up going on? Do you remember? She went on
Tara
another-
Lynn's.
Oh, of course, that's strange to leave.
They went straight over to Tara Lynn's.
This type of stuff
Those
is the
are-
reason why I'm much better in chat, because I'm gonna get myself in trouble. So I'm just gonna mute for a couple minutes and listen.
What's up, Ludwig? What are your thoughts?
Those are pajamas that person was wearing, or is that like?
Let's say a
I think
dress.
it's a dress.
Jesus Christ.
I
Okay,
never. I think I have 2 dresses.
What's up with around the neck though? At the top where it looks like it's like blurry there. Is that just from motion, or is it like because it looks like it's blurred, like you can't see their mouth or nothing?
Because it was it moved so fast. Literally, they did not want to show this person. Okay, if you watch the actual stream, like I was shocked that someone even saw this, because if you watched it, you would not have seen this person. That's how fast it was. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So and they were deliberately, like, they had weird camera angles that in that stream they were looking off to the side. It was just a weird. It was just very weird, and I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like you're gonna get weird from people go by fucking taco and burrito. You know what I mean? You're gonna get weird shit from that.
Did anybody normal hang around them? Like, let's be honest. But I did think it was interesting.
Kids today are just weird. Like, they're so confused, and I don't blame them. Like, kids today.
But this isn't a
'cause
kid, dude. She said this is a woman. She said this is their friend Mercedes. Okay? That's what's so fucking wild to me.
So look, I'm not saying that this happened, right? I'm not saying that this happened or anything, but look, if there's those people are sitting in the same room that fucking Uncle Taco Pickle Ass is sitting in, chatting with fucking Sebastian playing, right? You know what I mean? Sebastian is using what's his face? Seth's Gamertag or whatever, right? So anybody that's sitting in that place could just pick up that fucking mic, pick up the fucking look, I haven't played video games in forever, so I don't know. You know, you could pick up the headset, whatever it is. You could type shit in chat sometimes on games or whatever. So there's no way of knowing how many people have actually come in contact with him on that end of the gamer tag. I'm not saying any one of that, like, that happened. I'm just saying, like, you know, like, you don't know as far as, like, because I'm thinking of it because it's fucking Taco and the gamer tag from earlier that we were talking about. Well, I wasn't part of the conversation on the panel, but I'm saying what SF was talking about. Taco wouldn't give up the gamer tag that he knew. You know what I mean? And if there's just random people sitting around, like, anybody could have picked that thing up and just started chatting away. You know, I'm not saying that means that's where he's at. I'm just saying, like, why won't you give that shit up? You know what I mean? Like, that just makes it look worse. And then you got, you know, fucking fucking dog with extra long front paws. Like, that's a really tall dog. And not that matters. That doesn't sound like incriminating. I'm just saying it's weird looking to me. And then you got I don't know what was that person? Did they say that person's name? With the
Mercedes.
Like, Mercedes.
Clue, do you see the watch?
Mercedes dressed like a fucking...
What?
Do you see the watch?
It looks like a boy's watch.
Do you remember when Seth said that he had to, like, get him to wear a watch?
And take his wallet?
What kind of watch did he have? Do they have the watch, I wonder?
What?
That's odd.
What's odd?
That he had I forgot about that. But I've also heard he didn't like to have anything on his wrists.
Yeah, I remember
Seth
that
said
too.
he didn't want to wear his watch.
Oh, he didn't want to wear. Okay. All
It
right,
was
well, then
it was hell to try to get him to wear it.
I got you.
I will say the nose doesn't look right to me on this person here. It almost looks too, like, pointy.
Narrow.
Well, wasn't that?
Yeah.
Is that
Like,
okay?
Sebastian is a very wide nose.
He does
you
have
know,
a wide nose. But
and
it
the
is
mouth
it is
is
in that motion though too, which makes it weird.
the bill.
I'm
The
confused
bill
now.
is perfect, but I mean, because he's really, especially watching him walk out to the car in that video, you see how like lanky he is. The build is right, but it's the nose for me.
I just want to know why, according to SF, Taco won't give him his gamer tag. I'm going to forever be curious as to what the fuck. Like, why?
When was
Exactly,
this?
yeah.
When was this, Jay?
I agree.
When was this? I want to say had to be back in Mayish, I think, on the Vault XL. Let me see if I can pull up the actual stream. Give me a second. You guys keep talking.
Chloe, did you see your checks?
3 months, right? March, April. Well, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump down. I got something I need to take care of before I head out of here.
Okay, thanks, Ludwig.
Thank you.
I'll probably be in the chat for a second, but
Okay,
I just,
awesome.
yeah, I
Thanks
got
for
something
coming
to
up.
All right, bye guys.
Bye.
Thanks.
I think it was more odd that Seth
Shenanigans.
didn't
This
know
is
the name. Why did he say, I gave it to his father and dog?
I would also think that there would be a FFA jacket, like someone did mention in chat. Like usually when you're in FFA, you have to have a jacket. So like, wouldn't Katie have known? I mean, he would have to keep his jacket at his house, like that he lives out with Katie. So,
But I mean, in fairness, the whole thing is very non-standard, right? So, I mean, by that regard, nothing. I wouldn't really expect anything that would be typical for any of them to actually be taking place. It makes no sense for him to be getting an award without all the parents there. It makes no sense for him to be getting an award from a school-sponsored organization without the school there. Like none of it makes any sense. So I really can't put a lot of weight in the jacket being an issue for me personally. But I do get what you're saying.
How by the book are they, right?
Yeah.
Crimson, can you see what children or what kids were in that program?
it doesn't have a list, but
It
I mean,
doesn't.
it had that
Okay.
picture of I never saw him in any of the pictures of the stuff or the school year that he's been in.
I was just thinking of the girlfriend.
Oh, I think she was a chairman, but
No, I meant Bobbie's son's girlfriend because she was still at the school.
No, she's graduated.
Damn, this bitch goes live a lot.
Jay, can you see her back shot?
Yes.
Can you check it for me?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's such a good song. You have to play it for Clue. Which one? The BJ song?
Yeah, which one you want?
You want the BJ or the Betty song first?
I guess
both.
Whichever one.
Which one's first?
No idea.
It don't matter.
Okay.
I think I found it. Uncle Taco.
Good kid. And
Yeah, I did. Okay. Hold on a second, guys. Hold on.
Hold, please.
The Britney one is the best, for real.
Hold on.
I think
Hold
she
on.
was crying.
I can't with that bullshit. Save the
Hold
fucking
on.
drama.
She got mad because Jay went in her Eddie's chat as Allie, and they found out.
Just having some fun. Oh, Clue, you didn't see it.
Stolen
Oh,
night.
boy.
Yeah.
Oh, girl, I troll all the time. Like
So, yeah, I got called out last night. I went up on old Eddie's chat, and I was
yeah,
I was
I heard.
Allie, and I was nice. Like I was just chit chatting with him.
Yeah,
And then
she was
Brittany comes in. She's like, "You're being trolled. Drop her, drop her." So he drops me down, and he's like, "Oh my god, oh my god." He was just like all beside himself. So he came in chat this morning, and we were like, "Dude, we just kind of told him like we don't hate anybody. Like, just he was cool in the chat."
I'm going to step down. Thank you for
And
having me, guys. I appreciate you.
thanks, Gypsy.
Have a good night. I'll be in chat.
But yeah,
Like-
so she
like-
was
like
upset.
Ruben.
I guess she said that he broke bread with me.
What?
Yeah, and then he got mad about somebody actually.
So?
She was
calling him.
crying about it.
So, like, that's the part I don't understand. Like, be on the other side of the fence. Think that someone's wrong. You don't have to be a dick, BJ.
Right. It's you want to talk about hate, and that's what he was talking about when I hopped up there. Like, I can't even go into this community that I enjoyed because of the hate. And perfect example is Brittany. I mean, she can cry all she wants. All right, here is the tacos. Where the fuck is that screen at? I got too many windows open here. Oh, this lady's loud too.
Yeah, she's a whole. She's
She
a mess.
is. Okay, so I think this is around the time. See how they have like the camera pointing at the ceiling and stuff?
Yeah.
It was a really weird stream too.
Yeah, and like Aunt Burrito's laying on the bed with her foot on the wall.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
There's a feet thing, I can tell you. A feet theme tonight.
But see how they keep looking over to the side? They're looking at that person. And they're all sketchy about it. Okay, let's watch from like this point here.
Now you all.
She's correct. He wasn't sexual. He likes to touch, like any autistic.
Well, he's already
person.
told that. He's already said that, Uncle Taco.
Wait, did she say he's not sexual? He just likes to touch?
Yeah.
Oh, God. Are we going to be listening to this whole motherfucker now? Damn it.
Because all that with the cobblestone streets, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Washington,
all different type of makes. When you come central, you see a bunch of Dutch type houses. Like you see up in Pennsylvania, you see a lot of those type homes here in Central.
Okay, Ebony. Now you all.
She's correct. He wasn't sexual. He likes to touch, like any autistic.
Well, he's already
person.
told that. He's already said that, Uncle Taco. We've talked about that. The child has a disability. He has boundary issues. Chris has let us know that already.
Did you hear what he said?
It's just.
I wonder how much time he spent there. He said in Pennsylvania, how you see all the cobblestone streets.
Yeah, he's
Did you hear him say that?
Did he say Pennsylvania?
Yes, girl. Go back. I'm telling you.
Fuck.
He moved
Wait.
from there to he moved from up north, I remember.
Oh, okay. Well, then that's
I
why.
thought he was from Connecticut.
Down.
I thought he was from Connecticut.
I thought he was. I don't think he was originally. He said he was from Pennsylvania, but I remember him saying he was from up north. But I don't know that it was Pennsylvania. I don't know.
Yeah, listen what he says.
There's
I'm not
people in
crazy.
Pennsylvania.
Listen, he says it right there in Pennsylvania, the cobblestone. He'll say it.
Oh, God, this is the pickle ass. Oh, this is a lot right here.
Know any better?
You remember the cartoon Ryu, right? The little bald-headed kid.
No, I don't watch cartoons.
Caillou or whatever. My grandkids, I watched a lot of stuff, but he there was a lot of stuff like that in his. I hated the cartoon, but looking back at what you just described, I was like, man, they described stuff like that, like taking a special child and taking the time to explain it properly. You know what I mean? Hey, you can't take that wrench and hit him in the head because that hurts. And it's funny because either people will do that or they won't. Seth is like, you might not want to do that because that might be hurting him. And then Sebastian was trying to see if it would or not. And it was like, well, yeah, you kind of hurt me, and I just take the wrench. But Sebastian was a special child, and you have to expect that, especially when you're in close quarters.
Okay.
Kids are going to be kids.
Yeah, that's true.
Regardless.
That's true.
I love Sebastian regardless. Whenever Sebastian came here, he was happy. Uncle Taco, and he up out of the car, running up at me. Seth yelling at him not to get out of the car, and it's funny stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's just it's sad, but I woke up one day, called my buddy, and this is all transpired 100 some odd days later. We still.
So let me ask you something. How soon was it? I think she said something. Michelle said something earlier about how soon it was when you all got contacted that the boy was missing.
I had played a game like 2.5 weeks with Sebastian and Seth, Call of Duty Mobile on our cell phones.
Okay.
I lost contact. We stopped contact for like 2 weeks. I ended up calling him up, and he dropped the bomb. And I was like,
so may I ask, how did you lose contact?
Just stop. We don't call every day on a basis before this happened.
Okay.
We called and we kept.
Go ahead.
He said me and Seth and Sebastian played Call of Duty Mobile on our cell phones. But now, if I'm not mistaken, Seth said Sebastian played it on the cell phone and Seth would play it on the gaming system. Or am I mistaken there?
I don't know.
I mean, it's not a huge difference, but it's just something that I'm like, well, you know what I mean? I may be wrong. I may be remembering it wrong.
Hold on, because there is something in that statement for me. It's something about playing for like 2.5 weeks. How is that possible when Sean would only have him one weekend out of 2 weeks?
Yeah.
So 2 weeks prior to him going missing.
Well, he wasn't
would have
with
been
him. He was with him the weekend prior. Remember? The 16th was the weekend. He had him this weekend of the 16th, 17th, and 18th.
Yeah, but I swear he said something like every day for like 2.5 weeks. I could be wrong with the wording.
Yeah, no,
but
he did.
Yeah, that's what he said.
That's weird. How are you playing
several
with?
times.
You would only have an opportunity to play with him for like two days.
Right.
Max.
Unless he had a burner phone to play Call of Duty Mobile.
And there it is. Thank you,
and
Jay.
That's kind of what I'm trying to get at, right? Is it? I don't know. I mean, I don't really. I'm not even going to say burner, right? I mean,
well,
Seth hasn't really made it a secret that
his old.
Huh? Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Seth hasn't really made it a secret. He's got more than one phone, but I'm just trying to clarify in my mind and picture the situation there. So that's all.
No, definitely something to keep in mind.
How soon was it? I think she said something. Michelle said something earlier about how soon it was when you all got contacted that the boy was missing.
I had played a game like 2.5 weeks with Sebastian and Seth, Call of Duty Mobile on our cell phones.
Okay.
I lost contact. We stopped contact for like 2 weeks. I ended up calling him up, and he dropped the bomb. And I was like,
so may I ask, how did you lose contact?
Just stop. We don't call every day on a basis before this happened.
Okay.
We called and we kept contact, like, I don't know, my call logs. It's all in my call logs. Just like maybe once a month we'd hit each other up. We'd throw some words.
But you're saying after that, you all talked every day?
Every day. I mean, pretty much every day.
Once you found out the boy was missing. Okay, because you had said that. I want people to hear that so they don't think you're lying. Okay.
No, I speak to him as much as possible. Some days we don't talk, but whenever we do catch up, we do
every
talk.
day, but sometimes we don't talk.
It might not be about anything, but it's something. I'm trying to distract him. I'm not trying to pull the focus about Sebastian, but everything you say to a man that's missing his child is Sebastian. You know what I'm saying? It's hard trying to focus on things in my life and things in his life. It's just hard to focus. I want to be able to be the father and the grandfather I need to be, but I also need to be a friend that you don't have.
Okay. Wow.
He sounds a lot like Seth. Are they really related?
Me and Seth are. If you put me and Seth in the room, we'd be like the Bastion brothers. We'd be pretty close alike. We have a lot of thoughts together. Unfortunately, I guess people attract, right?
Yeah.
Well,
it's unfortunate, but you put a lot of assholes in a room, you get a big old vortex of crap. I guess.
Somebody asked, did Sebastian ever play with you alone?
Yeah, no, never. I don't know if he was alone, but I don't think he was by himself. His dad was always in proximity.
Okay.
No,
This is where you get the gamer tag, I think.
I still play. I mean, right now I'm waiting to get on Fortnite to meet up with my grandsons.
Okay.
But I play on it daily. I don't really care. You want to look at that? That name is Backwash 420. Not trying to plug anything.
Backwash 420. Thank you.
Not
Appreciate
trying to plug anything.
Yeah.
My old nicknames is Ass Pickle. I can't.
Ass Pickle.
Yep.
really say Uncle
Granny
Ass
remembered
Pickle,
that
'cause
one,
that's
of
not really
course.
appropriate.
That's really
yeah.
That's a
You're
weird name
right.
for a
So Uncle
dude.
Taco is the safe.
To play a game.
That's just a weird name
Especially-
for like a guy. Like
Backwash 420, you said?
Yeah, it's gross. Backwash 420.
I'm gonna add you, Taco, on COD.
This thing,
You better
people
accept
talk,
it.
and they
Can you
remember me.
elaborate to the chat how you came to get that name, sir?
So here you go. I come down from Connecticut with hair longer than what I have now. Sorry, I'm terrible with the camera. But
No,
I
you're
come
fine.
down from Connecticut with blue Varney sunglasses as my glasses to wear.
Okay.
Long hair, down into southeast Georgia. A weird looking, big, small Filipino guy. They wanted me to play football.
Okay.
I'm a Navy brat, so I was already 20 years old because my credits would never match up wherever we moved.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, I can't play football because I'm already 20. I'll be like a grown adult playing kids. I can't do that. So they got mad at me. So all the kids they set up hanging around me to join football were calling me ching chang and other racial slurs. So the football coach started calling me Taco and stuck.
Well, why were you being called racial slurs? Are you mixed with something?
I'm
Or
Filipino.
another nationality? Huh?
I was a Filipino guy with a tan with super long
Okay,
hair.
Filipino. Okay. Are you
Out of
full?
place.
Are you full Filipino?
No, I'm only half.
Half. Okay, that doesn't matter. Okay.
I can't speak it, but I can cook it.
Okay.
Sorry, I forgot to put my teeth in. I'm trying to do the best.
That's
I
okay.
can.
Don't worry, honey. Look, I just well, you talking to whomever? How many panels have you done so far since you've been out?
Just two. What's the big dude? What's the big dude's name? I called him one day.
Big dude.
I've been on T-Rev and the other guy. What's the guy that drives the Cutlass? Dolly Vision. I've been on Dolly. I called Dolly Vision.
Oh, okay.
That's a joke. And then I got on JRL just to try to calm him out a little bit.
So you got on so Queen makes 4.
You're the third.
I'm the third. I think the fourth. T-Rev, Dolly,
And you?
JLR, me. That's 4.
I'm not never on JLR.
Okay, you have it. Okay, yeah, another Scream Queen.
Yeah, his hard ass prison self.
Yeah, he's a Scream. That's a straight girl.
I love it, man. Just drawing. You know, I love the traveling. I would love to travel and be like that.
Well, you can travel. If you can travel when people are donating and you get a lot of views on your channel, that's where the money comes from.
I'm a
Just
driver.
keep it real.
I just drove from Washington, moved back to Oklahoma, and then we drove back to Florida. I love driving, man. I do it all day long.
Right.
That was
That'd be
alarming
a cool
to
show,
me.
man. Just about nothing.
That stood out to me.
Yeah, what's that all about? I thought that his ass.
Bro,
I'm a driver.
Keep it real.
I just drove from Washington, moved back to Oklahoma, and then we drove back to Florida. I love driving, man. I do it all day long.
Right.
That'd be a cool show.
What do you
man.
do
Just
for
about
work, bro?
Seinfeld
Because he
being
said he
actor. My
couldn't
bad.
come
But
to
yeah, this
Tennessee
has been
for
great
so long because
talking.
he drove, have work,
Yeah,
So he
they
couldn't
never
stop
once
by?
drove there because they didn't have a car. And you know
So
what's
where-
really wild is that just recently they posted a picture on their Facebook that they got a new car all paid for.
And the new lights with Sebastian, too, 2 days ago, apparently.
The what?
Yeah, new green headlights for Sebastian
Oh, really?
2 days ago.
Huh.
They got a whole car.
A whole SUV, dude. It's nice.
Yeah, nicer than mine.
Nicer than mine. Mm-hmm. We're so blessed. It's paid for. Post it, Michelle.
I've got Michelle's private information, and she can talk to me. And Michelle got
was that
Michelle's
it right
private
there?
information, and she can talk to.
I want to say that might be the spot right there. Hold on. I know this is going to kill us, but
Wow.
I gotta mute that shit. I can't.
I had to listen to her this morning, trying to go back and listen to Gamertags for, and I'm like, God, I could, like, this is the most like obnoxious.
Okay, it must be when they're on the way back, because that one went way too fast. So it must be after Michelle talks when they pan back over. Yeah, there it was. There it was. Did you guys see it?
Yep.
Like, you gotta you gotta look, or you blink, you fucking miss it. They're wild.
Started this interview, they don't say that they have one of their grandchildren in there.
No, it's not their grandchild. It's Mercedes, right?
It's just them. It's just them. But I'm saying, like, you know, it's not unless they come mid interview.
Yeah, like I think that person has been in there. I can't believe we're watching Taco in slow mode. This is the worst.
Welcome to my life on a Tuesday.
Like,
night.
I can't imagine. It's Taco Tuesday.
Taco Tuesday. Oh my God.
I don't know what you mean, the kid in the hallway. I didn't ever see the kid in the hallway.
Wait, there's a kid in the hallway?
That's what Are You Nuts said, that in one of his videos, there's a kid in the hallway.
Oh, shit.
It's just so quiet. Like, I mean, I'd have to know how old. Supposedly.
Well, they're little. They're little because he said he watches Caillou with them and shit.
That girl's kids, the friends.
Oh no, I don't know how old her kids are. She didn't tell me
I
that.
mean, it's like super quiet there. You know what I mean? Like, you don't hear no TV, no.
Yeah, when they came on my panel, their little grandkids were there, and they were like in and out of the room. Like, their little grandkids said hi to me. So it is kind of wild that you don't hear any of them there.
I may or may not have gotten in, like, the Facebook group at one point that was run. And what a jerk that Terry Bowersox is, putting up signs for Sebastian and posting them, you know, at different places around town, like the truck stops.
Oh, Michelle. Oh, Jesus. Like, what's so funny? You know what I mean? Like, no one is distraught. There's no sense of urgency with any of these people.
Oh my God. I was listening to that interview that I was listening to. They don't talk about Sebastian at all. They talk about, like, when he, like, does the pizza thing, the pizza incident, and adds his, like, special. And they talk about Taco, like, you know, it was just vile. It was with Britney BJ. And I'm like, y'all are, like, laughing. This is, you never know, like, a whole, like, your son's, like, in your quote unquote, like, whatever.
That time when they panned, it looked like that person was standing up. It didn't look like they were sitting on the bed. It could just be me. It's super fast. Like,
it is, that one is really fast. They do pan by again. I just don't remember where it's at. Because that's where that screen grab came from.
And that's the only time they show that person? Whoa.
Yes.
Did you see that dog?
You got a dog in your yard?
No, we have 4 dogs in the floor.
Oh.
Did you see him slide?
And he's talking right now. He's so shifty, man.
Dude, the dude's. Why would you not want to give your,
I think it's kind of weird that they wouldn't hear from Seth for 2 weeks.
I agree.
Didn't he say like after Sebastian went missing, he didn't find out that he was missing for like 2 weeks after?
Yeah.
That's what he just said. And
Okay,
it's weird.
right.
And at first I was like, well, if they took all of Sean's like game things, I could see that, right? If they're just like gaming friends. But Taco said he called him up. So clearly they had each other's numbers. It's just, I don't know if you guys played games like that. Obviously, you've maintained contact for a long time, so clearly you're friends, right? Why wouldn't you call him?
It is weird. And when I brought that up to them, I'm like, did you guys think it was odd, that you called him and found out that Sebastian was missing? And Michelle was like, well, we thought he was just overwhelmed or whatever. But 2 weeks of being overwhelmed, like I can see a couple days. But 2 weeks, I would tell my friend, like, why the hell didn't you tell me? Like, the fuck, dude?
But overwhelmed with what? Like, Sean says he doesn't have like a social life. His phone never rings. So what exactly would he be overwhelmed with?
Searching for Sebastian.
But they would know
But
that.
they didn't know.
No, I asked her, like, when you found out, like, were you sus that he let 2 weeks go by and
But
didn't
they
call
wouldn't
you?
have
You
known.
know?
But that's
No,
what
I'm saying in
Why-
hindsight, like, do you think that's
Oh, okay,
weird
okay.
now? Yeah. And they kind of, dismissed it at first, but then Taco was like, yeah, he said he thought it was weird, but then he comes out and says the FBI was at their house. God, I wish I could find this. Fucking live is 5 hours long with these people.
I know. Jess, who was listening to it earlier.
Oh, it's painful.
It is.
And to find one little flash in 5 hours. I think I'm getting close, though. Because Michelle starts talking. It's before she puts her feet in the freaking video.
Oh, okay. I'm going to read a post by Carrie Foster. It's February 29th.
Explain who Carrie Foster is, because we're talking about
Okay.
tacos that might confuse.
Carrie Foster is someone that was an admin of the Finding Sebastian Rogers group that was created by Autumn and Bobbie early on. And she was basically misdirecting using the Facebook group to misdirect search efforts for Sebastian. And she also had wasn't even supposed to be, with her criminal history, wasn't even really supposed to be handing out flyers, much less adminning a search group.
They did say Pennsylvania. Bing bong clue right there.
Girl, I told you.
What, you got fucking dog ears? Damn. The hell?
But I thought there was something anyways. So Carrie Foster also got caught and arrested with a possession of a .380 and a bulletproof vest. And on 29th, she posted, since we are averaging about 100 new people every few hours, this is going to be reposted for everyone as a reminder of what is expected. If you disagree with the way this page is run, goodbye. We went from 40 people on Monday to 3.3K right now. So they started on Monday?
The day of?
Yeah.
Wow.
I guess maybe Monday at 12:01 or something, because it showed up. Well, I don't know. I guess I get a little. Use the search bar for any questions you may have. It's most redundant. speculation, negativity, asking questions about what Ellie has done, is doing, or will do, or questioning law enforcement in general is strictly prohibited. Your comments will get deleted and you will either be suspended or banned. This is not up for discussion. Sebastian coming home safely is the only thing that matters. Be respectful with your members are in this group. If you're reported, you'll get suspended. This page is strictly for posting facts about the case. I guess all admin or all updates regarding Ellie are going to come from our Bobbie binoculars. Maybe. I don't know. It's just really weird that she was posting it that early on. That
Y'all, I don't mean to change the subject, but this fire is now 2,300 acres.
Oh my God.
Holy shit. Yeah.
I heard from SF earlier, if anyone's, but that was a lot like when we started this stream, which is no telling where it is right now.
What did it start? It was like 300, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like 200 when I checked.
Holy crap. It's that wind, man.
The wind, and they said the wind's going to get worse tonight through the night. It's not good.
No.
Did you guys see all the, not to change the subject, but did you see all the cars that just, but people just got out of their cars and started running? Like Sunset Strip was car to car gridlocked, and the fire was coming. These people ditched their cars. They literally took bulldozers down the road, bulldozed all the cars. They're all totaled.
Oh, holy shit.
It looks like a fucking war zone. It's wild.
That's crazy. Like I posted on X.
If you guys, I mean, if you know anybody out there, man.
The fire's moving faster than I've ever seen a fire move.
And you know, the thing is, usually those fires stay contained, like up on the hill, up in the, they keep it up. And this one's down in these neighborhoods. That was terrifying. And there's no firemen in sight because they're all tied up.
Well, the firehouse caught on fire. The fire station caught on fire when I read it earlier.
Good Lord. Anyway, I want to hear this part about Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
To hear the context of it. Clue in her dog ears over here.
Type houses. Like you see up in Pennsylvania, see a lot of those type homes here in Central.
Okay, Ebony. Now you all.
That's weird.
She's correct. He wasn't sexual. He likes to touch, like any autistic.
Well, he's already told that. He's already said that. Uncle Taco, we've talked about that. The child has a disability. He has boundary issues. Chris has let us know that already. He had boundary issues.
It's just how people take it. You get what I'm saying? You can take it wrong, or you just have to take it with a grain of salt. What kind of condition is this? Okay, he's a special needs child, so what are you gonna do?
I just think it's just such a terrible situation because in the end, as I tell people all the time, it doesn't matter the motive for unaliving the child if indeed this is what happened to this child. The point is that it happened. And that you see it every day. Children are being abused. Because let's be truthful. People just don't wake up and unalive their child or their children. Something was going on for some time to even get to that point. You understand?
Right.
To unalive your child or to cover up a death. There's still, I believe, abuse even if you covered up a death because that's not a sane thing to do. If, let's say, you were tussling with your kid or you pushed your kid. Oh, so now you're going to go, wrap them up in a sheet and dump them somewhere? That's ridiculous.
You're going to not call somebody?
Exactly. You're not going to call 911?
Missing?
This is bullshit. It's just bullshit.
You just can't wake up one day and your kid dematerialize and it'd be all right. You know what I mean?
What?
Yeah.
That's a weird.
I don't know. I'm going to put air tags.
What do you say?
Dematerialize.
He is weird.
On my grandkids, I'm going to make them swallow a big pill. Maybe not. Maybe give them something to wear that has an air tag so I know where my grandkids are.
Okay, Ebony, it's okay. It's just that, I don't want these.
Who's Ebony? But she's talking. Hang on. Can we see this chat?
Ebony's in the chat, probably. Her voice is hard to listen to.
Oh, it's so loud.
People feel like they have to keep repeating, the same thing. Some of you all are coming in the chat late, so, I don't want them having to feel like they have to keep, rehashing things that they've already said.
Yeah, scroll up.
About Sebastian. And
take a second, scroll up, catch up.
Well, it's a 3-hour live, so yeah, almost 4 hours. They're gonna have to. I don't want to hold you all because I'm sure you all got a lot to do, but maybe you all can come back and hang with the queen. I do talk about other things because, as I told people, this is not a true crime network. So I do talk about. Want to join me on some of my other topics?
We can certainly do so.
Yeah, and just tell Seth and the family. I'll say for myself, I'm praying for him. I didn't never want to come down harsh on him because there's been a lot of ugly things said about him. I just felt like when you don't know, it's easy to judge. You understand what I'm saying?
100.
But that's why I asked that question about when did the boy tell him he wanted to not go back, because I felt like, well, if the child knew if Seth knew for a long time, I have a problem with that, because that just don't sit well with me that I would send my child back. But then I still feel bad that on a Thursday, okay, he was still at school, so he would have been in Katie and Chris's care. He's now gone.
Yes.
He's
And
gone.
that's all my husband feels is until we know more, they should hold Katie accountable. Like, she was the last person with him. When we were younger, if our parents would have lost us, they'd have been sitting in jail until they found out.
Hey, Seth's in chat, so say.
Is that what Seth thought was going to happen? I mean,
girl, I'm telling you, I think that's what they are trying. What was Betty starting to scream? Nobody conviction.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird to me. Also, I can't stand how she uses the boy, the child,
The
and
boy.
I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
like, say his name. At least not. You don't have to say the whole name like Betster does, but like say Sebastian. Like, not the boy, the child.
I gotta drop down, Jay. I gotta go to bed.
All right, girl. Good night.
All right, bye, y'all.
Good night.
They'd have been sitting in jail until they found out.
Hey, Seth's in chat, so say.
Hi, Seth.
Seth.
Everybody say hi to Seth.
Where is he?
He's in chat.
I don't see him.
I know I don't see him.
She said she don't see you.
I don't see him.
Seth R. Rogers, Sebastian's father. You probably blocked me. You thought was.
Huh?
I thought I was a troll or something.
Oh, hey, by the way, Queen, this is Seth.
I don't. On the phone.
On my phone, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, he's on our phone.
I claim.
Seth.
No, I'm in chat.
Tell Seth.
Tell her to unblock him.
He said they may have him blocked. Is Seth?
Well, why would somebody have Seth blocked?
They may think he was a troll or something. He said.
That's crazy. He's always Seth. Have you always used your name?
Sebastian's father.
Seth R. Rogers, Sebastian's father.
I know who he is, but I'm saying he has no reason being blocked, is what I'm saying.
No, say something. Text something, Seth.
Tell Seth.
One of your mods did it.
June 28th.
Well, but I'm saying, did you come in the chat as somebody else?
My name now, Miss Queen.
Yeah. So he's on the chat with y'all right now.
I'm saying,
he's on live with us. Period.
Okay, let me ask Seth. Is he on IG?
She said, "Accept."
Ask him, is he on Instagram?
Are you on Instagram?
Are you on Instagram?
No, ma'am, he's not.
Okay, let me ask Seth this, if he can answer. He shared. He had a channel up, and he had his son's video up there. I shared it on my network, and the next thing I know, the channel was taken down. So I didn't know if he got upset because the video was shared or what. Of him at the playground.
Playing it, yes.
Turn your volume down.
I didn't get upset that the video was shared. I got upset with I was upset. I took like 2 weeks off. I killed my channel and took 2 weeks away from YouTube.
Killed your channel?
I tried doing it, A-Balance. I don't know how to do it. I didn't block.
Oh my God, this lady.
Yeah, no, she's like, girl, you don't have to use inside voice.
I got upset with I was upset. I took like 2 weeks off. I killed my channel and took 2 weeks away from YouTube.
I tried doing it, Ballad. I don't know how to do it. I didn't block Seth. That's what I'm trying to explain to everybody for the last time. I had no reason to block him.
He's watching her right now.
Hey, Ballad, how are you blocked and you're in the chat? You're not making no sense.
He didn't say. He said maybe one of the mods did on accident.
I don't. Well, Seth.
Can you see his text?
Well, Seth, a certain person reached out to you and was trying to contact you on a way to contact me directly.
Oh.
If you know who that person is, because I'm not saying their name on the live stream.
Oh well.
They sent you. They sent you my. They sent you my number.
The only way to contact me is normally the email on the Facebook page.
Yeah, but I'm saying there's a certain person that we both know, and they sent you my phone number.
Give it to Ken when he's behind the chat.
I'm saying there's a certain person that we both know.
Oh my God.
I should listen to her twice. It's worse. It's getting worse.
You seen?
What's worse than
Seth is not blocked. Seth is just talking to them on their phone.
I'm trying to.
Yeah,
think who it is.
He said he's trying to think who it is.
Oh, he knows who it is. Trust me.
She said, "Oh, you know who it is. Trust her."
I'll put it like this. He knows that the conversation he's cared for a certain person and he feels betrayed. You know who he's talked to.
A conversation where you feel betrayed.
A little minion gnome, garden gnome. Did I like to
T-Rev.
his yard?
Yeah, I know Sweetie Pie.
Yeah.
Who?
You weren't supposed to say her name out.
Oh, Sweetie Pie.
Sweetie Pie Low.
Oh, how much? It's almost like Seth is like I had never even come across the vault before this a long time ago when I had to listen to it the first time for pain and torture.
I never heard of her before.
And I'm like, how is he finding all these channels? And then to send Taco and Burrito and Nacho Supreme on, and I'm like, and then it's like he's like in there, when BJ, it's like he spies on them, and like apparently Taco and Burrito were like monitoring YouTube for whenever people would talk about them, and I'm like, what? That's a little weird.
It is weird.
And then they would all of a sudden just appear in chat because she was reviewing the interview.
You know what is in common? She covered Summer Wells.
And they always try to flip that back on Chris and Katie.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the thing is. It's
Smiley covered Summer Wells.
The thing that
Justin covered Summer Wells.
Is everything that they say that KP and CP are doing are the things that they're doing. Rico, in my opinion, Suave is my, and
it's weird.
Yeah, it's just.
You weren't supposed to say her name out. No, she was just trying to, let me know how you felt, and I just felt like people need to hear that because I think that's, even though you may not feel like that's a part of the storyline, but I feel like you were duped. I do. I feel like he was duped. I feel like he was used, and I would say that, and I said it during this live stream. I just feel like he was used. I find it strange that this person is now down here living in Tennessee out of nowhere. I just find
Who's living in Tennessee?
Title bitch.
Who's living in Tennessee? What is she talking about?
She tells us too much. She got conceived in Nashville. Didn't even know that. Yeah, God. I've listened to this interview too many times trying to find that damn gamer tag.
What the hell?
Why that's strange.
The leprechaun.
Yeah, that's what I call him.
I'm gonna give him a bath in hot dog flavored water.
What?
That's what I call him too.
Seth said that's what he calls them too.
Well,
get down and squirt him with hot dog water.
Is there something? because I was reaching out trying to talk to you because I wanted to bring a different perspective to the network, not all this other crazy nonsense that's been happening. But I wanted to talk to you about your feelings of where you are at that time, because it's been probably about a month ago that I was trying to contact you. Your feelings right now of where you are in this case and how you feel about everything that's played out on YouTube. Because, I do have strong feelings about you being up here because I feel like this is really the worst place for you to be pertaining to your son. I'm saying you're wrong, you do things the way you want, but I feel like mainstream news is better because they would take the case more serious than these other nimwits up here. That's just my personal feeling. And I wanted you to know that out of my mouth.
Most of my interviews will be national news.
He said most of his interviews will be national news.
Yeah, I just think that's more appropriate because they would take it more serious than some YouTubers. Because I just felt like after that incident with the leprechaun, you can't trust people up here. No, I'm serious. You can't trust the people up here. So I just don't think this is the place. I don't think this is the place to be talking about Sebastian because the people aren't genuine. That's
No, they're not.
They're not genuine.
And we figured that night with T-Rab, we knew that night he was fake as could be.
Really? Why say that?
Just the way he didn't respond a lot. He said, "Miss Queen, you're genuine."
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. But I'm here. I was wanting to come over that way to visit, but then I said, no, I don't think I need to go because I'm not here to be doing all that fake searching and all that. I'm not with them that type of nonsense. But I wanted to just get a feel of the town. I haven't been in the Nashville area in a long time. My grandfather used to live in Nashville, but he passed away. But a lot of people don't know I was conceived in Nashville. I never told anybody that. But yeah, I was conceived in Nashville. My parents are no longer living. But I haven't been in the area in a long time. I wanted to just walk it. I wanted to see the area myself.
My condolences.
Want to see it myself.
Being conceived in Nashville.
Oh, he said his condolences being conceived in Nashville.
Oh, he's so funny.
Stop. Hey, let me tell you. Hey, Queen, listen, I don't tell my business up here, but let me tell you, these were two young people who made a kid, and they were just two people who, hey, you know how it is. They weren't meant for each other.
Yeah, nobody can see Seth's comments.
Yeah, she said nobody can see Seth's comments.
I don't see him either. That's what I'm trying to understand. Why? Because he has no business being, he has no reason being blocked.
This is painful.
It's painful. I'm just
Wait, what did he say?
Yeah, go back again.
He has no business being blocked.
Rumors are from YouTube streets going to get Seth a felony. Example, leprechaun pew pew accusations. Come on, folks. Shut the fuck up.
Stay out my chat. And let me tell you something. I've told you all. This will be the last time. This will be the last live you'll enjoy. No, this will be the last live you'll enjoy.
Don't block Seth. I didn't block Seth. Okay. He hasn't said anything. My bad.
I know I haven't blocked him. He hasn't been in this chat in near a month, so I don't know why he would be blocked. That's strange to me.
He ain't said nothing yet.
I remember trying to
YouTube streets and I'm hung like
Maximus, why would you change it? Why would you change it?
I'm hung like Maximus. That's what I heard.
Gross.
Dad and YouTube streets and I'm hung like
Maximus, why would you change your YouTube name? Come on.
Oh, by the way, Tracy, when Tracy does talk, are you nuts? Oh, it sounds like Julia. Just saying.
She's really on a panel right now.
Who?
Maximus.
What?
It was something else. You just in the chat. Why'd you change your name? Are y'all really want to do? Okay, that's okay. I know how to handle this from now on. Okay. Yeah. I know what I'm going to do from now on.
I said this kid have a friend named Heather. I said this kitty have a friend named Heather.
Seth, does Katie have a friend named Heather?
I don't know.
She's been fucking hard on this fucking shit all day.
Well, she's out of here. Because it's disruptive. It's just disruptive, just back and forth, back and forth.
Who Katie's friends are? I know that obviously she's not.
Just back and forth, back and forth.
Who Katie's friends are? I know that obviously she's not Sebastian's friend.
No, she's definitely not Sebastian's friend.
And that's the whole purpose now, is to get this back to Sebastian and all of these
focus on Sebastian.
people who have no clue. They just want to talk.
They're just making drama to add money so people could watch, and the more they get watched, the more they get paid.
I learned so much about Sebastian.
Call with you from a month ago because he has nothing.
Yeah, and look at the views he's getting from me, putting me on stage, man. Look at the views everybody's getting from Uncle Taco.
He makes me sick. He makes me sick.
It's sickening, man. I can't wait.
Yes, he totally makes me sick.
Did you
You
hear
know,
Taco? Makes me sick too. I can't wait to have my YouTube channel.
Yeah, no, it's like look, I would think you would be happy for any views you're getting, like
Awareness.
yeah, but they're not even talking about Sebastian except for like creepy random crap
It's
that
weird.
nobody did to help anybody. Like it's weird. This is just
just like
strange.
all that stuff, getting on the channel talking about he's seeing his kids and all that type of nonsense. That's to make people stay away. Stop talking about him. And so the state won't come down here trying to pick his ass up for owing child support. It's ridiculous. He makes me sick to my stomach.
Yeah, this whole thing.
Yeah, he's ignorant to me. Very ignorant. Yeah, he's dirty. He's dirty.
What's he got on his knuckles? Hope and what help and hope or what is that? I don't understand, man.
Helps what I've got written on mine.
Just stuff to people, draw people in so people can get viewed. That's all it is.
He knows. Well, let me ask. I'm going to ask this on the live. Listen, I'm going to ask this on the live stream while Seth is up here. Seth, have you talked to the leprechaun recently?
Have you talked to the leprechaun recently, Seth? No. No, he hasn't.
He has not.
So why did he go? So weeks ago, when he talked to you, Taco, that audio I played, he says that, oh, I could call him if I want. And he made it seem like, he's still dealing with you. I knew he wasn't dealing with you.
Yeah.
And now he's falling out with that smoke guy, his so-called friend. It's always something.
He ain't gonna call me on my phone.
Well, that's what I thought when he was up there talking. How old is the audio, Taco? 3 weeks?
3 weeks, yes.
Okay, so he's sitting up there saying, oh, I could call him, but he said he ain't supposed to be on social media. He knew he wasn't getting ready to call Seth on that live stream.
He could have called him that night.
That's what I'm saying. But he wasn't going to do that.
Nope, wasn't intention. His intention was just to talk about what they found out.
Yeah, I was glad to hear the audio. I just heard it this morning, and I said, this Taco's guy's baiting him. I said, there's no way he's getting ready to call Seth. I knew that right then.
So funny, so crazy.
But it's sad to me. So let me ask Seth.
When you were on the phone with him.
Yeah, Seth was on the phone with us the whole time we were online with T-Rev.
Oh, you all are. Oh my God. See, okay, I'm done. I knew it. I said, I wonder if Seth put him up to calling.
If you put that call on audio, you could hear stuff in the background.
Okay, I wondered that because I said he's dancing around the subject. He wasn't answering anything. Like at the end, remember he said, "Oh, maybe we all could go." Taco said, maybe we all could go get something to eat. And I thought, yeah, let me hear his response. He never said nothing. He plays right over.
I think he heard Seth in the background.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Sure. See his head cock and act weird.
Wow.
He's answering all the questions.
Let me tell a lot of you all. I met a really nice. Huh?
He's just slanging at the gun.
I met this wonderful kid yesterday at the mall.
What gun?
I met.
Hold on. I think this is the spot. I think we finally fucking found it.
Oh God.
This wonderful kid.
Okay, wait. That person's not there.
That's definitely not a. Wow. Let me.
Yesterday
No, the person isn't there right there.
At the mall. His name is Ben.
I had to mute her. Fuck. I'm so sorry, guys. Oh, it's too much.
How can people listen? Like, if you have survived a stream of hers this long with her at full volume, I'm sorry for you.
I'm not going to lie. I watched it live.
Oh, God. That was awful.
The way they move their camera around is weird, like.
Yeah, I mean, I know you smoked a little.
Like, why not just turn it off?
Because she wants to see him on camera. Like, it's like she's always, like, forcing them to get up,
Oh, let's listen to this part about video games.
Seth got written up, Lola, because of laundry regulation.
Yeah, I
Jesus.
Like about me.
And he likes video games.
Yeah.
He's a good kid.
The one thing I like about Miss Queen is that she keeps it real. She doesn't bullshit or sugarcoat crap.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Why isn't he saying, about my son. Like, help me find my son. Like, what the fuck?
I don't know. I can't speak for you because I'm not in your shoes, and I know you've been judged harshly, and that's the only reason why I wanted to talk to you. I didn't want to talk about all this other crazy stuff when I wanted to talk to you. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. Is how do you feel about how you've been perceived on YouTube? That's what I want to talk to you about.
Nobody's walked in my shoes. These people that judge me on YouTube, they have no idea what I'm going through every day. Every day it's just wake up and pray that somebody has seen my son.
Yeah.
Pray that Sumner County has done their job and located my son. There is no closure. It's the same fucking nightmare that it was February 26th as it is today.
So, are you not confident in what they're doing?
Behave or how I act.
Yeah, and I know you caught hell from that because I want to say that.
Oh my God, shut up.
Well, do you have any regrets, Seth, about what has transpired with all the stuff you've been through?
It's like having a kid just poof and vanish.
He said people don't understand what it's like to have a child poof and vanish.
Poof and vanish.
So does he have any regrets according to all the stuff that's played out with all this telephone leak and all that stuff? If he could go back, would he redo things? How about that? With all of this up here on YouTube.
She said
if I could go back and know what I know now, without a doubt. Without a doubt, there would have been less YouTube.
Okay.
There would have been more local, if anything.
Okay.
What?
Just like some YouTubers, that I reached out to, they seemed like they were my friend, or not my friend, but they were friendly.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Knowledgeable to the situation.
Yeah,
then all of a sudden they get their feelings hurt. And it's not even they get their feelings hurt by me. Somebody else rubs them the wrong way and they just take it out on me.
What?
You're taking it out on me. You're taking it out on my son.
What?
Well, let me ask you this. Who reached out to whom first with you and T-Rev? You reached out to him or he reached out to you?
I reached out to him because I had seen him talk about missing children.
Okay.
I just wanted my son's name out there.
And your GoFundMe?
Wow. And look how that turned out. No disrespect, but that turned out bad.
Yeah. Look how that turned out.
One thing.
The leprechaun slides into Nashville, and the next thing I know, I'm back to, people giving, you're supposed to be looking for your kid. You're not supposed to be looking for, somebody else. And it's funny, I wasn't looking for anybody but my son.
What do you mean?
What?
Somebody else.
What? Something about Nashville. Listen.
One thing.
The leprechaun slides into Nashville, and the next thing I know, I'm back to, people giving, you're supposed to be looking for your kid. You're not supposed to be looking for, somebody else. And it's funny, I wasn't looking for anybody but my son. We don't
say what?
We don't know when God puts people in our path. We don't know the reason why he puts people in our path.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but
Is he talking about Michaela? Like you're not supposed to be out finding a girlfriend?
Yeah, I think so.
That's
the
so
only
too.
thing I can make sense of.
So the devil uses people too, Seth, and that's one thing I think maybe you didn't realize in reaching out to people and allowing people to come into your circle and didn't realize. But the devil uses people too, Seth, and that's one thing I think maybe you didn't realize in reaching out to people and allowing people to come into your circle. As you said, I wanted help, but all help isn't good help.
You hear that, Sean? The devil uses people.
I can say I understand Seth's point of
Mathis.
I may be a deputy sheriff and I may work with a bunch of criminals, but I give everybody the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, I heard that.
Literally refuse to acknowledge that people are just bad.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. But
some of them are. But if
look at the end
do
result.
life like that, I feel like I'd be a horrible person at my job.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Do I trust these people?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
But do I want to believe that they can do better? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, see, that's the thing about it is that your job was separate than looking for your kid, and you probably took the same attitude. Well, I'm looking for my kid. I want some help. But you didn't have any idea, I guess, what these people, how they navigate up here with YouTube. But the thing is, when I tell people, people are people. It doesn't really matter if they're incarcerated, not incarcerated, broke the law. People are people. Everybody's not genuine. Everybody has not changed. Wow. Wow. Yes, Sweet Tea, right. The human heart is deceitful. It is. And a lot of these people that have been involved in these true crime cases, they don't care anything about the people in the case. They don't care anything about the children. They don't care.
Before this happened, I would go to work and I'd come home. And that's all I did. I went to work. I came home. The weekends that I had my son, or even the weeks that I had my son, that's where I lived.
Okay.
Otherwise, it was just work, come home, make sure my house is okay, things are in the fridge, because Sebastian may be coming tomorrow, and I need to make sure I have food in my house.
Okay.
Because I may have to work tomorrow, and he may have to be here. And
Wow, and he wasn't even working. This did not age well.
No. Yeah, because he went out on 4 or 5. Dude, did you not know about? Never mind.
I want him to have everything that he needs and some of the things that he wants. And now, last 4 months, the only thing that I need is my son. The only thing I want is to find him.
Okay. Let me ask you something. Taco and Michelle was saying the Thursday before your child went missing is when he told you that he didn't want to go home. Is that true?
No. It was. I spoke to him Thursday when he got out of school.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, when did he tell you that, Seth?
It was the weekend prior that I had him that he threw a little fit and didn't want to go back, but he wouldn't tell me why.
Oh, he wouldn't tell you why.
If he wouldn't tell me why, what can I do? If he's not going to tell me,
okay, I hear what you're saying.
If he had told me,
yeah, I was worried about that.
I would have called state police. I would have called Clarksville PD and Montgomery County.
So that's why I wanted to ask.
That's who we would have called? I would have called state police.
I would have called Clarksville PD and Montgomery County.
Montgomery County and who?
Montgomery. Why would you call Montgomery County, bro?
Weird.
So that's why I wanted to ask you. Did you not think to call Katie to say, why does my son not want to go home?
Okay, that's Clarksville County. All right, I can go down.
I asked her.
Did you? That's what I've been wanting to know.
I asked her when I got there.
Oh, what did she say, Seth?
Normal thing. She doesn't want to come back here because he doesn't want to go back to school.
Huh?
So he gets freedoms here that he doesn't get there. And now I'm finding out that he really had a lot more freedom here.
Wait. That don't make any sense. She said he don't want to go to school. Is that what you said?
You know, leaving here on a Sunday, going back means that he's got to go back to school on Monday. You know, kids don't want to go back to school after a weekend.
Oh, because of what he was doing at your house.
I understand that.
Okay.
Because I'm not thinking that he's in an abusive situation there.
Yeah, and that's why I was upset. And I said, "Well, I told them."
You know, normal reaction, normal it's the weekend and he's upset.
Okay.
That the weekend's over.
Yeah, because I told them, Taco and Michelle, I said, I don't want to judge Seth for that, but I'm just wondering if he knew, how long did he know that the child didn't want to go back? Why take him back?
Yeah, I couldn't answer.
Okay. Lord,
when did Connie
Seth, can you clarify too? Because there's a lot of people that's saying that you had not seen Sebastian in over 3 weeks prior.
Yeah, I heard that too. Lord.
This. Can you clarify that is
the
inaccurate?
That he had his the weekend that he was at his mom's that he disappeared, I had him the weekend previously.
So that'd be the weekend that
Around Mother's Day.
you all had that conversation, or he was acting up.
We all have jobs. We all have to work.
Right. Lord have mercy. What a mess. What a mess. This is a mess.
If people would stick to the facts instead of adding their little bit of two
Like they're
cents.
going to do that, Michelle.
Yeah, and that's being humans. Yeah. It's DramaCon, he said.
Well, the whole thing there, is that's why eyewitnesses are reliable in court.
What did he say? He's breaking up.
That's why the witnesses aren't very reliable in court.
Well, and they know that. That's very true. Well, guess what? These witnesses out here don't count. These are chat people, YouTubers who don't have a dog in the race. They ain't getting ready to be called into court for a damn thing. You can believe that. Okay.
Everybody, now soap operas have not been on mainstream like it was when I was a kid. People look to this. And these are the days of our life.
Oh my God, please. Honey, it ain't even on. And look, that show ain't even on TV anymore. Stop.
Right. Another hit from my talk show, man. Now,
oh my gosh. It's just like on and on and on. But you know what? I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you what's bothersome to me about missing children. Going back there. I hear myself.
I can't take her fucking voice, man.
No.
Yeah, you do.
Oh my God.
No.
Not yet.
All right. I'm telling you good morning.
Lord of mercy.
I feel like it's
Oh, he hung up.
That's okay.
Who was that?
Lord. So what did you take from that? That she doesn't feel comfortable texting you alone?
What's up, Tony?
Oh, God.
good morning, buddy. How are you today?
Oh, Tony called him. He goes, "What's up, Tony?" And you hear Taco go, "Oh, God." Listen.
What's up, Tony?
Oh, God.
Good morning, buddy. How are you today?
Shitty fucking day. 4 months, 2 days.
How many phones are involved right now?
Yeah, I know. I don't even really feel you right. I'm telling you good morning.
Lord of mercy.
I feel like
Taco says, "How many phones you got going now?"
Oh, he hung up.
That's
He hung up because Tony called.
okay.
Tony asked Seth how many
Tony,
phones he's got going?
No, Taco. Listen again.
What's up, Tony?
Oh, God.
good morning, buddy. How are you today?
Shitty fucking day. 4 months, 2 days.
How many phones are involved right now?
How many phones are involved right now? It was Taco.
Yeah, I know. I don't even really feel you right. I'm telling you good morning.
Tony says, "I don't even really feel right telling you good morning."
Shut the front door. It's
I feel like it's
Oh, he hung up.
That's okay.
okay. So on 5/4, according to Kells, JLR posted that Tony was Seth's new spokesperson. On 5/9, they reopened Rogers' Homestead of Family Values.
Interesting.
Tony had to intervene.
Well, I think that's.
Did you hear Taco?
What did he say?
Tony had to intervene.
Tony had to intervene.
Oh, okay.
I thought it was great when Tony got on the phone. Taco says, "Oh, God."
I don't know.
What the heck is going on here?
Well, I think that's messed up that she couldn't even just text him a song to play. But guess what? That's expected from her. She's had no involvement in this child. For those who want to believe that she and Chris care about this kid, her own kid, when she can't even text him a song to play at a vigil that she didn't even go to. So that doesn't shock me any at all. I'm not shocked at all at that.
So stupid. A song? I wouldn't have sent it either. I would have been like, you're not going to have a vigil with a song dedicated. That's like something for a funeral.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
That was painful.
For some damn reason, I can't find that spot. It's pissing me off. God, why were they on here for so long? Let's see.
So she feels really hurt by this comment. And I'm sitting here thinking, wait a minute, you're white. You're white saying the woman sounds like she's white trash, but she's black. You can make this up.
I don't know what white or black sounds like.
But you know what I'm saying. She obviously heard the black girl and assumed she was white, but then called her white trash. Boy, she knows what she is now because the girl's not a lawyer.
Yeah, and it's all on recording.
Yeah, it's all over the news. It's all over the news. And it's sad because the girl just moved here. She's trying to better herself. She's got kids to take care of. She said, I just want a job. That's all I'm trying to do is apply for a job. My thing is this. You don't have to be talking about who called. Your job is to staff people. You're not hiring them. You're just bringing them in. They fill out the application. Then you send them to the job. That's on the job if they want to keep them or not. It's not even that serious.
Right?
You're a staffer.
That's all you are.
Pusher,
You get more money for what you're giving.
Exactly. A paper pusher. Well, I'd like to know if that lady still has a job. Both of those ladies still have their job at the company.
Probably not.
Oh, yeah. They got to go. Because they're going to say, you didn't have sense enough to hang up the damn phone.
Here's
Wait, hold the
they're probably
conversation.
not working there, but they're probably working at another staffing agency.
Exactly. Move them. Yeah. Because they do that, don't they? Move you around.
No, you know, it's your knowledge base is what you know.
Yeah.
From labor rate to standby personnel to.
Dusty says, great hair, Taco.
Thanks, man. It's been a few years. I decided since we started this crusade for our grandchildren, I'm not going to cut my hair no more.
Oh, okay. Something for the kids to play with?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I feel like every time my hair gets longer, I can feel more around me. You know what I'm saying? Like I can feel people's energies and auras. Okay. I feel like a Filipino Johnny Trejo.
Oh, you know, you're wild.
People say I look scary. I'm like, man, I'm just me. I'm just kidding. I watch Barbie. I'm going to learn that song. I'm just going to start singing that when people start. Like, I walk up on me and say, you look like a badass at work. I said, dude, stop walking behind me. You're making me nervous.
So, is it hot out there?
Hot. 106.
Oh, yeah. That's dead man walking weather.
Yeah, I go into work at 3:30. I get off at 1:30. It's hot. I'm drenched.
Yeah, well, I'm going to let you relax when you get ready for work. But you all call me anytime. And when I come up with a topic or whatever, I'll just send it to you in the IG. And we'll go from there, okay?
Yeah, I didn't fucking find it anyway.
Thank you, Tom.
I'm sorry. But let's listen to Tracy, okay?
I knew something didn't sound right. I said, I said, T-Rev is talking all around this subject. I said, they're baiting his dumb ass, and he don't even realize it. Stupid fuck. He's a stupid old fucker. Just as stupid as the day long.
What do you have?
He's just a dodo bird and a big old cap.
He's those lies that he tells though.
Oh, well, you know they're going to catch up. Eventually, T-Rev is going to end up. T-Rev, he's just like a lot of people walk around here. Eventually, the lies will find you out. That's life. I don't care who you are. Tall, short, fat, black, white, Mexican, Jew. The lies will find you out. That's all.
Yeah, they will.
All the storytelling and, pitting people against each other, manipulating people. Oh, honey, trust me. He's going to have a really bad day. And the one thing I've learned about people like T-Rev is what somebody told me a long time ago. You don't have to see people suffer. You don't have to wait for them to suffer. They're already suffering. That's the reason why they're doing this type of shit in the first place.
I don't know how these women get these men to love the men more than their kids. I just don't get that.
She's the same mother that raised her kid and then killed her other two later in life. So that's why I tell people, you don't know people.
There you go. Proof that
nobody just wakes up.
Proof that she had two other ones with him.
Who?
Wasn't she applying Katie in that?
Oh, no. I think they're talking about another case. Talking about Chad Daybell.
Oh, okay.
They're talking about other shit. I'm just trying to find where Tracy talks.
Yeah, that's crazy. So that's what I'm saying. You don't know people. Now, other people that came across Lori, thought she was a great mom. She seemed to care for the kids, blah, blah, blah. But then you talk to the family, they got a whole other side of Lori that other people probably, they had no idea that she was mentally ill.
Right.
Because you don't know people.
Put on a good show, yeah.
Yeah, put on a good show. And it's sad. And it's sad that people can easily be coerced. So you already got somebody mentally ill, and then they meet this guy. He's talking all this old crazy doomsday shit. And then you start listening to it and reading the books, and now you're falling for him. Now you're talking, you're meeting, and one thing begat another. You see it all the time. You've got to have free will. If you don't have
I can't listen to her.
I can't either.
I can't do it no more. I can't do it no more, hon. I can't. Holy shit.
Yeah, that was painful. My ears were bleeding.
My ears still I still need to recover.
Yeah.
Kels, we were looking for the part where the person in the nightgown is.
Yeah, I don't even remember where it is.
I know my brain's fried.
Yeah. Yeah, she ruined it. She's like a part. Like how do people do that? Like just like it's like nails on a chalkboard. I mean, I know that. Oh, she's on the list, Jay. By the way, the updated list that I saw.
Oh yeah, I heard that.
She made the cut.
I heard that.
I think we're off the list.
Pascal's on the list still, isn't he?
I saw that. I was like, that's a little weird. I may have to message him and be like, "You're on the list? How'd you get back on? I thought you were done with this case."
I know. Look at it. Ministry says, "Thank God." Anna says, "Thank you, Jay. It's just not worth it." Some things are just not worth losing your sanity over.
I did get that gamer tag, so that's good. Like the current one.
Backwash 420.
Backwash 420.
Ugh. Backwash.
Peglass and backwash. Like, come on, like, dude.
What game do they play again?
He said. What was it? It was
Call of Duty Mobile.
Yeah, that wasn't the one he was about to go play. He was about to go play something else.
Fortnite.
Fortnite, yeah. Should we play the first 7 seconds of that channel thing and see if people think that voice sounds like?
Yeah, put the link in the back chat. I'll play it without video. We'll just play the voice.
Okay. This is gonna be interesting. All right, hold on.
Thanks, Kels.
I'll put the link in the. Let me put the link in chat. Does that work?
Yeah, that's fine.
Because I'm an idiot and I'm gonna kick myself out.
Oh no, that's fine.
Holy granny. Okay, hold on. I swear, everyone that I've played this, well, I'm not gonna be biased. I'm not gonna be.
Hey, I'm not punishing y'all anymore. Everybody take a deep breath. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Do that 3 times.
All right, I just posted it in the regular chat.
It's just the very beginning, right?
Yeah, it's just the very beginning.
Okay, you guys. Let me make sure it's not too loud.
There you go. Oh no, it's one
Everybody
of those.
just really close your eyes and just see if what you think. It's just the first 7 seconds.
There you go. Oh no, it's one of those nose grass touching. There you go. Oh no, it's one of those nose grass touching. There you go. Oh no, it's one of those.
Damn it! I keep playing that part and I don't want to.
There you go.
Next time BJ wants to make fun of my voice when she plays a call, I'm just gonna send her that lady's voice.
There you go.
I do think it was interesting watching the reaction to that, by the green team. I wonder if their narrative changes since their source, in my opinion, the person I think their source is, I don't know how they're reacting to that.
What do you mean? You just talked in a riddle. I don't know what you mean.
Basically what I'm trying to say is I wonder now after that call, like seeing how they reacted to the call, like Seth not wanting it played and everything, like
Oh, Bobbie's call. Okay, yeah.
yeah, that we played earlier.
Oh, right. I get
Because
what
like
you're
that was,
saying. Like,
in my
yeah.
opinion, that was BHB's source of the comings and
Of
goings.
info. Mm-hmm.
And Crime Time Buzz is like, and it's like, is BHB gonna be like? Oh yeah, I still haven't read the email or gone to that stream for the email, but yeah.
Okay, let me play this again.
Okay, I couldn't hear it.
I know because I didn't share it through StreamYard, but I did now, so you can hear it.
All right.
All right, ready? Here we go. Listen close, guys.
Here we go. Oh.
Here you go.
Oh no, it's a one. That's lucky. Expect to get that shit, bro. One of those notes. Here we go. Oh. Here we go. Oh.
Yeah, sounds like it to me.
Here we go. Oh no, it's one of those nose grass suckers.
And they're playing as Anonymous. Anonymous 351. See right here on the screen?
Yeah, and remember how in the thing in one of the streams or whatever, he said he played under anonymous gamer tag?
Oh, he did?
Yep.
Jesus Christ.
One of the streams he says he plays under anonymous gamer tag, and then there's the other one that I'm looking for and having to go back through all the audio. Should we do a poll and say Seth or not Seth?
Yeah, let me play it a couple more times.
Okay. Doing voice analysis.
Here we go.
God, it sounds like him.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Oh no, it's one of those.
No, it's not a voice changer. It's someone playing a game on their phone. And their YouTube name just happens to be... What is it?
Chris took you hoe.
No, Crispy. Chris P.
No, but it's at Chris took you hoe, but Chris P.
Crispy. 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 At Chris took ya hoe.
Here we go. Oh.
So this was also February 16th of 2024.
Also the day that he got written up for laundry.
Here we go. Oh.
Chris took ya hoe. So it's Anonymous 351 that's playing. It's like someone set it up and then handed it to him. Like, here you go.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said he would do. He said he would set up the game and then hand it to him.
Listen again.
Here we go. Oh.
Let me try one thing. I'm going to slow it down just a notch.
Okay.
Here we go. Oh no, it's one of those. Here we go. Here we go. There you go.
Let's do a poll. Seth or no Seth? I'm curious. All right, there we go. Did I miss? Oh, Gypsy, thank you so much for your super chat. She said, thanks for having me. Thanks for coming up on panel. Sorry I didn't see that earlier. Wow, 90% already. Get your votes in. Do you want me to keep playing it, y'all? UA, you won't be able to hear it, but I'm going to play it for them.
You're fine. Yeah. Unfortunately, I've
There you go.
this too many times. It's already there, and
I'm playing it right now, UA.
sorry.
It's okay.
There you go. Oh. There you go. There you go.
Okay, I'm done.
All right.
Oz done.
They have it. I don't want to like tip them off too much because I like to use it to go back and listen to for refresher.
It's interesting, right? So how did we come across this again?
It was the second comment, newest comment on the
the creepypasta.
Yep.
Oh my god.
And it was formed the year that they divorced. And that was, like I said, uploaded. That video was uploaded right as Seth was getting, like, well, it would have been the day that Seth got Sebastian the weekend before he went missing.
Well, let's look at a calendar, though. What date was that?
2/16. No, it's just the here you go part.
2/16 was, oh, Jesus, that was a Friday.
Yeah.
And he picked him up after school on Friday.
Yeah, and he worked that day. That was the day he was written up.
Wait, Dog Mom says, dude, speaking of, there's one on there now titled Sebastian.
A
What?
creepypasta.
On where, Dog Mom? So it started from Creepypasta. Yes, Creepypasta is a channel.
And the weird thing is that the comment on that creepypasta channel was on the creepypasta flashlight thing, which was I don't know. It's maybe I'm weird.
What was it?
I am weird, but it's the creepypasta flashlight tag video. Like, if you go to the newest comments, his is the second newest 2 years ago. And it's really
that's
weird.
right. We were watching Creepypasta, the flashlight tag. Then we read the comments, and the second one down was Chris took you ho. Then we went to...
The scariest thing about this story is that this kind of stuff always happens, is the comment.
Right. So then we went to Chris took you ho's freaking channel, and it says Chris P, like Chris P, and then that was a video. Like, what the heck?
And then if you look at the other videos associated with it, like one's about it was formed in 2017 on a June 19th. And then if you look at playlist, it's like shit that makes me question my existence, except for that's misspelled, which I could see Steffi Poo doing. And then one's like Game Capture HD60, how to set up Wii U, which we know that he played Wii. And then The Legend of Zelda Ocarina Time of 3D.
What the fuck? Oh my God. Are we being punked? No.
I feel like
UA? No. UA. listen.
I'm telling you.
No, just when you thought the shit couldn't get any weirder, it just fucking did.
You gotta be fucking kidding me.
No,
What?
it just fucking did. Dude. Okay, this is the official creepypasta site.
No.
This is called, this is from December the 29th, 2024. A Bump in the Road. Sebastian is the main character. Would you like me to read it to you tonight?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Dim your lights. Get your smoke. We're going to read a creepypasta. Ready? Okay. Sebastian woke up to the sound of a loud and repeated banging on his bedroom door. He opened his eyes slowly. The pounding of each knock. Can you see if this is in video form? I'd rather hear them read it.
The creepypasta form.
Okay, hold on. Let me see. Hold on, guys. Hold on.
Oh, please.
What's it called? A bump in the road?
A bump in the road.
Creepypasta, a bump in the road. That's fucked up, dude.
I'm waiting for Ashton Kutcher. Like, if you're old enough, like, please tell me you know what I mean.
It's not.
I say, like, Ashton Kutcher, where are you? Because this is just weird.
A bump in the road. Nope. There's no. I think you can only read it. Son of a gun. Okay, I guess I'm stuck. Okay.
All right.
Here we go. Sebastian woke up to the sound of a loud and repeated banging on his bedroom door. He opened his eyes slowly. The pounding of each knock enraged every muscle within his head and amplified his hangover. He groaned to himself as he was in the process of sitting upright in his bed, to find he'd fallen asleep wearing the gray sweat jacket, jeans, and white shoes he'd worn the day before, and shook his head at the sight of himself. He grabbed his head and groaned louder. His bedroom was small, his twin-sized bed in the corner of the room directly across from the door. He had a computer desk at the far end of his room just under its window, the screensaver of which ebbing and flowing with different colors throughout the spectrum and adding to his discomfort in the brief moment he stared over at it. The rolling chair he always had by it was straight ahead of him, closer to his bed, the seat of which was piled with white, empty beer cans. He swallowed, and this is a guy that's hungover, though.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
look
it's
at
still-
what it says. Hold on. Hold on.
God.
Okay, wait, let's keep reading it. We'll get the context. His voice was deep and scratchy, the latter because he was parched. Hold on. The banging stopped, and he sighed in relief and got to his feet in a hurry. The second his feet touched the ground, they loudly hit metal, and the pains in his head acted out again. He groaned once more as he got up from his bed and looked down to see additional empty beer cans, the ones under his feet now crushed. He clumsily kicked some out of the way as he walked a few paces to the door, doing his best to ignore the pains in his head. He got to the door and opened it quickly, a look of distress and confusion on his face to greet the person on the other side. It all melted away when Sebastian was faced with the dark red of a flannel and looked up to see his best friend and roommate Daniel standing 8 inches over him. Daniel, being taller, naturally looked over his best friend and onto the floor of cans. His voice was moderately softer and lighter than Sebastian's. You ready to pick up where we left off? Allow me to quench your thirst. As Daniel said this, he picked up a 6-pack of beer cans of the same brand held by thin plastic rings and separated one from the rest and extended it to Sebastian. Sebastian was hesitant at first, but decided in the end to grab it. And as he cleared his doorway for Daniel, he cracked it open and chugged it, walked to and sat on the edge of his bed, still drinking the beer. Daniel took the rolling chair, shaking it on its wheels to remove the clutter from the seat. Each body clacked softly against the floor. He scooted in closer to Sebastian, who grimaced mid-drink as the wheels of the chair slowly crushed a few empty cans. Daniel spoke casually, as though he hadn't just caused his friend discomfort. I hope our little pregame last night got your creative juices flowing. I've been waiting for this. Sebastian stopped drinking his beer and removed the can from his lips. He asked timidly, "What do you mean?" Daniel squinted and smirked in disbelief. "Don't pull that shit on me like you don't know. If that's the ghost of all these beers talking, I'll let it slide." Sebastian said nothing. And when it stayed that way, Daniel continued, "Come on, bro. You have a story for me, right? Like you said you would? And you promised you'd make me a part of it this time." Sebastian raised his brow and asked, "Is that all you want? To hear yourself being planted into a story?" "Hey, I said your tiny ass was clever. I never said the stories were good. I'm just what you need. As long as you mention my eyes, those are my best features, as you know." Sebastian timidly laughed as he took another sip of his beer, took a moment to collect himself, and replied, "I guess I could have a story ready right now, and it would technically have you in it. But first, you need to answer a question I have." Daniel was surprised by this, but nodded in approval at the request and took a beer from the remaining 5, cracking it open. He replied in an intrigued tone, "I guess, shoot. You remember the day we became friends, yeah?" Daniel scoffed. "Of course I do, man, and don't take that as a compliment because it's not. You were a loser." Sebastian perked up and laughed at that statement, and Daniel did the same. Sebastian initiated the reminiscence. "We had the same class in 2nd grade, but we weren't friends yet. And we never actually paid attention to each other until the incident with, you know." Daniel nodded in agreement and picked up where Sebastian left off, despite not seeing the point in it. "Freaking Connor. Yeah, man, he used to bully the crap out of you. No one ever did anything, because like I said, you were a goddamn loser. Snitching only made it worse for me. That's what I'd done to upset him that day at lunch. I'll never forget what happened. Connor got ballsy, went over to your desk and snapped your pencil straight from your hand as you were taking notes, while that bitch, Mrs. Santana, writing on the chalkboard. Sebastian picked up. The fact she had her back turned was the only reason I was brave enough to do anything back at all. You did something all right. As Connor turned to walk away, you burst from your chair, reached out, grabbed his head. Daniel and Sebastian yelled in unison, "Bam! Wham!" Sebastian proceeded to take a sip from his beer, while Daniel laughed and said, "Bro, his head hit the edge of your desk so hard he collapsed," and then screamed with a big-ass mark across his forehead. Miss Santana turned around real quick, and you scared the crap out of all the other kids. And while your quiet ass snapping like that, Miss Santana definitely gave me an earful outside. Believe me, man, I know. We were on the other side of the door eavesdropping. You know what? I'll never forget that story you told her about why you did it. You told her." Daniel paused to chuckle and shake his head, and Sebastian picked up where he left off. "I told her Connor had gotten amnesia at recess earlier from a dodgeball to the face, and that I was trying to reverse it. It's the least I could do for my friend Connor, you said, so we can play together again." Daniel and Sebastian laughed together. Sebastian continued, "Yeah, she was livid for sure, but in the end, she just sent me to the principal's office. And when you came back into class to get your stuff, I was there right next to the door and said to you, 'That's some story you just told out there.' And you looked me right in the eyes with that shit-eating grin on your face and told me, 'You think so? Well, you should hear some of my other ones.'" Sebastian laughed. Daniel cocked his head in confusion. "See, I remember you saying instead, 'Yeah, well, there are plenty more where that came from, but I guess that part doesn't matter.' You told me these stories, all right, and never got tired of telling when I asked for them. As we got older, your stories got better as you got smarter. Eventually, the stories didn't even matter. We were best friends without them. But every now and then, when life isn't as in the way it's been, when you have a new story and we're both at work off work at the same time, I can't help but get hyped for the shit that's going to come out of your mouth because no matter what they're about, your stories remind me of when life was simpler and we didn't have to worry about adult shit. Your stories mean a lot to me, man, because the shitty one you told to try to avoid getting in trouble helped me meet my best friend. But you want to know what I think? I think you're finally running out of ideas. You're a good storyteller, but a terrible actor. And if I'm wrong, then prove it. I swear to God, if I have to be any mushier with you, I need more to drink before that can happen. Sebastian laughed, smiled widely, and lifted his beer can over his head. I suppose I don't have a choice here. Here's the tradition. Here's the tradition, and to your new story. It ain't the first, and it sure as hell won't be the last. Sebastian and Daniel took a drink for their beers in unison. Sebastian was the first to finish his sip, placing the can down between his legs. Thanks for humoring me, man. You're my bro, and I really do love you. And now that that's all out of the way, my newest story will be about Sebastian's happy mood quickly changed to one of extreme hesitation. His body tightened indefinitely. The night I died. Daniel stopped drinking his beer when he heard this, and once again nodded his head in approval. Oh, hell yeah, you have my attention now. I'll bite. How did you die? I'm glad you asked. Let me start off by saying there is something after death, and I know that now. Because when I came to it, right after it occurred, I found myself in a strange place, alone and terrified with no recollection of how I got there. I was standing in a stone gazebo made of 6 cobblestone columns. Didn't we just hear Uncle Taco talk about cobblestone tonight? 3 on each side of me, all of them holding up a domed rooftop. My eyes were met with the bright oranges of marigolds and the dark crimson color of roses tangled up with them. What is this story about? They grew all along the columns. I mean, what? I don't know if I can read all this. I mean, it's really long.
Well, if you're interested in the story, it's weird and it's about Sebastian.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Wait, it's something about a weird tree, gnarled roots. What? Norse mythology. Yeah, it's fucking weird. Oh, what's this shit? Countless human bones, ribs, femurs, skulls, and more, all of varying size, surfaced as the ground underneath and around this waking monster was disturbed. Ugh.
Yeah, this isn't like a good bedtime story if you have any kids. I don't recommend this.
No, these are definitely not bedtime stories.
Like, yeah. This is weird. Seth, Sean, you're weird.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
That's bizarre, huh?
I thought it was also very weird, though, how they came up with that weird video of, like, Katie and Chris's house layout. And then it was, like, really weird and obviously not them. Of like, so, like, I guess what they were trying to insinuate as somebody that lived there previously being lured out of the house. That was just weird to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's bizarre.
That happened in response to the Bobbie.
Damn it,
Okay,
Bobbie.
so like 88%. Bobbie? Body. Did you vote in the poll? Were you here for the sound analysis?
Who?
I was asking Body if she's here for the sound
she's
analysis.
here. She's such a late nighter.
No.
Check this out. This is the ode to Britney Jay. Have you heard this? You heard this earlier, didn't you?
Yeah, but I don't think Body has.
Oh,
Body,
you guys. This is the ode to Britney Jay. This is compliments of Kramit, who's very talented.
We'll listen
I can't
to
believe
both
I
of them.
read that fucking creepypasta as long as I did.
I can't either.
It was
Congratulations.
goofy. I know.
You
Thanks.
read.
But do
You
we
stayed
think
awake.
that sounds like Seth? What does the chat think?
It was 88%. There was 108 votes. 88% yes, 12% no.
Does sound similar. It's weird.
I mean,
the coinky dinks with it is weird.
Yeah, all the other stuff too. Yeah, the name, when it was created, when the last post was made.
All right, here you go. Here's Britney Jay's song, The Ode to Britney Jay.
Britney Jay, I gotta ask, what's the deal? How you got fans when your content ain't real? Big ass butterfly glasses blocking the view, but girl, we all know there's nothing to see through. Hold on, you say every 5 damn minutes you're the queen of filler, no substance in it. Lead press on nails, tapping the screen, but no amount of gloss gonna make that content gleam. Britney Jay, do you have lice? Get them hands out your hair, girl, take my advice. Wig or weave, we don't care what you wear, but stop touching that mess, you're making us stare. Britney Jay, how'd you get on the map? Only you and them nasty pearl necklaces know that crap. Falling asleep midstream, what's the appeal? Your fans watching ads cause you can't pay for real. Premiums $12.99, is that out of your range? How about those super chats, are they spare change? Can't create your own, you're a remix queen, stealing everyone's vibe, no in between. Glazed eyes and a monotone drone, watching paint dries better than your zone. Britney Jay, do you have lice? Get them hands out your hair, girl, take my advice. Wiggle, weave, we don't care what you wear, but stop touching that mess, you're making us stare. Britney Jay, how'd you get on the map? Only you and them nasty pearl necklaces know that crap. Hold on, you say, and we all start to sigh. Are you buffering in real life? Girl, tell us why. Your live streams are naps, your fans must be saints, or maybe they're just bots with 0 complaints. Britney Jay, this ain't no hate parade, but your boring ass content needs to upgrade. Stop with the pauses, stop touching that wig, and maybe someday you'll do something big. Nasty pearl necklaces, what's your role? Is this a cult or just bad self-control? Together y'all trend, but the truth remains. Your streams are a snooze and your brand's just plain. Britney Jay, do you have lice? Get them hands out your hair, girl, take my advice. Wig or weave, we don't care what you wear, but stop touching that mess, you're making us stare. Britney Jay, how'd you get on the map? Only you and them nasty pearl necklaces know that crap.
Amazing.
DJ Bop.
Wait, hold on. Let me turn that shit off. Sorry. Dude, these fires.
You can never go undercover with your laugh, Jay. Like, you can never laugh. So, like, you just be surprised anywhere. Like, you would have to control a whole different fucking community that doesn't ever know, like, never came across a true crime story.
I know, right? What was I thinking about last night? Like, I knew I couldn't get away with that.
I don't know, Allie. What were you thinking? Allie.
Look at this. It's terrible.
I know, like, that's freaking insane.
It looks like a
when
freaking war zone.
Granny was like, one more question, Seth, and there were like 38 questions after that.
He's looking out the window like...
Gotta go.
I mean, look at these people's homes, y'all. That's Pasadena, California. I hope no animals are left behind.
I know. I mean, like, oh
God. Ludwig. Ludwig, I'm so glad you came up tonight. It was fun.
Yes, it was good to hear your experience. Like,
yeah.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if Jay ever tried to troll. If I could, I'd pick it up. I think
I wasn't, it was the middle of the night, and I wasn't really like, if I wanted to disguise my voice,
You
I
were
could.
trying real hard. Is that what you're trying to say?
I really wasn't. I mean, literally, if my camera would have turned on, I was going to show him my face so he'd let me up. Because I knew he wouldn't recognize me. I was on my couch, and I was going to flash my face at him. But I seriously wasn't trying to, be an asshole. I really wasn't.
You weren't being mean. You weren't being a mean troll.
No, I didn't want to be an asshole. But do you think if I went up there as me, oh, hi, it's Jay, do you think they would have accepted me? No.
Yeah, I'm on the banned panel list.
Look at all these people breathing in that smoke.
Yeah.
Fuck, man.
In the hospital. Like, oh my God.
Nursing home patients, they're evacuating. I mean, look at these poor people. Those are all fucking hospital beds.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm thinking, this is our mass, whatever plan that we call it.
Yeah, like your emergency, whatever, disaster plan.
Emergency disaster. The one that you never think will actually happen,
Yeah. The one when you're doing the training, you're like, this won't happen. And then it does. These poor people.
You got the people on oxygen. You got
senior center. Yep. That's a senior center. It's all elderly people.
Don't have enough ambulances to take them.
Look at this shit. And there's no firemen to put them out.
Yeah, because that one fire station I saw got, actually caught, was on fire itself. That's awful. Yeah, he's right in the middle of it.
Yeah, it's terrible. They were showing the news people on the road, and just seeing the embers fly in the air and just catch bushes across the street on fire. This looks like a third world country to me. Threatens 10,000 homes.
Yeah, I know exactly where. Hold on. Okay. Where's the fire at? Address wise? Where in what?
Hold on.
How far is it? Santa Monica Airport. So or LAX.
I mean, this is Pacific Palisades or whatever.
Okay.
One fire that had one or two buildings down, that would be a huge story for us. And the fact that we are now covering at least three, two of which have been really destructive and a third that has potential to be, is just, unlike any night that I can remember in 15 years of news coverage here in Southern California. We've had big fires before, we've had destructive fires, but to have this much happening at the same time is
Conditions are like this. It may be too late. That's why they tell people to leave when they know that a fire might head in a direction. Hopefully it changes direction and the homes are spared. But why take the risk is really what I've heard firefighters and police say time and
what?
Look how close it is than what I just sent you.
Time again. And now that we're getting up closer, you can see another home, sadly, has also been destroyed. I don't know if these two buildings are part of the same home or if we're looking at two separate homes, but it looks like there are other homes behind it on the hillside that are also burning. And this car here appears, maybe it was a Tesla. And if we pan down there, even more homes are on fire. And just as we were focusing on this house, a trash can, a plastic trash can, actually just came down the street. That is how powerful these winds are. A gust just blew it all the way down the street. And we're gonna walk down there so we can see what else is burning. just so much devastation, so much heartbreak. And unfortunately, I've seen this on several streets here in the Palisades. And we are, as I mentioned, in the heart of the Palisades. Where I was standing, where the elementary school is, there's the Frontier Communications building right there. There's also a post office. Fortunately, those were still standing and did not appear to be affected by the fire, at least not yet. But no firefighters, not one in sight. Just too many fires burning at this hour for them to get to all of them. So, sadly, this is what we're witnessing. Let's send it back to you.
It does look like a Tesla. The frame of that house there still standing, but I'm sure it won't be much longer until it does fall. Christy Fajardo and Gino Arias, thank you for your coverage.
Two-story home here, nothing but embers, but up on the hillside, we talk about fire everywhere. Look at that roaring flames up there on top of the hillside. That's the top of the bluff by my thoughts, where you have great views. A lot of the locals go over there. There's a small park, lots of nice benches, great view of the Santa Monica Bay below, PCH. Those are some incredibly wonderful homes up there, and that fire looks like it's now roaring into that neighborhood up to the bluff itself. And then down here just below all of that is what's left of these homes here on Radcliffe. This was the first area that was hit, maybe about 3 hours ago, as the fire jumped sunset and just kept moving. This place, just some hot spots and what's left of the brick chimney, really all that's standing here. But as this burned, the wind was blowing the flames, and I should say, really more importantly, the burning embers across Radcliffe, blowing them in that direction, and that's why it jumped across the street over here to where we have the homes burning now, and it's continuing further east. But I've got to tell you, in the last maybe 15 minutes or so, we're getting these gusts of wind that come through here. They continue to do that, but the thing is, they're now seemingly kind of blowing the embers toward the ocean, blowing them toward PCH. Before, we saw them blowing it toward the east. But see, as this gust comes through, look at the embers. They're not blowing toward the camera. They're blowing down toward PCH, and that is where the firefight continues. We just saw a line truck from CAL FIRE with maybe about a half dozen strike team members heading in that direction, and I assume they're probably going to try to put a fire line down there to try to deal with the flames that they hit.
So I was watching this earlier, and literally transformers were exploding.
Yeah, I was watching it when it was like, well, it just started out.
I'm like, why are these reporters so close? Like, stop it.
Dude, you're good enough. Like, here, you know.
What they do for the story, man.
Dude, don't do don't. You're fine, like 100 yards away. Just get the shot and leave.
I know it. I want to try to find that spot because it was on this channel, I think.
I can tell you, burn injuries are terrible. Like,
oh, it's awful.
The worst to treat.
Smoke
like,
inhalation.
Well, yeah. I mean, you've got to deal with the respiratory, and then you've got to deal with fluid loss, and your body goes into shock.
Yeah, look at this. Check this out.
Just think. I mean,
look at these cars. Watch.
It's just unpredictable out here. It's just a wild scene. But the good news is all those people that were up in the Highlands area who were told to turn around, which must have been just terrifying for those people up there to have to turn around and go back to your homes when there are active flames encroaching in. All of those residents, at least according to the people that I've spoken to on the ground, have now been allowed out of their homes. They got police escorts and fire personnel escorts down the hill. They were very eagerly taking a right. I tried to talk to a couple of them as they were coming down, and the looks on their faces were very telling. They wanted nothing to do with anything that did not involve getting out of there. It's been a harrowing day for everybody living up there, and it looks, at least from where we're standing, we haven't confirmed this, but it looks like homes were lost somewhere in that vicinity. Again, these huge black plumes of smoke that have been coming up just time and time again. We're hearing explosion after explosion. Don't know if those are transformers or what, but there's also action down here. We've got some palm fronds that were that had started to go up. We saw some police officers grabbing fire hoses and dousing kind of upwards, trying to get those palm trees so that they wouldn't go up and then cause embers to fly, which would, of course, endanger everybody in this area as well. So, I mean,
this is where they bulldoze the cars.
Just looking at this as you walk around, it feels like we're either on a movie set or I mean, we're not. This is real life, and this is the reality of how dangerous these fires are and how quickly these emergency responders have to make decisions when it is just such an emergency like this. I mean, there was obviously, when you look at the aftermath, there was just no time. I mean, they just had to make that call and say, all right, we got to move these cars. And they did it. And this is the aftermath. So, I also have to think about the people who are in these cars. Imagine the terror to make that decision. I know we've been talking about that on our air all day, but, at what point in your mind do you think, okay, we've got to go, let's leave everything in the car. Let's leave our valuables. Let's leave the car, which is valuable, of course. A lot of these are very nice cars. And just run. Elliot, look over here. We've got some active flames. So this has been flaring up quite a bit. Not sure exactly where this is. This is looking west on Sunset, but you see those big flames over there. There's a lot of vegetation back there, and we've seen a lot of these flare-ups.
That was literally Sunset Boulevard.
That's making me worried.
It's awful.
Prayers for Kelly.
Yeah, I mean, this tonight is going to be very telling. With the winds are supposed to pick up even more tonight.
Yeah.
I mean, I just can't even believe it.
Yeah, I mean, when he said fire, I was thinking like a fire in the apartment next door, like the apartment building across the
Yeah, me too. And then I Googled
like,
it.
Like it's like somebody like me in a kitchen trying to make a pizza or something.
Right.
And it was like fire, and then like people in the chat were saying that, and I was like, oh, like that kind of. His also, just for y'all, without giving out too much information, he's not that far from there. So yeah.
Look at this shit. I've never seen nothing like this.
No. Also, yeah.
And you know what the really messed up thing is? There's a lot of money in this area, in these areas.
Yeah.
Lots of money. I mean, think about insurance. Oh my God. I can't. Literally bulldozing BMWs, Teslas, and Mercedes.
Yeah.
Is Eddie here? I see you guys sharing his link.
People were asking because he got BJ basically.
Oh, did he get his ass reamed today?
Yeah, for coming into the live. And
oh God. Petty Betty. Well, I hope he knows he's welcome here.
Free Eddie. Eddie, you're free. Spread your wings.
AXN News.
BJ was like, I'd let him come up on panel when I had 1,000 in chat.
Here, hold on.
Now the smoke has gotten so thick you can't even see the lights. See, there's houses right here.
What did I miss? Oh, Jesus. All right, I'm going to mute it because that wind is loud.
Not as loud as that lady's voice on the vault, though.
Right? Yeah, I guess she went after him. I haven't seen it. She was crying and everything. I bet she probably was trying to make him feel bad. He seems like the type that, would feel bad making, if she said, oh, I'm crying about it. Oh, what is it? AZN or AXN? I don't.
AXN, I think.
AZN?
Action. AXN.
Or is it this? Is this live right now?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, no. Ooh. It must have been the other one I was on because they're live. It's the only one I see. That's a replay. Yeah, it's AXN. that's loud as fuck. I don't see anything blowing up, though. God, that's huge. Oh, watch this part.
Man, the winds are fucking crazy right now. They're really picking up.
LS 85, Sheriff en route. Outdoor fire, 530 Jersey Avenue, engine 90 acknowledged.
We need to get out of here.
They're literally driving right towards it. Oh my god.
On fire now over here. Shit.
Look
These
how
are
fast
like
that can
apartments or
spread too.
condominiums here across from the Gelsons. Fuck, I hope we can get them through.
12 district. Difficulty breathing 44665 Cedar Avenue, engine 12 wires down, 483 Royce.
Oh, Sin, I'm sorry to hear that. Sorry, Granny, we woke her up. Fire coverage. Beej had a whole breakdown tonight, Granny. Because Eddie was in my chat. We made friends today. She said, I broke bread with Eddie. She's done with him. Jesus. This is horrible. And those embers is what's freaking scary because all it takes is those to light them trees on fire.
Right. And their winds, like, you know.
Yeah, just look at them all flying around, you know?
Yeah. It's bad. The Pacific Palisades in Florida.
California.
Cali. I mean, why did I say Florida?
You said Florida. It's all right. We knew what you meant.
Just kidding. just opposite
okay,
sides.
This is crazy. They're pretty close here too. Look.
Yeah, she did. Butterbrain.
Butterhead.
She had a whole ass stream about
I guess, yeah, a whole ass breakdown.
Are these your houses? These your houses? Which is it on fire yet? It's going to be probably. You want a fire extinguisher?
I couldn't imagine like leaving my house knowing I would never get it again.
I have one in my car right here.
Dude, that's how I felt when I left this last hurricane. When I came back, girl, when I came back here, my community was flooded. We walked through like almost like above knee water to get to our house. Luckily, our road is lower than most. And oh my God, when I walked and saw our road was like dry, I wanted to fall to my knees because I thought, oh my God. I mean, I really was faced with losing it all. You know, it was scary.
I would have been on my knees. I was like,
it's such a scary feeling. I feel for all these people, man. Because it's not like they got a whole lot of notice. I mean.
Yeah, no, it was literally like, you know, hours.
Yeah.
If that, for like some people, you know.
Let's see.
Like the people in the cars, like where do you go from there, you know?
Yeah, I know.
Sorry, we're gonna bulldoze your Tesla. I don't know how you're gonna catch a ride out of town, but I feel for all the like healthcare workers, like trying to get all those patients out. Like I'm thinking, like myself, like shoot. I remember when we'd have to like move everybody the hallway for like tornadoes. That's our main thing here.
Just makes me feel sick.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's
this
like,
is live right here. Wind's starting to pick up speeds.
They have a good handle on the backyard here. They are do everything they can to protect the homes that they think might be at risk of going up next. But
This is
you got
Eaton
these
Canyon.
wind gusts and a 400-acre, if not larger, fire burning just a mile away. You're still dealing with these embers flying all over the place, you guys. Tons of evacuations out here tonight. The last I heard from the Angeles National Forest, I think they said they were even evacuating people in Sierra Madre, south of Sierra Madre to the 210, and all the way from Lake to Santa Anita. So that's absolutely crazy. Like this fire is moving to the east, and if it's getting towards Sierra Madre, that's really scary because you got a lot of people way up in the hills there that have cute little cabins really tightly packed in, and that could be scary for them trying to get down these really narrow mountain roads if they have fire like this blowing at them.
And you know what, you said it, Nicole, about the only thing you can say to people who are so devastated by knowing that their home has burned down, or even not knowing, is if they are able to look in the face of a loved one and have.
KABC.
Can you hear us?
Yep, we're back. Sorry, had some technical difficulty. I will say this has been an interesting challenge up here on the hill because, as you can see, the firefighters, they've been dousing or trying to put some water on this fire, but with the wind, it's literally just been blowing it kind of back onto us here. So again, we're getting some really strong gusts up here, and that is what.
All right. We're going to try to reestablish a signal with Leanne Suter's crew in the meantime.
That's terrible. Oh, let's see what Sophie says.
Another home being lost behind you.
She's in Sierra Madre.
Mark, take a look at this. The flames moving so fast on this home on Altadena. We are on Altadena between two main roads, Washington and New York, just to give you some context of where we are. And take a look at the house next door, right next door. I mean, you can't even really call it a house. It's completely gone, covered in flames, completely engulfed in flames. It is so dark and smoky out here. The wind is moving this fire so fast. And this is what a lot of this area looks like. Home after home claimed by flames. Just a few houses down from us. I want to say there's two houses down from the shot that we're on right now, and then right next to it is the Pasadena Jewish Center and Temple. I'm told that
this is terrible. So this is Sierra Madre. Let me pull that up on a map so we can see where that is. Shit, we should have done coverage tonight of the fires.
I had no idea I was like gonna progress this fast. I mean,
you know, I didn't either.
I was like, I had no idea it was gonna freaking progress this fast.
All right, so this is the area they're talking about here in the box. I'm gonna zoom out. That's the Eaton fire up here. Wow, they're all updated on here. Updated 9 minutes ago. Look at all the road closures. Does it list the other ones on here? Oh, yeah, right here. Yeah, That's the big one right there.
Yeah, one of the fire departments did burn down.
So how do they predict these? Like, what starts them?
Well, like from what I understand, like you have a combination of like dry brush, so like not having a lot of rain, high winds to let them spread, and then what else, Bobbie? You're from the hot parts of town.
I mean, I guess that makes sense.
It looks like it's getting closer to where.
It's like, yeah, Malibu. It's just on the outskirts of that.
Lush, isn't it?
Santa Monica Pier right here.
Yeah, it's getting closer and closer.
Yep. Venice, Marina Del Rey, Playa Del Rey.
I'll help you on that one, Playa.
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 Shut
Playa
up.
Road. Here we got Playas. Playas play.
Playa haters. But yeah, you can see how it's extending out, right?
Yeah. Playa. That's funny.
Shut up. Is this
Gone.
live?
Now, Rustic Creek is a bit of a canyon, a little valley between where we are seeing those homes on fire and our position right now. The LAPD.
Oh, it just makes it so overwhelming. Like, it's so hard to see one person's house burn down, you know?
Yeah.
Let alone just like hundreds of houses. We're almost to 3,000 acres.
And earlier when I checked, it was like 200, and that was wow.
I want to see if there's like an aerial view. There probably isn't, huh?
I don't imagine anybody's, smart would be over there, like, flying.
Come
He's
on,
doing really.
Elon Musk.
We should probably ask Nick for a satellite photo.
Oh, yeah, hit up. I'm calling Nick.
Let me tweet at him. Hey, Nick.
I'm
can I get
calling
one of them
Nick.
photos?
Oh, check this out.
Holy shit. Pull up Steve's ex.
Okay, hold on. Look at this real quick.
3 minutes ago.
This is from an airplane that was landing at LAX 39 minutes ago.
Well, look at the ones on SF's things that he just uploaded 3 minutes ago.
This fire line's coming all up behind this row of houses right now.
What?
I'm sure if these people are out. It's getting really close from it's coming up from the winds are kicking it west. The Santa Ana winds, they're going like 50, 60 miles an hour, kicking up to 80. But it's getting really close to this line. So we just knocked all these doors. These winds are kicking up 70, 80 miles an hour.
Jesus. Current screenshots from my Alert California fire detection camera feed of cameras in Malibu, Santa Monica, Pacific Palisades, and Marina Del Rey. This is total devastation. Jesus. is horrible. Oh, I wonder when they're going to do their live. What's his name?
The 20th.
In that area,
the
get your
20th?
stuff together, because even as we stand here now and these homes remain intact, things could change very quickly. The winds are swirling, they are strong, and they are at my back, which means some of those gusts are pushing very strongly to the east. It's the opposite direction of where we would expect to see the wind gusts going in a Santa Ana wind event, blowing west and south down towards the Pacific Ocean. It is a steady wind to the east that hopefully does not carry any embers or flames any further. But right now, we can see several homes, more than a half a dozen or a dozen or more on Chautauqua have been lost. There are some flames down in Rustic Creek, and there are a lot of homes down there that a lot of people are keeping an eye on. And up here at Amalfi and Sunset, things remain in decent condition other than the wind blowing and the potential damage that could cause, guys.
Yeah, Jory, in a typical wildland fire like this, you would see structure protection. You see firefighters stationing themselves outside homes that are in danger and prepared to tackle any flames that come.
These guys need to put on some masks, right?
Yeah, that'd be a great idea. Just so you know, like eyes is great, but like your airway is kind of like the most important.
That's what I'm thinking. I mean, look at all this shit flying around
Airway,
them.
breathing. So you're taking like, you know, 2 of your things, you know, whatever, bruh. I mean.
Yeah, Lady Tiger, they said it's going to get worse throughout the night. Oh my God, look at that view on the right. It almost looks like a damn sunset, doesn't it? Wow.
Right, yeah.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Bonnie, I hope you can get your dad to leave. That's terrifying.
Yeah.
Fox just reported LA is running out of water. Oh, this ain't good. Let's go to...
Community is going to be impacted by this for years to come to try to rebuild from all of this. I mean, on any night, if we were covering one fire that had 1 or 2 buildings.
They're still just talking to this guy. They're moving on to their shows. Just the locals.
Trump's going on a shopping spree. He's got his eye on a country, an island, and a canal. But before he whips out the checkbook, he's rebranding bodies of water.
So we're going to be...
oh my God, I can't get that to turn off. Jesus. Trump's going on a shopping spree.
Oh. Better that than the vault lady.
Oh God, anything's better than that. Holy shit.
DJ, even you may be better.
Yeah, it sounds like I got some watching to do.
Yeah.
I say we wrap it up.
Yep. Put a bow on it.
Put a bow on it.
Nick, give me some aerial shots from your satellite.
Yeah, I'm calling Nick. I'll have those aerial shots tomorrow from Nick. Nick's been a little quiet, right?
He's been pretty quiet. Apparently, there's some TikTok drama, so I'm like, I wonder who that's about.
Oh, I did see that. I saw that, the TikTok girl.
Yeah, I'm like, who? Who are we talking about?
Yeah, interesting.
Find out. Need to find out who he's talking about.
Listen out for the kids part. What? What do you mean, we?
The kids part in BJ's stream on our alt channel.
Oh, listen out for the kids part. Gotcha. Thank you, UA. You know, you've kept me straight all night tonight.
Kept you awake, too.
I know. Well, thanks for coming up, girl. Seriously.
No problem.
It's been a good night.
All right. Everybody have a good night. Prayers
I'll
for
talk
California.
I'll talk to you soon.
All right. Good night.
Bye.
Everyone. Good night, Jay.
Thank you, everybody else that came up tonight. I appreciate it. Ludwig, it was a pleasure. I hope you'll come up again. It was really interesting hearing your perspective. I'd like to hear more. You know, there was a lot of people up here talking, so I hope you'll come up again. BJ stated, Jay, we're trying to get her kids removed from her care. What? She can fuck directly off with that bullshit. I don't do that shit. Never done it. Because I play a live stream of hers and fucking use her own bullshit. That means I'm doing something with her kids. Fuck that. BJ, you could fuck directly off. Don't put your shit on me. Don't put that shit on me. Ridiculous. Ugh. Anyways. New York prepper too. All right, sweet. Thank you, B. Someone also said to have Eddie on because I told him he could come up anytime. I already told Eddie this morning he has an open invitation. If that link's pinned, he can come up. I ain't got nothing against Eddie. But she sure can throw people away to the side quick, can't she? Unbelievable. Hey, BJ, grow up. I enjoyed it too. Thank you, guys. See ya.
I might go forever, go for eons. Friend like you don't be on. Pull off in the Tesla, Elon. When I was a kid, I was a phenom. When I was a kid, I was a beast. I pull up, then I be gone. See ya. See ya. See ya. Be gone. See ya. See ya. See ya. Be gone. Thumbing through the blues, no BB King. Back to back shit, so just looking for the ring. I wake up, I brush my teeth. I wake up, I bought 2, 3. I wake up like, ooh, that's me. Brand new car, like, ooh, that's clean. Tracksuit pants, don't wear no jeans. I'm athletic, count up 100 like calisthenics. Talking about the bag, you got bad credit. New MX, we don't use debit. Calling, brand new deals, keep calling. Tell them bring them through, need all them. 4 whole kids still ballin'. I just get up and I zoom. I don't need proof on the proof. I be way up at the moon. I'm looking down on you. Hey, nigga, I'm proud of you. Stack money a mile or 2. I might go forever, go for eons. Friend like you don't be on. Pull off in the Tesla, Elon. When I was a kid, I was a phenom. When I was a kid, I was a beast. I pull up, then I be gone. Fuck 'em up. See ya. See ya. See ya. Be gone. See ya. See ya. See ya. Be gone. I'm on a run and you better know. I'm in the know and you better know. I'm here to stay and you better know. I'm at the table, I never fold. I'm at the table, I'm a begin. I'm at the table, I'm here to win. Don't cook correct and don't come again. Please, I just need what I need. I collect for my seeds. Would've thought my name Tree. I pick up then I leave. In my pocket I be. I don't like to be seen. I just get up and I zoom. I don't need proof on the proof. I be way up at the moon. I'm looking down on you. Hey nigga, I'm proud of you. Stack money a mile or 2. I might go forever, go for eons. Friend like you don't be on. Pull off in the Tesla, Elon. When I was a kid, I was a phenom. When I was a kid, I was a beast. I pull up, then I be gone. See ya. See ya. See ya. Be gone. See ya. See ya. See ya. Be
Jennifer loves horses. Hi, Jennifer.